Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Yggdrasil Source Code, Crossing. Night fell as dark clouds covered the sky, and the cold wind cut to the bone. The young man gripped the USB drive and hurried into the dim rental room through the biting wind. Click. He went straight to the computer, found the port, and plugged it in. Lines of code immediately appeared on the screen. I've finally gotten the source code for Yggdrasil. Success or failure depends on this one move. He stared at the monitor, his eyes bloodshot, dark circles heavy beneath them. His fingers flew across the keyboard, rapidly modifying the code. While working, he glanced at the time in the corner of the screen. 2300 hours, time is of the essence. Buzz. Just then, the phone on the desk vibrated and lit up. It was an in-game message. Helant-san, in 1 more hour, Yggdrasil will shut down completely. Nazarick was built by everyone. Please, you must come online to say goodbye. Momonga. The young man only spared it a cursory glance. His fingers moved so fast they left afterimages under the glow of the screen, lines of code streaming across the display. Don't worry, I've prepared for over 20 years. There's no way I'll mess up at the final moment. At the same time, inside Yggdrasil. Then, Momonga-san, let's meet again if fate allows. Ah, Hiro-san. Please, take care. Momonga withdrew his skeletal claws, murmuring Hirahiro's words. Meet again if fate allows. He looked up at the magnificent round table conference room before him. The 42 empty chairs each represented a former companion. A heavy feeling pressed against Momonga's chest, as if a massive boulder were weighing him down, growing heavier with every breath. He couldn't help but open his friend list again. Helant, offline. Momonga, I've been a bit busy lately, but don't worry. I'll definitely be online when Yggdrasil shuts down. Helant. This was a message his best friend had sent more than 10 days ago, and he had read it countless times since then. In the final moments of the game, had Helant-san still failed to make it? The first time he met Helant-san was back in Nazarick's predecessor, the Suicide 10. Back then, he and Takemi had saved him together when he was being hunted by human players. After that, Helant-san began his path as a logistics master. Whether it was alchemy or equipment forging, he was universally acknowledged as the best in the game. Most of the divine-class equipment owned by the guild members had come from his hands. Especially back then, by exploiting a bug, he created the first and only man-made world item, instantly establishing his status as the #1 in both alchemy and forging. Although Helant-san was outstanding, he got along well with everyone. Touchme had once pursued him, Takemi and Albert regarded him as a close friend, and Tsukimi even considered him a kindred spirit. Phew. Momonga let out a long breath, easing the heaviness in his chest. If you hadn't refused to be guildmaster, how could it have ever been my turn? Momonga glanced at the status of the message he had sent. Unread. He slowly stood and walked over to the guild weapon, the staff of Ain's old gown. This weapon carried with it a chapter of the guild members' shared history. Someone had been dumped by their girlfriend because of it. Someone had been fired from their company because of it. Someone had eaten only 1 meal a day for an entire month because of it. Yet everyone had been happy back then. Albert and Touchme often bickered and argued, while Tabula and Helant discussed equipment designs. Momonga picked up the guild weapon, cast one last nostalgic glance at the round table conference room, and turned to leave. Creak. Outside the door, Momonga saw Touchme if you can's creation, Seabass, along with the battle maids of the Pleiades. Follow me. Momonga did not linger. He wanted to reach the throne room as quickly as possible. There, he would welcome the end of Nazarick, which carried years of memories. The time reached 23:30. Only half an hour remained until the server shut down. Helant-san. The name box representing Helant was still gray. Buzz. The doors to the throne room were pushed open. The hall was cold and dim, banners hanging from the ceiling, guardian statues standing along the red carpet that led straight to the throne on the high platform. Momonga stepped onto the red carpet and walked forward, one step at a time. Dressed in a pure white gown, the beautiful and dignified succubus Albedo stood waiting at the foot of the throne with a gentle smile. Even knowing she was just an NPC, a fabricated being, Momonga was still stunned by her beauty. If she were alive, Helant-san would really be in for some good fortune. Momonga chuckled and used the guild weapon to open Albedo's settings page. The final line in the dense block of text was unmistakable. In love with Helant. Helant-san, this is Tsukimi-san's reward for your pure succubus contrast theory. When Albedo was being created, Tsukimi, avatar named Tabula Smaragdina, originally wanted to set her as a bitch, but Helant came up with a shocking argument. Instead of that, wouldn't it have more gapmo if a creature like a succubus were loyal to love? The setting, in love with Helant, was Momonga's suggestion. He had originally wanted to use it to tease his friend together with Tsukimi-san. But in the end, Tsukimi-san quit the game, and now even Helant had not stayed until the very end. Momonga's mood inevitably grew somber again. The time reached 23:55. Only 5 minutes remained until the server shut down. Watching the time tick away, Momonga could not help but sigh. Helant, you broke your word. I think I didn't. A gentle voice rang out. Momonga looked up abruptly. Dressed in pure white mage robes, the exquisitely modeled and handsome Helant tilted his head, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. If I hadn't come, would Guildmaster Momonga have started crying? Momonga did not mind Helant's teasing. His voice was hurried, unable to hide his smile, and even rose in pitch. I thought you wouldn't log in. This is great. We can still say goodbye to Nazarick together. Helant did not argue out loud, but quietly added in his heart. It's not just saying goodbye to the ordinary and painful life of the past. It's welcoming a new life. He glanced at the time. 23:59, only the final minute remained. Thump. Thump thump. Thump thump thump. Helant felt his heart beating faster and faster, almost leaping out of his chest. His body, lying inside the gaming pod, trembled uncontrollably. Over 20 years of effort, with almost all his savings and energy poured into YGGDRASIL. There was no way back anymore. Success or failure depended on this one move. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Helant closed his eyes. Time hit 0. A surge of pleasure rose from the depths of his soul, spreading through his limbs and bones as endless vitality flooded his body. Helant clearly felt his soul merging perfectly with his current form. Like a newborn baby, he drew in a deep breath. For the first time, cool air filled his lungs. Helant opened his azure eyes, and his holy, handsome face curved into a smile for the first time. Phew. Helant, congratulations on your rebirth. He muttered, congratulating himself with a grin. I read a lot of Overlord fanfics, and most of them were too slow. Almost 90% were dropped before reaching the new world or were dropped after a few chapters. This one jumped straight into the new world, revealing the build organically through some flashbacks while focusing on adventures here. Hope you enjoy the ride. Chapter 2, The Illegal Build. Helant was delighted. Just as he was about to turn back to look at Momonga, a pure white figure dove straight into his arms. The force of the impact made Helant stagger back several steps, while the white figure clung to him tightly like an octopus. A rich, delicate fragrance drifted into his nose, and his arms were filled with an incredible softness and warmth. Lord Helant, please, don't abandon me, okay? Albedo lifted her head, her golden eyes brimming with tears as she sobbed. She had heard everything just now. Lord Momonga said he was going to bid farewell to Nazarick together with Lord Helant. Just like the supreme being who created her, Tabula Smaragdina, or rather, Tsukimi, who had told them his real name before logging off for the last time. Her nose stung, and she could not stop crying. Her hands gripped Helant's chest even tighter. It was as if she wanted to use this to forcibly keep him there. Below the throne, Seabass and the Pleiades exchanged a brief glance between Helant and Momonga, then hurriedly dropped to their knees. We beg the supreme beings, please do not abandon us. Even Seabass's voice carried a tremor of urgency. On the throne, Momonga opened his mouth wide, the red light in his eye sockets flaring brightly. That one who just rushed over was Albedo, right? She can move. No, how can Helant-san's modeling be so vivid too? And the NPCs below actually knelt. He clenched his skeletal claws, feeling the flow of the air. But such a realistic sensation. This is definitely not something YGGDRASIL could achieve. While he was still dazed, a green light flared over him, and a cool feeling instantly cleared his thoughts. Transmigration, then. Momonga now looked at his best friend's helpless state with great interest. Albedo. When Helant clearly saw the beauty's face in his arms, he was momentarily stunned. That's not right. Did this old fellow Momonga change the settings? He turned to look at Momonga, who was constantly flashing with green light. Message. Momonga, what's going on? Did you mess with Albedo's settings? Helant-san, this is Tsukimi-san's gift. You were the one who proposed the pure succubus gapmo theory, after all. Momonga's body twitched uncontrollably. Helant-san, being entangled by a beauty must feel great, right? You had the same reaction when Touch Me tangled you back then, ha ha ha. My lord, don't abandon me. A warm wetness spread across Helant's chest. Albedo, don't cry. I'm not leaving. He naturally wrapped one arm around Albedo's slender waist and placed the other on her head. Really? Albedo looked up, carefully searching Helent's expression. She was truly afraid. Her creator, Lord Tsukuyomi, had already left. If her beloved Lord Helant left as well, she did not know how she could go on living. Really? Helant gently embraced Albedo. Her softness, warmth, and fragrance struck his newly awakened senses all at once. Feeling a rush of blood surge through him, Helant hurriedly pushed Albedo away. In the private message channel. Momonga, think of something for me. His best friend's desperate call made Momonga's mind buzz. He quickly gathered his thoughts and spoke to Seabass and the Pleiades kneeling below the throne. Seabass, go investigate whether the external environment of the great underground tomb of Nazarick has changed. Pleiades, go on alert on the 9th floor of the great tomb and see if anyone has intruded. Yes. Seabass and the Pleiades fixed their gazes on Helant and Momonga for a moment. Then they stood up, left the room, and went to carry out their tasks. Suppressing the surging blood in his body, Helant gently pushed Albedo's delicate form away. Albedo, it seems some changes have occurred in Nazarick. Can you go and gather the other guardians on the 6th floor? You're really not leaving. Albedo greedily inhaled Helent's scent, listening to the steady beat of his heart. How wonderful it would be if every day in the future could be like this. If only this moment could last forever. Go and execute your task immediately. Helent's tone suddenly turned cold and firm as he deliberately put on a stern expression. Damn it, she's a succubus. If she doesn't get away from me soon, I won't be able to hold back. Yes. Albedo reluctantly stepped back, bowed to Helant, and then turned to leave. Watching her figure disappear, Helant could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Before I get used to this body, it's better to minimize contact as much as possible. Helant-san, we've transmigrated, Momonga said seriously after Helant recovered from his embarrassment. For something like transmigration to happen to both of us, it's truly unbelievable. By the way, Helant-san, how do you feel now? Momonga continued. Helant pressed his lips together. His silver-white hair stirred without any wind, and a brilliant light flashed in his deep blue eyes. A layer of pure white holy radiance suddenly spread from his body, enveloping him like mist. By the way, Momonga, let me show you the cheats I enabled. Cheats? What did he mean? Momonga sat on the throne, staring at his friend, who now looked like a glowing light bulb. First, Sanctuary Demon God. Whoosh. The holy light around Helant intensified. A pair of demon horns emerged from his head, and his originally sacred appearance was tinged with an eerie aura. Oh my. Helant-san now belongs to the highest tier race of sanctuary demons. Momonga watched in silence. Helant chuckled. Momonga, don't let your jaw drop. World Champion. World Calamity. Helant's aura surged violently. His figure was forcibly stretched to 3 meters tall, and the power of calamity flickered around his body. The special classes of Takemi-san and Albert-san. Wasn't Helant-san's special class supposed to be World Alchemist? How did he suddenly gain 2 more? Momonga, I hacked into the YGGDRASIL servers today and changed some data, Helant said with a bright smile. Because time was limited, he only gave himself 4 ultimate special races, including Sanctuary Demon God, and 5 special classes, including World Champion and World Calamity. If the code for world-class items had not been so extremely complex, he would definitely have given himself hundreds or even thousands of them. It's a good thing we transmigrated. Otherwise, you hacking into the YGGDRASIL servers would probably have landed you in prison for over 30 years. This guy Helant probably just wanted to have some fun before the servers shut down. Luckily, we transmigrated. Otherwise, I would have had to visit him in prison. All right, Momonga, it's time to meet the NPCs. Helant shrank his body back to its original height of 1.9 meters and stretched his limbs. Momonga nodded in agreement. Since Albedo, Seabass, and the others had gained self-awareness, the rest of the NPCs would be the same. Momonga looked at Helant, feeling a little more at ease. Yeah. Let's go meet those NPCs. I wonder what they think of Helant-san and me. Like it. Add to library. Chapter 3, A Son and a Daughter. The Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. On the 6th floor, the night sky was dotted with stars, and the Colosseum was brightly lit. Mare, perk up. You're about to meet Father. Aura, dressed in a small white suit, straightened her younger brother Mare's collar and smoothed the wrinkles in his clothes. Mare tugged at the hem of his short skirt a few times, clutching his staff as he spoke timidly. Sister, do you think Father will really accept us, like Lady Bukabukagama said he would? As soon as he finished speaking, tears began to stream uncontrollably from his heterochromatic blue and green eyes. What Lady Bukabukagama said must be right. Aura raised a finger and tapped her useless little brother on the head. She recalled Lady Bukabukagama's words. If you want to capture Helant-san's heart, you have to use children. He's famously soft-hearted. That was all well and good, but Lord Helant was also one of the supreme beings. What if he did not accept them? Sister. Aura looked at her brother's delicate, tearful appearance, and her eyes lit up slightly. Mare, make sure you look cute when you cry later. Mare? Momonga, the 6th floor belongs to Aura and Mare, right? Inside the passage of the Colosseum, Helant chatted with Momonga as they walked toward the exit. Yeah, they're Bukabukagama-chan's NPCs. Momonga seemed to recall something and teased in a cheerful mood. If you had made things official with Bukabukagama back then, Aura and Mare might already be calling you father now. Helant stepped out of the passage, a smirk tugging at his lips as he glanced sideways. That's impossible. Before he could finish, he heard a lively voice shout out. Father. Aura dragged Mare along, charging forward with the momentum of an entire army, rushing like a young calf until she stopped right in front of Helant. She pulled Mare into a proper standing posture and flashed a bright smile. Hello, father. And hello to you too, Lord Momonga. Mare kept his head lowered beside her and said timidly, hello, father. Hello, Lord Momonga. Pfft. Momonga could not help but laugh and tease, so what were you about to say just now? Helant looked down at the two little ones who did not even reach his waist, feeling a little helpless. He crouched down and gently stroked Aura's and Mare's heads with his large, warm hands. What's this about calling me father? The warmth of Helant's touch made the two children feel deeply attached, and they instinctively leaned closer to him. Aura reacted quickly, though her voice lacked some of its usual confidence. Lady Bukabukagama told us that Lord Helant is our father. What should I do? Will Lord Helant accept us? I've already lost Lady Bukabukagama. I can't lose father too. Father. Mare bit his lip, his nose stinging. Tears poured out like a burst dam. Does father not want us anymore? Wah. No, no. Hey, don't cry. Helant hurriedly took out a tissue and wiped Mare's tears. Why is this little ancestor crying? Bukabukagama, look what you've done. At this moment, Helant's resentment toward Bukabukagama reached a new level. To put it simply, it felt like an irresponsible wife had abandoned two poor children and flown far away. All right, I won't abandon you. You and Aura are both lovely children, and I like you very much. Mare stopped crying instantly. Together with Aura, he looked up at Helant with a flushed face. Father said we're cute. Helant gave a helpless smile, picked up the two children, and said to Momonga, as my good brother, aren't you going to give the kids a meeting gift? Huh. Momonga had been enjoying the scene and was caught off guard by Helant's sudden question. He stood there in a daze for a moment. Seeing two pairs of blue and green heterochromatic eyes staring at him so pitifully, he thought for a bit. Candied Haws, a New Year's special edition recovery item. They're very precious. Momonga reluctantly took 2 sticks of candied haws from his inventory. With great hesitation, he handed them to Mare and Aura. Thank you, Lord Momonga. Mare and Aura took the bright red candied haws and began eating them bite by bite. Aura even held a candied haw up to Helant's lips. Father, have one. All right, I'll eat it. Helant bit into a candied haw, and the sweet and sour glaze and fruit burst in his mouth. Afterward, Helant sent a private message through the friend channel. Momonga, you're really something. You only gave them 2 sticks of candied haws. What do you mean, only 2 sticks? I only have 12 of these candied haw recovery items in total. They're very rare. Momonga looked at his inventory with heartache, then shot Helant a resentful glance. Helant laughed helplessly. He had forgotten that their guild master's nickname was Hoarding Squirrel. Although the candied haws looked ordinary, they were indeed a New Year's recovery item released in a past year, limited to 12 per person and meant specifically for collectors. Hey, it seems our Nazarick logistics master has become a real winner in life. Arriving in a new world with a son, a daughter, and a beautiful wife. Momonga noticed that Aura and Mare looked blissful in Helant's arms, while Helant quietly watched the 2 little ones eat, occasionally accepting the food they offered him. The scene truly looked like a happy father with both a son and a daughter. Bukabukagama-chan, well done. At that same moment. I told you that you were just a wet behind the ears brat, Aura. To think you would lack the etiquette to eat while clinging to a supreme being's arms, Arinsu. A portal opened, and a petite gothic Lolita with a generous chest stepped out, walking gracefully while holding a parasol. Lord Momonga, Lord Helant, good day to you, Arinsu. Hello, Shaltir. Momonga recognized her as his friend Perarancino's NPC. Helant nodded in acknowledgement. Aura bit off the last candied haw, and her expression changed, losing its earlier cuteness. Let me guess, Shaltir. You used a portal to get here because you padded your chest too much today and were afraid the padding would fall out if you walked too far. Shaltyr's face stiffened, and she bared her small fangs as she glared at Aura. Aura jumped down from Helent's arms and deliberately leaned her head toward Shaltyr's chest. You fake chest. Shaltyr's pupils trembled, her chest heaving with anger. You flat chest have no right to talk to me like that. Aura smirked. I'm only 76. I haven't even started developing yet. Damn you, you wet behind the ears brat. Fake chest. Mare looked up at Helant and felt it was not right to keep clinging to his father's arms. He jumped down and watched the two of them argue, looking completely at a loss. Momonga nudged Helant with his shoulder and smiled. Remember how Perarancino and Bukabukagama used to argue like this too? Helant nodded and pricked up his ears to listen. The two little ones arguing like this was actually quite cute. Enough. You are being far too impudent in front of two supreme beings. Chapter 4, My Own Creation and Eternal Loyalty. Cocytus spoke gravely, waves of cold rolling off his ice-blue carapace as he surveyed the two bickering floor guardians. Clang. He struck the ground with the flat of his massive frozen axe. The impact reverberated through the stone floor of the 6th floor's Colosseum, and the temperature plummeted in an instant. Hoarfrost spiderwebbed outward beneath Aura's and Shaltyr's feet, the sudden chill biting even through their supernatural resilience. The sharp cold snapped the pair back to their senses like a slap to the face. Not good. Losing composure in front of father, in front of the supreme beings. Aura's pointed ears drooped slightly. She lowered her head, sneaking a sideways glance at Lord Helant. Only when she caught the faint, amused curve of his lips did the tension in her small shoulders finally ease. Thank goodness. Father isn't angry. A large, warm hand descended, ruffling her golden hair with familiar affection. Aura, being mischievous again. Big brother Herex. Aura's face lit up instantly. She looked up in delight at the newcomer. A 3-meter-tall figure cloaked in dark scales crouched beside her, his draconic features softened by a gentle smile. Herex straightened to his full imposing height and, together with Cocytus, executed a deep, respectful bow toward Momonga and Helant. We greet the two supreme beings. Momonga waved a skeletal hand for them to rise, then leaned slightly toward Helant and whispered, Your NPC didn't look like this before. He studied Herex carefully. The last time Momonga had seen him, back when the guild was still active, Herex had worn heavy plate armor and, while distinctly draconic, had possessed far fewer scales. Now the man was practically covered head to toe in gleaming obsidian plating that looked as natural as skin. Helant stepped forward without answering Momonga directly. His expression was a mix of pride and mild apology as he addressed his creation. How's your body holding up? Any anomalies? Herex bent low so his creator could meet his glowing crimson eyes. Thanks to Father's power, my overall strength has roughly tripled. However, my old equipment no longer fits. He glanced down at himself with faint embarrassment. The heavy cloak he'd hastily thrown on barely concealed the dramatic changes. When Albedo had informed him that Father had summoned all guardians, he'd had no time to commission new armor. He cast an admiring, almost envious glance at Cocytus. Cocytus walks around bare. His carapace is his armor. How does he remain so calm about it? My oversight, Helant murmured, rubbing the back of his neck. While I was editing your data to bring you fully online in this world, I may have slapped a hidden boss template onto you. Your racial line shifted from Dragonkin to true demonic dragon. Momonga's eyes flared with a brief green light as his emotional suppression passive kicked in. Demonic dragon, boss template. In Yggdrasil, any creature designated as a boss far surpassed the power ceiling of level 100 players. Some required entire raid alliances and multiple world items to defeat. The demonic dragon in particular had been a notorious roaming growth-type world enemy, one whose core ability, Dragon Soul Devour, allowed it to grow exponentially stronger by consuming other dragons. It had taken 13 world-class items and a full 100 max-level players just to bring it down once. Momonga glanced sideways at Herex, reassessing the towering figure. With Helent's modifications, this NPC could very well grow to rival even Rabido, Nazarick's strongest trump card. Apologies for keeping the supreme beings waiting. A smooth, cultured voice cut through the momentary silence. Demiurge strode forward, his lean, fox-like face framed by slick-back dark hair and round glasses. His tailored orange pinstripe suit was impeccable as always. He offered a graceful bow before straightening. Helant turned to greet him, but before he could speak, a pure white blur slammed into his chest with enthusiastic force. Lord Helant. Helant staggered half a step, his vision briefly filled with flowing, beautiful hair and black wings. Albedo clung to him tightly, pressing her face against his chest as her maidenly scent, something sweet like vanilla and night-blooming flowers, filled his senses. Albedo, behave yourself. Let go. He looked down at the succubus rubbing happily against him and gave a wry, helpless smile. The little demoness had absolutely no restraint, she pounced on him like an overexcited puppy whenever the mood struck her. Fortunately, after repeated incident, he had grown accustomed to it and no longer flushed bright red. "Lord Helant, it has been dozens of minutes since I last saw you," Albedo protested softly, golden eyes shining with unabashed adoration. Her black wings fluttered behind her like an excited bird's. Still, she reluctantly released him and stepped back with practiced grace. Clinginess without tact would only weary her beloved, and business came first. Composing herself in an instant, she turned and addressed the assembly with crisp authority. "All floor guardians are now present except Gargantua on the 4th floor and Victim on the 8th, who remain on standby as per protocol." She dropped smoothly to one knee, the other guardians following suit in perfect unison, Cocytus, Demiurge, Herex, Shaltir, Aura, Mare, and the shadows of Seabass and the Pleiades lingering respectfully at the edges. "Then let us renew our pledge of eternal loyalty to the supreme beings." Albedo's voice burned with fervor. Demiurge's tail flicked with barely contained excitement. Herex's draconic eyes gleamed with devotion. Even the usually aloof Shaltir and energetic Aura knelt in solemn silence. Before them stood Momonga and Lord Helant, two of the 42 gods who had created the great tomb of Nazarick. Momonga glanced uncertainly at Helant, who offered an encouraging nod and a small smile. "Go on, guild leader. They're waiting for you. You will become a leader in your own right," Helant added softly. Momonga's skull offered no expression, but inwardly he smiled wryly. A leader, indeed. Those fervent, worshipful gazes felt like hundreds of ants crawling over his bones. Nervousness surged, then fear, and then... boom. An aura of pure despair erupted involuntarily from Momonga's body. The air grew heavy and frigid, an oppressive silence spreading through every guardian like the shadow of death itself. They all thought the exact same thing in that instant. This is the guild master of the 42 supreme beings. Death incarnate. The final ruler of Nazarick. Momonga quickly reined in the aura and cleared his throat. "Thank you for gathering so promptly. I am Momonga, guild master of Ain's Old Gown, and the last member of the guild to remain." Albedo rose first, her voice ringing with solemn pride. "Your words humble us, Lord Momonga. We are but dust beneath the feet of the supreme beings, servants created to carry out your will." Behind her, the other guardians nodded in perfect unison, their loyalty unwavering. They existed for no other purpose than to serve the supreme beings who had given them life. Momonga nodded, then turned the floor to his old friend. Helant stepped forward. Soft white holy light began to shimmer around him like a gentle halo. His long silver hair drifted weightlessly, and his deep blue eyes radiated warmth. "You are the children of my comrades and myself," he said, voice steady and kind. "I know each of you better than anyone, your strengths, your personalities, the love and effort poured into your creation. You are the finest, most loyal beings I could ever ask for." As he spoke, the gentle radiance spread outward, sweeping away Momonga's lingering deathly chill like a warm spring breeze after winter. The guardians felt bathed in sunlight, tension melting from their bodies. Where Momonga inspired awe and terror, Helant evoked something softer, parental affection, pride, safety. They saw him not as an untouchable overlord, but as a kind and loving father. Father. The word slipped unconsciously from Mare's lips. Aura and Herrick smiled without realizing it, cheeks faintly flushed. Albedo clasped her hands over her heart, golden eyes misty. "We swear," Albedo declared, voice trembling with emotion, "we will never bring shame upon our creators, the supreme beings who granted us existence." Behind her, every guardian echoed in perfect, thunderous unison. "We swear." Chapter 5, Demiurge's Envy. To be treated like a child by their most beloved supreme being was the greatest grace imaginable. Even the usually rational and composed Demiurge, the demon whose mind spun intricate webs of strategy and inference, felt his composure crack. His breathing grew subtly heavier without him noticing, and a searing wave of heat surged through his sharp intellect, momentarily shattering his eternal calm. Looking at the undisguised affection shining in Lord Helant's deep blue eyes, Demiurge understood it clearly in his heart. Lord Helant truly believed in them, trusted them, cherished them, not merely as tools or creations, but as cherished children. "How lucky you are, Herix," Demiurge murmured under his breath, casting an envious sidelong glance at the towering demonic dragon standing beside him. Herix, bathed in the warmth of his father's gaze, stood tall and proud, his scaled chest swelling with quiet joy. If only Lord Albert Alan Odell, his own creator, were here to witness this moment, to offer even a fraction of such open affection. "Very well," Helant said gently, his voice carrying the soothing timbre of a proud parent. He turned toward Sebastian, who had been waiting respectfully at the edge of the gathering with the Pleiades arrayed neatly behind him. "Some changes have occurred in the great tomb of Nazarick. Sebas, your report." The impeccably dressed butler stepped forward with measured grace, bowing deeply before both supreme beings. Lord Helant, Lord Momonga, Seabass began in his calm, dignified tone. As per your earlier instructions, I have conducted a preliminary reconnaissance of the surface. The environment surrounding the Great Tomb has transformed dramatically. What was once the desolate swamps of the Helheim has become vast, rolling grassland beneath an unfamiliar sky. However, no man-made structures, roads, or signs of intelligent life have been detected within a 1-kilometer radius of our position. Momonga nodded thoughtfully, his crimson eyes glowing faintly behind the visor of his elaborate robes. Then, Mayor, he said, turning to the shy dark elf boy still clutching his staff, I'll trouble you to conceal the surroundings. Use your magic to raise a suitable forest barrier and camouflage the tomb's outer walls. We must remain hidden until we understand this new world. Why yes, Lord Momonga. Mayor stammered, bowing quickly, his cheeks still faintly pink from his father's earlier warmth. While Momonga continued issuing precise instructions, tasking Aura with scouting the immediate perimeter alongside her magical beasts, and directing Cocytus to reinforce the outer defenses, Helen's attention drifted briefly to Demiurge. The demon stood with perfect posture, yet his tail flicked ever so slightly, and his gloved fingers twitched at his sides. The envy in his crimson eyes when he looked at Heryx was unmistakable. Is he jealous of Heryx? Helant thought, with quiet amusement. No matter how formidable or cunning these NPCs were, floor guardians designed to command legions and conquer worlds, they remained, at their core, like children yearning for the approval and love of their parents. The 41 absent supreme beings had left deep imprints on their settings, and those emotional needs lingered even now. It seemed he would need to offer them all a little more individual attention later. A pat on the shoulder for Demiurge, perhaps, or a few kind words to ease that hidden longing. Cough. Momonga cleared his throat, more out of habit than necessity, and the assembled guardians instantly snapped to perfect attention. Everyone, he continued, his deep voice echoing slightly in the vast Colosseum, how do you view Helant and me? Your honest thoughts are important. We may be your creators, but this is a new world, and we must move forward together. The loyalty displayed thus far was absolute, beyond any doubt. Yet each NPC had been crafted by different guild members, infused with unique personalities, backstories, and biases. Understanding their individual perspectives would help guide Nazarick's future. Let us start with Shaltir. The vampire floor guardian lifted her head, her pale cheeks flushed a delicate crimson that contrasted beautifully with her silver hair. Lord Momonga, she declared breathlessly, is the most beautiful existence in all the worlds, the very crystallization of perfection and beauty itself. Her ruby eyes sparkled with obsessive adoration before shifting to Helant. And Lord Helant is an even more benevolent and warm deity, a guiding light whose kindness rivals the sun. Next came Cocytus, his mandibles clicking respectfully. Lord Momonga is the wise ruler who commands absolute power. Lord Helant is the honorable warrior who embodies mercy and strength. Mare whispered timidly, Lord Momonga is very cool and strong, and Lord Helant is the kindest father. Aura puffed out her small chest proudly. Lord Momonga's super reliable as the guild master. And father, Lord Helant, is the best dad ever. Demiurge adjusted his glasses, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lord Momonga is the unparalleled leader whose intellect shapes destiny. Lord Helant is the compassionate creator whose trust inspires infinite loyalty. Finally, it was Heryx's turn. The massive demonic dragon knelt fully, lowering his horned head until it nearly touched the ground. My most beloved father, he rumbled, voice thick with reverence as he gazed up at Helant, the most perfect supreme being whose light I will follow until the end of time. Then came Albedo. She rose gracefully, her black wings folding neatly behind her as she first addressed Momonga with solemn respect. Lord Momonga is the supreme leader of all the 41 supreme beings, the one who remained to guide us when the others departed. Her golden eyes then turned to Helant, and her entire demeanor softened dramatically. The formal subordinate melted away, replaced by the tender gaze of a woman deeply, hopelessly in love. Lord Helant, she continued, voice dropping to a warm, intimate murmur, is the greatest master I could ever serve, and the person I love most deeply in all existence. Albedo's gaze burned with raw intensity, like a pool of molten gold reflecting only Helant's figure. Her cheeks flushed faintly, and her gloved fingers tightened at her sides as though resisting the urge to reach out. All right, I understand. Helant reached out and stroked Albedo's cheek. The warm, delicate sensation under his fingertips made him squeeze it a few more times without realizing it. Albedo's pupils trembled violently, her face flushed, and her breathing quickened. Lord Helant touched my face. I should jump him. Run up and kiss him. We still have things to do, so we'll be heading back first. The figures of Helant and Momonga vanished in front of everyone. Albedo knelt on one knee, her slender hand covering the reddened spot on her cheek where it had been squeezed. She giggled foolishly. Lord Helant touched me, hee. The guardians immediately stood up. Mare hugged his staff with a happy expression. Father is so warm. Brother, why have you grown so tall? Aura held Herex's hand. She had wanted to ask earlier. The original brother Herex was not even 3 meters tall, and he would not have gone around wearing only a cloak. As soon as she said this, all the guardians turned their gazes toward Herex. They had noticed it too, but with the 2 supreme beings present, it had not been appropriate to ask. Under the lights of the arena, Herex's mouth split into a fierce smile as he said proudly, "Father changed my settings yesterday through a world item called Hack King. Herex was extremely happy. There was nothing more joyful than having his creator remain in Nazarick. Lord Guardians, the 2 supreme beings have gone to rest. I must go and make arrangements, so please excuse me." Seabass straightened his back, gave a respectful bow, and prepared to leave. Hearing this, Albedo said excitedly, "Seabass, if Lord Helant has any needs, please be sure to notify me." If. Before she could finish, Seabass frowned slightly and turned to leave decisively. The supreme being needed his service. Listening to another word was a waste of time. Seabass is just stubborn, Demiurge thought to himself. He then turned to Shaltir, who was still kneeling on the ground. "What's wrong, Shaltir?" Facing the concerned gazes of the guardians, Shaltir's face flushed, and her whole body trembled. "My underwear. My underwear is in a bad state. First being struck hard by Lord Momonga's death aura, and then soothed by Lord Helant's holy light. It's wonderful." The moment she heard Helant's name, Albedo became like a lioness whose territory had been invaded. She ground her teeth. "You bitch. Lord Helant is the person I love dearly. I will never allow a leech like you to harbor even the slightest thought about him." Albedo's aura erupted at once. Shaltir refused to back down. "Ha! You think you can monopolize Lord Helant? You big-mouthed gorilla." Demiurge pushed up his glasses. "Well then, Aura, let's leave women's matters to the women." "No, I don't want to." Aura hid behind Herex and giggled. "I'm going back to prepare a storybook and have Father tell me a story." Demiurge was stunned. "Tell a story." Aura reminisced happily. Lady Buku used to use all sorts of voices to tell stories to Mare and me. She even said that if possible, she wanted Father to join in. "Father. I wonder, if Lord Ulbert." "No, that's not right. Even if Lord Ulbert were here, he wouldn't be the kind of father who tells stories to children." "Then, I shall take my leave first." Herex was still not quite used to his new body. Sensorially, he felt as if he were running around naked. As he walked, he glanced at Cocytus. To be completely naked at all times without changing your expression or losing your composure, you're really something, Cocytus. "Then I'm leaving too. Lord Momonga assigned me a task." Mare ran off. With Mare and Herex gone, Cocytus and Aura also departed. Watching Albedo and Shaltir still arguing in the distance, Demiurge sighed. "I originally wanted to discuss the matter of the Supreme Being's offspring. It seems I'll have to find another opportunity to talk about it next time." Speaking of offspring, Lord Helant's figure appeared in his mind again. Gentle, powerful, and kind. Most importantly, he was Ulbert's best friend. If I also. Demiurge shook his head vigorously, throwing those stray thoughts out of his mind. Let's go see how the defenses of the 3 demon generals are doing. This chapter got long. Sorry if it got boring, but it was important to seamlessly integrate the MC into the story and all the NPC's thoughts. The most canon-accurate Demiurge, my friends. I can't expand this chapter any further, lest I make it too sus. P.S. I saw a female Demiurge image on Reddit, and NGL. That image had me tweaking skull. Chapter 6, this world is like a jewelry box. At the first floor exit of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the massive stone doors stood slightly ajar, letting in a faint breeze from the unknown world beyond. "Helant-san, are you sure you don't want a disguise?" Momonga asked helplessly, eyeing his radiant best friend. A soft halo of white gold light hovered around Helant's head, and faint motes of starlight drifted from his long silver hair. "If an NPC recognizes us, how are we supposed to sneak out?" "Way too flashy, Helant-san." They had agreed to slip out quietly, just the 2 of them, no fanfare. Yet here Helant stood in his full celestial-themed outfit, looking like a walking divine phenomenon. Momonga had only just managed to fool Narbril with a full equipment swap and layered illusion magic. The last thing he wanted was to bump into another NPC. They were far too enthusiastic, far too clingy. "Helant-san, you're literally glowing like a light bulb. The NPCs will spot you from a kilometer away." Clad head to toe in heavy dark armor and a hooded cloak, Momonga edged a cautious step away from the luminous aura. Helant gave a carefree smile, utterly unconcerned. As if a disguise would stop them from recognizing you. He pointed casually at the open gate. "Take 2 steps outside and I guarantee someone will know exactly who you are." "Fine, Helant-san. Today I refuse to believe that nonsense." With that, Momonga strode confidently toward the exit, shoulders squared. I've swapped my equipment, layered on stealth magic, and even changed my aura signature. There's no way anyone will recognize me. This guy just doesn't want to ruin his perfect looks, so he made up that lousy excuse. Just as Momonga's foot crossed the threshold, a deep, rumbling voice rang out behind him. Lord Momonga. Ah. He stiffened mid-step and slowly turned. The three towering demonic generals, rage, jealousy, and greed, stood frozen in the corridor, staring at him in open shock. What are you doing here? After a brief, stunned pause, all three dropped heavily to one knee in perfect unison. Momonga stood rooted to the spot. Helant was right. Lord Momonga, why are you here? Demiurge appeared in a swirl of shadow before the generals could speak further, bowing deeply with polished courtesy. Helant stepped forward, beaming at Momonga with an unmistakable "I told you so" grin. He and I felt like sneaking out for a look around. See? I told you so. Sneak out. The word sent alarm bells ringing in Demiurge's mind. In an instant, his brilliant intellect conjured the worst possible scenario, the supreme beings who had vanished one by one without a word. Surely these two were not planning to abandon them as well. Reason told him it was highly unlikely, yet the mere possibility twisted his heart. His voice trembled faintly as he bowed lower to Helant. Please allow this humble servant to accompany you. Without looking back, Helant walked on. Follow if you like. Momonga, now recovered from his embarrassment, leaned closer and whispered, we agreed it would be just the two of us. Having Demiurge along will spoil everything. Oh, Demiurge is clever. He won't spoil a thing. Outside the tomb, the vast grassland stretched endlessly under a breathtaking night sky. A river of starlight poured down from the heavens, forming a gleaming celestial stream that mirrored perfectly on the dew-kissed grass. The cool evening breeze carried the fresh scent of earth and wildflowers, pure, untouched nature. Helant narrowed his eyes, savoring the sensation with quiet wonder. How many years had it been since he last felt a breeze like this, saw stars this bright? Flight. Momonga activated a flying item and shot smoothly into the air. Behind Helant, light and darkness swirled together, condensing into a magnificent pair of wings woven from flowing star river light, perfectly matching the Milky Way overhead. With a single graceful beat, he soared upward, starlight rippling across his feathers like liquid diamonds. It was breathtakingly beautiful. A super rare collectible outfit. Momonga muttered, casting an envious glance at his own item vault. A sour pang twisted in his chest. If only I'd grabbed a few sets. If only I'd collected some cosmetic costumes too instead of hoarding practical gear. Demiurge's sharp eyes locked onto the soaring figure of Lord Helant, his heart leaping into his throat. Lord Helant was flying too fast, far beyond what normal flight magic allowed. It would be impossible to keep up on foot. What if he decided to leave? We wouldn't be able to. Demiurge didn't dare finish the thought. In an instant, he shifted into his true frog demon form, leathery wings unfurling as he launched himself after them with desperate speed. High above, Helant wheeled through the sky several times, arms spread wide, drinking in the boundless freedom of open air. Momonga drifted beside him, gazing upward at the endless sea of stars. Blue Planet Sen would love this view. Yes, Helant agreed softly. He was always the one in the guild who loved natural scenery the most. The stars winked ceaselessly overhead, brighter and clearer than any night in Yggdrasil. This world is like a jewelry box, Helant murmured. So beautiful. It really is, Momonga replied quietly. So beautiful. Bathed in starlight, Helant felt utterly healed, a transcendent sense of freedom filling his soul. For a moment, the strangeness of being transported to this new world vanished entirely. This place truly accepted him. He raised a hand toward the sky, fingers closing as if grasping the stars themselves. This is where I belong. Far below, Demiurge's crimson pupils contracted sharply. Countless thoughts collided in his mind, weaving together into one crystal-clear conviction. The supreme beings intend to dominate the entire world. Both Lord Momonga and Lord Helant clearly cherished this world's beauty. Lord Helant even declared his belonging aloud, an unmistakable sign of ambition. I must inform the others at once, Demiurge whispered to himself, joy surging through him. Let us offer the whole world to the supreme beings. The weight of that glorious mission instantly erased his earlier fear of abandonment. We must prove ourselves useful to the supreme beings. Rumble. A faint tremor rippled through the earth below. Helant and Momonga exchanged a glance. It's Mare. Let's go down and take a look. Helant folded his starry wings and dove, carving a brilliant streak of light through the night sky. On the surface, Mare stood with his staff raised high, face scrunched in concentration as he poured mana into reshaping the terrain. Thick forests rose around Nazarick's walls, earthen mounds formed natural barriers, and layers of illusion settled like mist, perfect camouflage. He scanned every detail nervously. I have to do this perfectly. Maybe then Papa will praise me, and Lord Momonga might give me more candied hawthorn skewers. The memory of his father's warm hug and the sweet sour treat made Mare wipe sweat from his brow and press on with renewed determination. Nice work, Mare. A gentle voice sounded right behind him. Helant blurred into view in a ghostly instant, his quadruple racial classes and speed-focused builds making the movement effortless, and scooped the boy up into his arms. Papa, I mean. Father. Mare's eyes went wide, cheeks flushing bright red. Why are you here? Helant ruffled his dark hair affectionately. I came to see if you were slacking off, of course. And no. I'd never slack. Mare's face paled in panic. Did Papa not trust me? Don't let him scare you, Momonga said as he landed a moment later, amused. He couldn't help marveling again at his friend's ridiculous speed. If this had been PvP, Mare would already be dead. Reassured, Mare looked up at Helant with hopeful eyes. Our adorable Mare, Helant chuckled, tousling the boy's hair vigorously until he giggled. Of course I trust you without question. It looks great, Mare, Momonga added, inspecting the newly formed forest ring and illusion veil. Nazarick was now perfectly hidden from casual view. Good job. This is for you. He produced a ring of Ain's old gown, the guild's symbol of highest authority, and held it out. Mare's eyes sparkled as he accepted it reverently. Watching from a respectful distance, Demiurge's muscles tensed, his gloved fingers tightening as he fought to hide the quiet, burning longing in his heart. A ring of Ain's old gown. How he wished to prove himself worthy of such trust one day. Chapter 7, Heart of the Sanctuary. Demiurge studied the ring with meticulous care. The amethyst gem in the demon's vertical pupils now outshone every treasure in his eyes. After all, this was the ring of Ain's old gown, the pinnacle of glory. Who but a supreme being had the right to wear it? Lord Momonga, Lord Helant. Albedo descended gracefully in the moonlight, her black wings folding neatly as a few loose plumes drifted from her waist like dark snowflakes. She glided straight to Helant's side, leaning in close with curious golden eyes. Lord Helant, are you? Her words cut off abruptly as her gaze landed on the ring of Ain's old gown still resting in Momonga's skeletal hand. Mare turned toward Helant, his heterochromatic blue and green eyes clouded with hesitant uncertainty, fingers fidgeting around the precious ring. Helant smiled warmly and nodded. Take it, Mare. It's Momonga's recognition of your excellent work. Mare's face lit up with pure delight. He accepted the ring solemnly, slipping it onto his small finger as though it were the greatest treasure in the world. Recognition of work. Demiurge's sharp mind whirled. He glanced between Helant and Momonga in thrilled surprise. So simply completing a task for a supreme being could earn one this ultimate emblem of trust and glory. Albedo's wings fluttered with barely contained excitement, her voice turning honeysweet and almost coquettish. Then, Lord Helant, may I also? Her gaze fixed dreamily on the ring gleaming on Mare's finger. In her mind, the scene shifted, if that very ring were sliding onto her left ring finger, placed there gently by Lord Helant's own hand. Her golden eyes softened, brows curving tenderly, a faint blush blooming across her flawless cheeks. Damn it, she's adorable. What man could withstand this kind of attack? All right, Helant relented with an amused sigh. He produced another ring of Ain's old gown from his inventory. As guardian overseer, this will make coordination easier. But at its core, it's recognition of your tireless efforts. Don't slack off just because you have it now. Albedo pressed her crimson lips together to suppress a delighted squeal, then answered with solemn devotion. This servant will redouble her efforts for you, my lord. She paused, voice dropping to a playful murmur. Still, if it were a ring with other meanings, I'd be even more motivated. She didn't spell it out, but everyone present understood perfectly. The air practically shimmered with her unspoken proposal. Lord Helant. Albedo stepped closer and hugged his arm tightly, pressing herself against him. Helant's arm vanished instantly into overwhelming softness. Warm, yielding pressure rippled across his skin, and beneath it he could feel Albedo's heart pounding like a war drum. Helant-san, whatever happened to your initial fluster? Momonga's mood soured as he watched. He'd secretly hoped to see his old friend turn bright red and stammer. Instead, he now felt utterly superfluous, like a third wheel glowing in the dark. He glanced back at Demiurge, who had remained silent and stiff throughout the exchange. At least I'm not the only spare part here. Demiurge, Momonga said awkwardly, your ring, next time, okay. Demiurge's entire body tensed, the last flicker of hope guttering out. If only he could receive it now, like Mare and Albedo. Helant shook his head inwardly. Momonga, couldn't you spare the child's feelings? Pointing it out when he's the only one without one. He gently extracted his arm from Albedo's embrace and walked over to the crestfallen demon. Here. Helant pulled a photograph from his inventory, a cherished snapshot of himself and Albert Alan Odell, both grinning wide, flashing V signs in front of a defeated dragon world boss. This is. It's Lord Albert. Demiurge accepted the photo with trembling gloved hands, eyes glistening as tears threatened to spill. Thank you, Lord Helant. His voice cracked with emotion. He traced the image reverently, Albert's dramatic pose, Helen's easy smile, the colossal dragon corpse behind them. Warmth flooded Demiurge's chest, joy bubbled up uncontrollably, and his long tail began wagging despite his best efforts to remain composed. Right, Helant said lightly, I'm off to the heart of the sanctuary. Farewell for now. With a soft flash of light, he vanished via teleportation. Momonga stared at Demiurge's radiant expression, stunned. Damn, why didn't I think to comfort him like that? Honestly, Helant Sen really should have been guildmaster. Albedo offered Momonga a graceful curtsy before taking Mare's hand and teleporting away. The night was still long, she had a very special surprise to prepare for her beloved. Heart of the sanctuary. A brilliant white sun hung eternally above a boundless sea of fluffy clouds. Atop that heavenly expanse stood an immense, radiant palace, its spires and walls glowing with pure holy light. Countless horned, exquisitely beautiful sanctuary demons flitted busily about, their white wings beating in disciplined rhythm. Most carried heavy loads of raw materials while shouted orders echoed through the open sky. Alchemy team, 10,000 health potions by end of shift. Materials team, speed it up. The alchemists are waiting. At the urgent commands, the demons flew faster than startled flies, diving frantically into the massive open-air factory complex. Above the main gate swung a large sign, Materials Production Plant. Inside, spontaneous assembly lines had formed, demons casting refinement spells in perfect sync, turning raw ores, herbs, and ingots into top-grade crafting materials. Finished batches were immediately ferried to the adjoining alchemy plant next door. Helant materialized between the two plants with a quiet flash of instantaneous transfer. The moment he arrived, his powerful senses zeroed in on one particularly energetic demon overseeing the chaos. You useless maggots, move faster. You labor for the supreme being himself, consider it the highest honor. A petite lowly with a high ponytail and punk-style black vest stalked past the workstations, cracking a leather whip for emphasis. Metal studs glinted on her outfit, and a single tiny fong peeked from her smirking lips. Maggots. Lord Helant gave our lives meaning. State your purpose loud and clear. To offer the finest alchemical products to the supreme being, the demons chorused back, hands blurring even faster. The lowly clasped her hands behind her back and nodded in smug approval. Huh. I can't move. As she turned to continue her rounds, an overwhelming will seized her body, freezing her in place. Dominate minion. Mino, come here. Her vision blurred, then cleared to reveal a tall, silver-haired figure smiling down at her. Lord Helant himself. Mino let out an awkward laugh and hastily hid the whip behind her back. My lord, couldn't you give a girl some warning before using that skill? Her tone mixed playful reproach with timid affection. Helant's mouth twitched as he reached down and lifted her effortlessly by the collar. Why did you turn this entire place into a sweatshop factory? The last time he'd visited, only about a third of the sanctuary demons had been assigned to production. Now every single one, nearly 100,000, was crammed inside, toiling without pause. Mino bit her lip, golden eyes brimming with sudden tears. I only wanted to give you a better life, more resources, more potions, everything you could ever need. Ouch. Helant flicked her forehead without mercy. That's enough. I've read your profile, you know, black-hearted boss cosplay addict. He exposed the fake lowly mercilessly. Mino had been the very first follower he summoned after binding the heart of the sanctuary. Sanctuary-generated followers were powerful but random in personality. She'd rolled level 100 with perfect holy light mage specialization, far above the rest. Her only flaw was her unique settings, a century-old fake lowly obsessed with playing the role of a tyrannical sweatshop overseer, cracking whips, and spreading gossip. In short, a troublemaker who could sit right beside Shaltir at the chaotic lowly's table. As the only other level 100 sanctuary demon, she'd naturally risen to second in command. Helant tapped her head lightly. 8-hour shifts from now on. Weekends off. No arguments. Mino puffed out her cheeks in protest. Fine. Suddenly, the eternal daylight dimmed. A colossal shadow swept overhead as a titanic dragon eclipsed the white sun, circling with earth-shaking wing beats. Its predatory gaze locked onto Helant before it folded its wings and dove, the resulting gale churning the sea of clouds into a storm. Mino's face went pale. She darted behind Helant, clutching his cloak. My lord, I'll protect you. Helant sighed, lifted her again, and gently set her in front of him. How exactly are you planning to protect me from behind me? Come on, go say hello. Chapter 8, Faith Devourer. Roar. The demonic dragon's colossal body completely eclipsed the white sun and the endless sky. Its terrifying maw yawned wide, revealing rows of serrated fangs that gleamed like obsidian blades. A wave of primal terror rolled outward. Mino's face turned deathly pale. She instinctively shrank back. I'm just a weak, pitiful level 100 mage. Barely a mouthful for you. Eat the guy behind me instead. Whoosh. A violent gale blasted past, whipping her high ponytail and sending her punk vest flapping wildly. Mino squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable. When nothing happened, she cautiously cracked one eye open. The monstrous dragon was gone. In its place stood a 3-meter-tall humanoid figure covered head to toe in gleaming obsidian scales, crimson eyes glowing softly. Father, I'm here. Father. Mino studied the newcomer carefully. Though the thick scales obscured much of his face, she could still make out those once heroic, familiar features. You're Heryx. How did you end up like this? Oh, it's you, Mino. Heryx grinned, revealing sharp fangs. Father changed my race to true demonic dragon through Hack King. He stepped respectfully to Lord Helent's side, towering yet deferential. Mino wriggled free of Helent's hand, puffed out her cheeks until they looked like steamed buns, and jabbed a pale finger hard into Helent's waist. Why didn't you tweak my body type too? You know big breasts are my favorite. She loved Albedo's figure, it was literally written into her settings, a deliberate contrast to her own petite frame. Watching the little loli's puffed up, indignant cheeks, Helent simply smiled and said nothing. Petite is cute too. No need to change. Trash tier supreme being. Furious, Mino swung her tiny fists in a blur of afterimages, pummeling Helent's stomach with all the force a level 100 could muster, which, to him, felt like gentle taps from a kitten. When she finally ran out of steam and stood there panting, Helent spoke calmly. Go to the faith pool. The so-called faith pool was a world-class item Helant had created by exploiting one of Yggdrasil's most infamous bugs, the only man-made world-class item ever successfully forged by a player. In Yggdrasil, the faith branch of magic was a unique system with deep lore, mortals worshipped gods, generating faith power that the deity could draw upon to grant blessings and strength in return. Then came the patch that introduced the bug. If a player attacked alchemical-based materials with certain faith spells, the effect would automatically enchant the material with affixes normally exclusive to crafted items. Normally, items with existing affixes could not be re-enchanted, you had to destroy and remake them from scratch. But these bugged faith enchantments could be perfectly inherited through crafting, allowing absurdly overpowered gear, potions, and consumables to flood the market for a brief, chaotic window. When the bug was discovered, the entire game went mad. Helant, already possessing the ultra-rare World Alchemist class and capable of reliably crafting the highest-tier non-world class items, saw an opportunity no one else dared pursue. He quietly bought up massive quantities of faith-enchanted materials, then used those bearing the rare, faith convergence affix as the core component to forge a single, impossible item. A sphere capable of gathering and storing faith power itself, bearing the legendary World Shelter affix. Helant gazed at the gold and silver orb floating before him now, memory surfacing. Back then I didn't think much of it, he murmured. Yet it shaped who I am now. With a single thought, the accumulated faith power condensed into a radiant sphere of gold and silver light and drifted into his palm. In the game, faith power had been flavor text at best. Here, in this new world, it was real, a tangible, living force. Faith Devourer. A terrifying, insatiable hunger erupted within Helant. The sphere in his hand vanished like dust caught in a hurricane, completely, ruthlessly devoured. Boom. The instant the power entered him, Helent's aura exploded. Crushing pressure swept outward in a violent shockwave. The sea of clouds was torn apart. The white sun itself seemed to dim. 100,000 sanctuary demons froze mid-motion, blood turning to ice in their veins, minds blanking under the weight of divine wrath. Mino, tears springing to her eyes, darted behind Heryx, face white as paper. Heryx dropped heavily to one knee, scales rattling as he fought the instinctive terror shaking his soul. So strong. He had already begun adjusting to the raw stats of a world boss-tier demonic dragon. Gearless, he could still crush 4 or 5 top-tier players on paper. Yet before this aura, he felt like a leaf in a typhoon, utterly helpless. After what felt like an eternity, the terrifying pressure finally began to recede. Mino, eyes glistening, ventured timidly, Lord Helant. Helant looked down at her pitiful expression and chuckled. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. I thought you were angry. Her voice was tiny. In her settings she was a bratty troublemaker who flirted with danger for fun, but deep down she was fiercely loyal. Unlike Heryx, an NPC personally handcrafted by a supreme being, she had been randomly spawned by a world-class item, more like a stray child Helant had taken in along the way. That made her far more sensitive to his mood. It's fine, Helant said gently, patting her head. I just lost control for a moment. He opened his status window. Helant. LV, 100, progress, 0.1%. In lore, faith power was the mysterious force that strengthened gods. Faith Devourer countered the entire faith branch perfectly, and carried one seemingly useless line. By absorbing faith power, one may break through existing limits. The faith power he had just consumed had accumulated in the pool during the old days, drawn from the friendships and bonds he had forged with guildmates and allies. Now, Helant watched countless nearly invisible golden threads slowly trickling into the faith pool from the world beyond, and a slow smile spread across his face. As expected. Build trust, earn adoration and worship, and faith power flows without end. Father, Herex asked hesitantly, still kneeling, just now I sense traces of Lord Takemi's and Lord Albert's power on you. Helant chuckled and allowed a hint of his aura to leak out deliberately. Whoosh. Spatial distortion, apocalyptic calamity, eternal life sustenance, sanctuary dominion, and raw faith-devouring hunger, all shimmered around him in a breathtaking display. World champion. World calamity. Eternal life sustenance. Sanctuary demon god. Faith devourer. Every unique race and class laid bare. I tweaked my own classes and races as well, Helant said mildly. Praise be upon you, Herex whispered, heart surging with awe. This was his creator, an awesome being of truly boundless might. Helant continued in a calm voice, Herex, do you know why I changed you into a demonic dragon? Herex blinked. To become stronger. What's the demonic dragon's signature trait? Dragon soul devour, Herex answered instantly. Devour dragons to gain permanent power. Realization dawned in his crimson eyes. Father, is there a dragon-type enemy on the horizon? Chapter 9, Lady Bukabukagama, you've done every wicked thing. Lord Helant nodded slowly, his expression turning thoughtful. The reason players had been transported to this world could ultimately be traced back to the original overlords of this realm, the dragons. Dragons reigned supreme here. Every true dragon lord possessed strength comparable to a level 100 Yggdrasil player, and they wielded the enigmatic power of origin magic, a system entirely distinct from the tiered spell casting of the game. Among them, the strongest was the Dragon Emperor. He was the root cause of everything. As the sovereign of dragonkind and the unchallenged apex predator of this world, the Dragon Emperor possessed the terrifying ability to peer into other realities. By sheer chance, he had discovered Yggdrasil, and the godlike power contained within its world-class items. Driven by draconic greed for treasure and an insatiable thirst for greater power, he had cast origin magic and forcibly summoned those priceless artifacts, and their owners, into this world. Helant could only recall these scattered fragments of lore from old forum posts and fanfic discussions, yet they were more than enough to shape his plans. He looked at Herex's towering draconic form, eyes gleaming with approval. Herex, dragonkind will be my great enemy in the future. You. He paused for a moment, choosing his words carefully. In the coming days, take your dragon form from time to time and go challenge the strong among dragonkind. Build a fearsome name for yourself. But remember, never expose Nazarick's existence, and never reveal that you are not a native dragon of this world. Yes, father, Herex answered respectfully, crimson flames blazing brighter in his eyes. Dragons, is it? A perfect chance to test, dragon soul devour. Lord Helant nodded in satisfaction, then reached over and lightly pinched Mino's soft cheek. Don't forget. 8-hour workdays, weekends off. No excuses. With that, he vanished in a soft flash of teleportation. 9th floor of the Great Tomb. Royal Suite. Lord Helant's private chambers. Albedo stood before the full-length mirror, delicately touching up her light makeup. She had pinned her long silver hair into an elegant updo, leaving a few soft strands framing her face. The gray backless evening gown she wore clung to her curves like liquid moonlight, its deep open back exposing the flawless expanse of her skin. Under the warm, dim lamplight, the usual aggressive fire in her golden eyes had been carefully banked, replaced by a mature, refined allure, gentle yet magnetic. Lord Momonga and Lord Tsukuyomi once mentioned that Lord Helant actually prefers mature women. Albedo studied her reflection intently, turning slightly to admire the elegant lines of her silhouette. As a succubus, she innately understood beauty and seduction. She knew exactly how to wield it. Carefully, she slid delicate black horn sheaths over her demon horns, angling the pale, sharp tips forward. The change subtly disrupted the overall softness, adding a touch of dangerous elegance. Today I must show him my most perfect self, she whispered. But I cannot rush. Otherwise, I'll end up like Lady Bukabukagama. She recalled the old guild chatter Momonga and Tsukuyomi had shared in passing, how Bukabukagama's bold, aggressive pursuit had backfired precisely because it clashed with Lord Helant's true tastes. Albedo met her own gaze in the mirror and steeled herself. Learn from Lady Bukabukagama's mistake. Seize Lord Helant's heart for certain. Time to slide into home base. Lord Helent's vision blurred as the teleport completed. The light brightened briefly, then softened once more. A faint, familiar fragrance drifted through the room, sweet vanilla mixed with night-blooming flowers. Albedo's scent. Welcome home, Lord Helant. You've worked hard. Albedo stood near the center of the room, hands folded gracefully over her lower abdomen. Her red lips curved into a gentle, welcoming smile, golden eyes shimmering like still spring water. She looked like a blooming poppy, beautiful, serene, and quietly intoxicating. Lord Helant drew a slow, deep breath, his gaze roaming freely over her transformed appearance. Albedo, you've changed. Before you were fiery. Now you feel soft as water. Albedo glided to his side with measured grace, the moisture in her eyes rippling like a lake with every slow blink. Albedo, you are beautiful. For a moment, words failed him. While he hesitated, Albedo's delicate hand pressed gently against his chest, guiding him back until he sat on the edge of the bed. Her pale fingers slid to his shoulders, kneading lightly. Lord Helant must be tired. Allow me to ease your fatigue. She settled sideways beside him. The carefully chosen fitted gown stretched taut across her form, accentuating every proud curve. In Lord Helent's eyes, there was suddenly only her, the full, soft warmth that invited touch. His heart pounded wildly. The way she looked right now matched his tastes perfectly. Albedo, he said softly, voice low, you don't need to call me Lord anymore. He lifted her smooth chin with gentle fingers. Hell, Lant, whatever feels affectionate. Just make it yours. Perfect start. Albedo felt joy threaten to burst her chest. She fought down her succubus instincts, refusing to devour him in one impulsive moment. Then. Hell. She murmured meekly, nestling against his chest and tilting her face upward. With such beauty in his arms, Lord Helent's senses were under the most delightful assault. I never claimed to be a gentleman. How can I refuse, meat placed at my lips? Her red lips were captured in a deep, burning kiss. She responded eagerly, breaths mingling, cheeks flushing with heat. Just as their embrace threatened to deepen further. Father, are you there? Aura's bright, energetic voice rang out from beyond the door. Both of them froze, mutual frustration flashing in their eyes. Especially Albedo. Flames roared behind her golden gaze. Aura. So close. Just a little more. Lord Helant drew a long, steadying breath, quenching the fire Albedo had kindled. He caressed her cheek apologetically. Next time. Come in. Creak. The door opened. Good evening, Father. Aura and Mare stood in the doorway, both in cozy pajamas, Mare clutching a colorful storybook to his chest. They beamed up at him with sparkling, hopeful eyes. Father, could you tell us a bedtime story? Lady Bukabukagama used to tell us such fun tales. Faced with those innocent, expectant faces, Lord Helant found he could not refuse. All right. A story it is. The moment Aura and Mare stepped inside, they noticed Albedo's expression, gloomy, stormy, thunderclouds practically gathering over her head. Aura grinned cheerfully and took Lord Helent's hand without hesitation. Albedo, you're here too. Mare offered a timid wave. Are you here for the story as well, big sis Albedo? Creak. Creak. Albedo ground her molars audibly, forcing a stiff, brittle smile onto her face. Yes. I am here for the story. Mare sensed the danger in her tone, gave a polite, nervous smile, then hurried after his sister to climb onto the bed. On Lord Helent's spacious bed, the two little ones settled in, gazing up at him with pure adoration. Patiently, Helant opened the storybook and began to read in a warm, soothing voice. Albedo sat at the edge of the bed, biting her lower lip, frustration lodged like a stone in her throat. After a long moment, she gnashed her teeth in silence. Lady Bukabukagama, you've done every wicked thing. Even telling the children bedtime stories, what a terrible habit. Chapter 10, Henry's prayer and the performance. Hooch. Hooch. Henry's feet pounded against the dusty earth, each step sending jolts of agony through her exhausted limbs. The village of Karn, once a peaceful haven, now echoed with distant screams and the acrid stench of smoke from burning homes. Huff. Huff. She gasped, her voice raw and broken, as if the very air conspired against her. In her arms, her younger sister Nemu clung desperately, her small body trembling like a leaf in a storm. The bloody air filling Henry's lungs felt like razor blades scraping her flesh, bringing searing pain that blurred her vision with tears. She dared a glance back, her neck twisting painfully. In her peripheral vision, two knights were following her at an unhurried pace, their armored boots crunching leisurely over the trampled grass. One of them watched her with mocking eyes, his helmet's visor raised just enough to reveal a cruel smirk. Blood stained the tip of his sword, a vivid crimson that dripped slowly, leaving dark spots on the ground. That was her father's blood, the men who had fought so valiantly to protect them, his final cry still ringing in her ears. "Big sister." Nimue sobbed, clutching Anri's tattered clothes tightly with both hands, her tiny fingers digging into the fabric as if it were her last anchor to the world. "Keep running. At least Nimue has to survive." The thought fueled Anri's resolve, pushing her forward despite the burning in her thighs and the sweat stinging her eyes. The forest edge loomed ahead, a promise of shadows and hiding places, but it felt impossibly distant. Swoosh. Puffed. The sound was sickening, a wet slice through the air. One of the knights strode forward with predatory grace and slashed Anri across the back. The blade cut through flesh like a hot knife through butter, leaving a wound so deep that bone was exposed, white and stark against the red. Blood welled up immediately, soaking her shirt and trickling down her spine in warm rivulets. The intense pain nearly made Anri lose consciousness, a white-hot explosion that radiated from her back to every nerve in her body. She lost her balance and collapsed to her knees, the impact jarring her teeth and sending Nimue tumbling from her arms with a frightened yelp. "Little girl, the game of cat and mouse is over." The knight's voice was laced with sadistic amusement as he slowly raised his sword, the blade glinting with a chilling light under the harsh afternoon sun. It caught the rays like a mirror, casting fleeting sparkles that belied its deadly intent. Nimue. Anri instinctively shielded her sister with her body, curling over the child like a protective shell. She closed her eyes tightly, gasping for breath, her mind racing through fragmented prayers and regrets. The world narrowed to the pounding of her heart and the metallic tang of blood in her mouth. At the very least, I have to buy Nimue time to escape. Determination surged through her, mingling with the pain. She prepared to lunge, to claw and bite if necessary, anything to give her sister a chance. Just as Anri was about to make a desperate final stand, she heard a calm voice pierce the tension like a whisper from another realm. Heart grasp. Was it a hallucination? The words hung in the air, ethereal and commanding, sending a shiver down her spine unrelated to her wound. In just a few short seconds, before Anri could even react, there was the dull thud of armor hitting the ground, a heavy, final collapse that echoed unnaturally in the open field. Thump. Anri cautiously opened her eyes, her breath hitching. Beside her, the knight lay on the ground, his body limp and twisted at an odd angle, clearly dead. His eyes stared blankly at the sky, devoid of the mockery that had haunted her moments before. She looked forward, her gaze widening in awe and fear. A masked man wearing luxurious robes stood before her, his presence as imposing as a storm cloud on the horizon. The fabric of his attire shimmered with intricate embroidery, threads of gold and deep crimson that spoke of untold wealth and power. Just by standing there, he exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if the very air bent to his will, heavy with an aura that made her instincts scream of danger and salvation intertwined. A magic caster. The thought flashed through Anri's mind, pieced together from village tales of sorcerers who wielded forces beyond mortal ken. But this one, he was different, more profound, like a figure from ancient legends. Who are you? The other knight stammered, his voice cracking as he kept retreating backward, his boots scraping against the dirt in frantic steps. He couldn't hold onto his sword, it clattered to the ground with a metallic ring, abandoned in his terror. His companion's inexplicable collapse had to be connected to this person. The knight's mind reeled, magic. Poison. Whatever it was, it spelled doom. He could not fight. He had to run. He absolutely had to run, his survival instincts overriding all else. Momonga watched the knight trying to flee, his skeletal form hidden beneath the mask and robes, his undead nature suppressing any emotion that might have stirred in his former human self. He said calmly, his voice resonating with an otherworldly timbre, "You have the courage to attack the weak, but not the guts to face the strong." The words were laced with a cold irony, a judgment from one who had transcended mortality. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning condensed in his hand, crackling with raw energy that illuminated the scene in electric blue hues. It struck the knight like a soaring dragon, a serpentine arc of power that roared through the air with thunderous fury. Dragon lightning. Ah! The knight's scream was cut short as the bolt enveloped him, his armor glowing white-hot before charring. The smell of burnt flesh rose from his convulsing form, acrid and nauseating, as he lost his life instantly, collapsing into a smoldering heap. Anri hugged her sister tightly, pulling Nimue close to her chest, feeling the child's rapid heartbeat against her own. She asked cautiously, her voice trembling with a mix of gratitude and wariness, "Esteemed sir, who are you?" "My name is Ains Olgown. You may call me Ains." Momonga's response was measured, his red eyes glowing faintly beneath the mask, a detail hidden from her view but ever present in his awareness. "Here, drink this." Momonga handed her a bottle of healing potion, the glass vial cool and smooth in his gloved hand, its contents swirling with a potent magic drawn from Nazarick's vast reserves. Anri took it, staring at the potion hesitantly, her fingers brushing against the cork. The bright red liquid resembled blood spurting from an artery, vivid and unsettling in its intensity. She involuntarily recalled the deaths of her father and mother, their bodies slumped in the village square, the knight's laughter echoing as life ebbed away. The memory brought a fresh wave of grief, tightening her throat. He saved us, so he must be a good person. The logic pierced through her doubt, a fragile hope in the midst of despair. After a moment of hesitation, Henry suddenly opened the bottle with a pop and drank it in one gulp, the liquid sliding down her throat with a warm, tingling sensation that spread like wildfire through her veins. "Big sister, you're back," Nemu exclaimed, her small hands reaching out to touch the vanished wound in surprise. A layer of soft, delicate pink new flesh had already grown over it, smooth and unscarred, as if the injury had never been. "Thank you, Lord Ains." Henry's voice cracked with emotion, tears welling up as relief washed over her. For the first time that day, a spark of hope ignited in her chest. Just then, Seabass slowly approached from the direction of the village, his butler attire immaculate despite the chaos, his steps graceful and unhurried. He bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Lord Ains, it has been dealt with." His voice carried the weight of absolute loyalty, his silver hair catching the sunlight. Momonga nodded, acknowledging the report with a subtle gesture, his mind already shifting to the next phase. He said to Henry, "Let's go to the village. According to Helant's script, my next step is to wait in the village for someone named Stronov, then give him a position exchange item, making it easier to save him later." Momonga walked on while thinking to himself, his thoughts a whirlwind of strategy and adaptation to this new world. The great tomb of Nazarick's resources were at his disposal, but Helant's foresight added layers of intrigue. "I'm supposed to appear later as Ains Olgown, the Sorcerer King." "Interesting, Helant-san." Inside the forest not far from Karn village, the air was cooler, dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy of ancient trees. Birds chirped sporadically, oblivious to the human machinations below. Negan fiddled with the crystal in his hand, its facets catching the light and refracting it into rainbows that danced across his palm. The artifact hummed faintly with sealed power, a testament to the slain theocracy's arcane prowess. He recalled what the chief judge had instructed him, the elder's stern face etched in his memory. "You must kill the kingdom warrior captain. Use this crystal if necessary." The words had been delivered in a chamber lit by holy flames, underscoring the gravity of the mission. Negan carefully examined the crystal before him, turning it over with reverence. This was a supreme treasure capable of summoning a seventh-tier judgment angel, a being of divine wrath that could level battlefields with ease. For the sake of a mere kingdom warrior captain, the theocracy had truly spared no expense, committing resources that could alter the fate of nations. Negan leaned against the shade of a tree, its rough bark pressing into his back, a blade of grass in his mouth that he chewed thoughtfully. He chuckled, a low rumble that betrayed his confidence. Indeed, once the kingdom warrior captain dies, the balance of power between the empire and the kingdom will be broken. The empire will then annex the kingdom, and the overall environment for humanity will move towards stable growth. This is exactly what we all want to see. His vision extended beyond the immediate kill, to a unified human front against the encroaching non-human threats that lurked in the shadows of the world. The slain theocracy was a nation founded on the principle of human supremacy, its doctrines rooted in the worship of the 6 great gods who had once walked among them. For centuries, they had constantly controlled the overall trend of human development, pulling strings from the shadows to prevent stagnation or self-destruction. Their existence ensured that the powers of various countries did not become corrupt or backward, allowing humanity's overall strength to grow steadily, like a carefully tended garden yielding bountiful harvests. It could be said that the theocracy deserved most of the credit for humanity currently occupying such a large part of the world, their influence a silent guardian against the myriad dangers of the new world. Report, Captain Negan. The informant has replied. The warrior leader will arrive at Karn village around dusk. The adjutant's words cut through the air, crisp and professional, pulling Negan from his reverie. The news instantly invigorated Negan, a surge of adrenaline sharpening his senses. He straightened, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Good. Kingdom warrior captain, Stronov, prepare to die for the greater good of humanity. The declaration carried a zealous fervor, born from years of indoctrination in the theocracy's halls. Over the past few days, he had sent out knights disguised as imperial citizens to roam around and slaughter villages, their blades sowing chaos to draw out their target. Each raid was a calculated move, a pawn sacrificed on the grand chessboard of geopolitics. Negan's gaze swept over the 24 or so robed figures resting beside him, their hoods casting shadows over focused faces. Every single one of them was a magic caster capable of summoning angels, their spells honed through rigorous training and divine favor. Any one of them could gain fame in the outside world, revered as heroes or feared as enforcers. They were the elite of the elite, the Sunlight Scripture's finest, bound by oaths to protect humanity at any cost. Negan picked up the magic crystal again, feeling its weight, and could not help shaking his head with a wry smile. For this operation, I doubt we will even need to use it. The confidence stemmed from their numbers and preparation, a force that could overwhelm even a seasoned warrior like Stronov. Before he could finish, he remembered the chief judge's warning not to be arbitrary or complacent, the elder's piercing gaze a reminder of past failures born from hubris. He immediately changed his tone, his voice firming. Even if we do use it, it will certainly be foolproof. Could there possibly be a monster capable of instantly killing a 7th-tier angel that suddenly pops out of nowhere? The notion seemed absurd, a flight of fancy in a world where such beings were rare legends. The very thought seemed impossible, dismissed with a scoff as he pocketed the crystal. Helant concealed himself in a tree, his form blending seamlessly with the branches through advanced illusion magic, observing Negan with the keen eye of a strategist. He communicated with Momonga via a silent message spell, their link undetectable. Momonga, this time I'll let you play the villain. Ains Olgaun as the villain, Helant-san. Who are we putting on this show for? Momonga's response echoed in his mind, curious yet compliant. Based on my observations here, right now there is only the slain theocracy. This time, the goal is simply to mislead them, to let them know that Ains Olgaun has an enemy. Helant-san's plan was multifaceted, weaving deception to protect Nazarick's secrets. Helant-san is thoughtful as always. Laying out the plan from the very beginning. It will be hard for them not to believe it. Momonga's undead calm masked his appreciation for the foresight. Momonga recalled what Helant had said earlier, during their clandestine meetings in the tomb. Nazarick would eventually be exposed, so it was better to start planning early and muddy the waters, creating layers of misdirection that would confound even the most astute observers. Momonga, dusk is approaching. The performance is about to begin. Helant-san's words carried a hint of excitement, the thrill of orchestration. Not long after he finished speaking, Momonga heard the sound of horse hooves approaching from a distance, a rhythmic thunder growing louder against the fading light. A powerful swordsman clad in armor, his plate mail scarred from countless battles, dismounted with practiced ease. He scanned the panicked villagers with sharp eyes, noting their huddled forms and tear-streaked faces, before his gaze settled on Momonga, who stood out like a sore thumb amid the rustic simplicity. He said solemnly, his voice booming with authority, I am Gazef Stronov, the Kingdom Warrior Captain. By order of His Majesty, I have come to subdue the rogue Imperial Knights. The declaration hung in the air, a beacon of hope for the villagers who whispered his name in awe, Gazef Stronov, the strongest warrior of the Riestei's kingdom, a man whose blade had turned tides in wars past. Report, Captain. The warrior leader has entered the village. The scout's voice was urgent, cutting through the forest's hush. Negan suddenly stood up, exclaiming with delight, his fists clenching in triumph. Good. The rest period is over. Prepare for battle. He gestured sharply, rousing his men who rose as one, robes rustling like whispers of impending doom. However, the knights disguised as Imperial cavalry haven't returned yet. I'm afraid. The adjutant said with some difficulty, his brow furrowed in concern. Let them engage the warrior leader. The theocracy and humanity will remember their sacrifice. Negan gazed toward the direction of Karn village, his eyes narrowing with resolve. The greater good demanded such costs, and he was prepared to pay them. High in the sky, a faint magical fluctuation caught Helant's attention, a subtle ripple in the ether that only a master could detect. Stargazing 1,000 miles, huh? The audience has arrived. The spell's signature was unmistakable, a long-range scrying from the theocracy's higher echelons, watching from afar. 2,792 words. Chapter 11, Sorcerer King, die. Ha. Huff. On the grassy plains near Karn village, the setting sun bled crimson across the sky, painting the battlefield in hues of fire and death. A gust of wind carried the thick, metallic stench of gore, mingling with the coppery tang of spilled blood. Huff, huff. Gazef Stronov, the kingdom's warrior captain, gripped the hilt of razor edge with both hands, his broad chest heaving uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face, mixing with grime and blood. His legendary armor was dented in places, his cape torn and stained. There's no end to them. He scanned the encirclement. Winged humanoid angels, archangel flames, summoned from higher-tier divine magic, hovered silently on all sides. Their glowing swords of light hummed with holy power, waiting patiently for the next command. Dozens of them formed an impenetrable ring of divine judgment. Gazef, it's truly impressive that you can use so many martial arts in succession. In the distance, surrounded by some 20 black-robed magic casters of the sunlight scripture, Nigan Gridluin curled his lips into a mocking sneer. The scar across his cheek twisted with his expression, a permanent reminder of a past defeat he refused to heal. However, this is the end. Angel Legion, continue summoning angels. V-Room. At Nigan's sharp command, 20 more angels burst forth from glowing magic circles, brandishing their blazing light swords as they surged toward Gazef in a relentless wave. Seeing the endless tide, Gazef gave a bitter, exhausted smile. It's never-ending. Focus battle chi. He gritted his teeth, forcing the last reserves of his strength to the surface. Six-fold slash of light. Slash. 6 blinding arcs of sword light erupted in an instant, cleaving the 6 leading angels clean in half at the waist. Their holy forms dissolved into motes of shimmering light that scattered like dying embers. Huff, huff, huff. Gazef gasped for air, knees trembling. Is this my limit? Kingdom Warrior Captain, are you still struggling so desperately at a time like this? Wouldn't it be better to just die quietly? You'd suffer less that way. Nigan feigned pity in a mocking tone while secretly assessing Gazef's condition. It seemed the warrior had truly reached his limit. A warrior in the hero realm truly lived up to his reputation. But no matter how strong he is, he dies today. Nigan raised his hand and shouted, finish him. Don't let the angels go one by one. All of you, attack together. The next moment, the light wings behind the remaining angels flared as they swung their swords and charged in unison. Clang. Ha! Gazef held his blade horizontally to block the assault, the impact jarring his arms to the bone. Don't look down on me. I am the kingdom's warrior captain. I will never lose to a pettyman like you who defiles the kingdom. It's precisely because you keep dreaming that you'll die here. Hearing this, Nigan burst into cold laughter. A brute with nothing but raw strength, clinging to loyalty for a decaying nation. How utterly ignorant of the times. With that thought, Nigan continued, forget it. Once I kill you, I'll go clean up the stragglers in the village so they can be buried with you. That will be my mercy. Ha. Ha. Fool, Gazef let out a cold, defiant laugh, there's someone in the village even stronger than me. He truly wanted to see their expressions when they encountered Lord Ain's Olgown. Humph, bluffing. Slaughter him. Nigan sneered. Someone stronger than the kingdom's warrior captain. Ridiculous. Nigan widened his eyes, eager to witness Gazef's final moments beneath the angels' light swords. Vroom. But at that critical instant, the 20 angels struck nothing but empty air. Gazef vanished. And Nigan was startled. His eyes widened as he shouted in shock, who are you? Standing where Gazef had been was a mysterious figure clad in elaborate black magic robes, a crimson mask concealing his features. He stared at Nigan with cold, unreadable interest. The setting sun sank toward the horizon, casting the mysterious figure's long shadow across the blood-soaked grass. Ain's Olgown. Momonga sized up Nigan with calm curiosity. I heard you want to kill the people I went to so much trouble to save. That is quite upsetting. A magic caster? What big words. The veins on Nigan's forehead bulged as he glared at Momonga as if he were already a corpse. Faced with the retort, Momonga remained utterly unhurried. Hand over your lives obediently. Do not dream of foolish resistance. That will only cause you to die in despair and agony. Arrogant fellow. Nigan gritted his teeth and waved his hand again. Angel Legion, kill him. What the hell is Ain's Olgown? How arrogant. You can die first. Anyway, Gazef is badly wounded. He could not have gone far. He is probably hiding in that nearby village. Whoosh. 2 archangel flames shot forward like arrows. Their blazing light swords sliced through the air and pierced Momonga's robed body as easily as a hot knife through butter. Seeing this, Nigan sneered triumphantly. So that's all you've got? To think you tried to scare me with a bluff. The angels seem to have been caught. Before he could finish, his adjutant gasped in shock. What? Momonga gripped the throats of the 2 angels with skeletal hands, lifting them into the air as if they were mere chicks. But that was not what shocked Nigan the most. His gaze locked onto the angels' light swords, still embedded in Momonga's chest, yet the undead showed no sign of pain. Why, even though the angels' swords pierced your body, you're fine. With 2 blazing swords lodged in him, Momonga acted as if nothing had happened and said calmly, high-tier physical nullification. This ability renders low-level physical attacks ineffective against me. Boom. Momonga slammed the 2 angels violently into the ground. The shockwave carried the scent of scorched earth and crushed divinity, jolting Nigan back to his senses. Without using any martial arts, relying purely on raw physical strength, he had smashed the angels to death. This was definitely not just the hero realm. Someone like this could not possibly be unknown. Who, exactly are you? Nigan looked at Momonga warily, ready at any moment to deploy the watchful archangel that had been overseeing the battle. Humph, who am I? Momonga let out a cold, echoing laugh and slowly removed his crimson mask, revealing a pale, grinning skull to everyone present. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being squeezed by invisible giant hands. An undead. It's actually an undead. Ignoring the attacks of ordinary angels. This was no ordinary undead. A lich. A death knight. Nigan broke into a cold sweat, but this was still far from the moment of true terror and despair. The cool touch of the sealing crystal in his robes gave him a strong sense of security. The trump card of this mission was sealed within it, the Radiant Archangel, capable of wielding 7th-tier magic. As long as he held this card, he could kill even a demon god-level being. Don't be afraid. Watchful Archangel, cooperate with the other angels and crush this damned insect. Everyone's heart settled. The fear in their eyes quickly faded, replaced by determination and disdain. It's just a higher-tier undead. It's not like they haven't killed one before. In an instant, more than a dozen angels, along with the watchful Archangel, looked down on Momonga like gods passing judgment on a demon. Such low-level monsters are pathetically weak. Momonga sneered inwardly as he regarded the angels, whose average level hovered below 30. Negative burst. The mana within Momonga's body erupted instantly, forming a spherical repulsive field of pure darkness around him. V-Room. In the next instant, the field exploded outward, expanding several times over and engulfing all the angels within its grasp. Sizzle. In less than a second, all the angels, including the watchful Archangel, were torn into fragments of fading light by the powerful repulsive force. The angels, they're all dead. With just one move, a demon god. This is a demon god. The red light in Momonga's eye sockets flared as he sneered. Whatever tricks you have left, bring them out. If you entertain me, perhaps I'll let you die a little more easily. Even if you truly are a demon god-level undead, you die here today. Nigan pulled the sealing crystal from his robe and shouted fanatically, "O supreme and strongest angel, come forth." V-Room. A pillar of pure holy light shot into the darkening sky, condensing into a massive, majestic figure. The Radiant Archangel held a gleaming scepter, its 6 feathered wings beating steadily against the twilight. Its 5-meter-tall frame radiated divine majesty, holy light cascading from its form like a living aura. So this is what Helant meant by, "Don't be disappointed." Momonga looked up at the Radiant Archangel, whose level did not exceed 70, and felt nothing but mockery in his heart. It's hard not to be disappointed. To think the so-called strongest angel is just an elite mob. I thought I'd get to enjoy a proper fight. Humph, 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 you're scared now, aren't you? But it's too late. Die. Nigan stood behind the Radiant Archangel, his expression manic. As long as he killed this demon god-level undead and brought the result back to the theocracy, he might be able to enter the Black Scripture and rise even further. Boring. What did you say? Nigan was stunned. This undead had lost his mind. This was the strongest angel. I said, boring. Momonga had already lost interest, thinking to himself, I'd better let Helant make his appearance soon. He's probably tired of waiting. Momonga lightly raised his hand. Without using any flashy magic, he simply waved it casually, creating a swirling black hole of void and hurling it at the Radiant Archangel. Sizzle. Nigan felt his vision go dark, as if all the light had been sucked away. By the time his sight returned, the massive, holy body of the Radiant Archangel had vanished without a trace, utterly erased. It took a long while before Nigan could stammer, the strongest angel was no match. In the deepening night, the crimson light in Momonga's eye sockets flared brighter. All right, it's my turn to act. Despair. This was true despair. Nigan swallowed unconsciously, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Why you, don't come any closer. Just then, a blinding beam of holy light tore down from the night sky, crashing toward Momonga like a falling meteor. Sorcerer King, die. Chapter 12, A Battle of Good and Evil, LOL. Boom. A blinding column of holy light descended from the night sky like a vengeful meteor, slamming into Momonga with cataclysmic force. The impact carved a 10-meter-wide crater into the blood-soaked plain, dirt and grass exploding outward in a violent geyser. The shockwave whipped up a stinging gale that lashed Nigan's face and forced him to shield his eyes. The sudden sight froze him in place. What? He forced himself to the crater's edge, heart hammering. Sorcerer King, crawl back to your tomb. There, standing calmly at the center of the devastation, was a tall, silver-haired youth clad in flowing white robes that shimmered with faint divine radiance. He faced the undead overlord without a trace of fear. Momonga casually dusted off his black robes, the motion almost theatrical, as if the holy strike had been nothing more than a stiff breeze. He tilted his head in mock surprise. Ah, the holy domain god lord's lapdog. I'd barely stepped out before I smelled your sanctimonious stench. Name yourself, pup. Helant's icy blue eyes narrowed to glacial slits, the divine light around him sharpening into something dangerous. Yo guys. The long silly names are essential to show that they are having fun without even taking things seriously, in all seriousness, typical Overlord vibe like how Ains invents stupid names on the fly. Sorcerer King, I am the 3rd-generation human emissary of the holy domain god lord, Helant. Remember it well, for your kind will soon learn to fear the name. Sorcerer King. Holy domain god. Human emissary. Nigan's mind reeled. He had never heard of any of it. None of the theocracy's intelligence reports mentioned such titles, such beings. But there was no time to think. He retreated several steps from the crater's lip and glanced back at his comrades, the elite casters of the sunlight scripture, all knocked unconscious by the earlier shockwave, sprawled lifelessly across the grass. Flee. After a heartbeat of hesitation, cold pragmatism won. For humanity, for the theocracy. I must get this intel out. You'll have to be sacrificed. Subordinates could be trained again. His life, his knowledge of this new horror, could not. He sprang up, hero-class strength propelling him in a desperate sprint toward the distant tree line. Did I say you could leave? Momonga snorted, leaping lightly from the crater. A crackling bolt of azure lightning gathered at his fingertip. Dragon lightning. The spell locked on like a living serpent. Nigan's eyes bulged as he threw his arms up in a futile block. Crack. When the blinding flash faded, he dared to open his eyes. A soft, protective white radiance enveloped him. The deadly thunderbolt had vanished without a trace. I'm alive. Sorcerer King, you will not kill before my eyes. Helant now stood beside him, wreathed in the same gentle yet unyielding light. 7th tier spell, Radiant Aegis. Shafts of pure, golden white light settled over each unconscious sunlight scripture member like protective veils. 7th tier. Where had this Helant come from, casting such legendary magic as easily as breathing? Nigan was stunned, even as he silently thanked whatever gods still listened. Only Zeshi Zatsumii in the entire theocracy could wield 7th tier spells with such casual grace. All humans of this world are subjects of the holy domain God Lord. Helant's voice rang out, ethereal and divine, carrying an otherworldly weight. In the glow, Nigan studied him more closely. Flawless features, skin so fine the delicate blue veins beneath were visible, chest rising and falling with calm breaths. No scales, no fangs, no monstrous aura. Human. Humph, Helant, was it? Momonga stepped forward, extending a skeletal hand in invitation. Why not join me? A human life lasts only a century, but swear yourself to me, Ain's old gown, and share eternity. Come. Join us. Rot away in a tomb like you. No thanks. Helant sneered, divine light flaring brighter. When my god returns, vermin like you will be ground to dust. He turned to Nigan. You're from the slain theocracy. We're both human. We help each other. I'll hold him here. Run back and warn your nation. Before the sentence finished, Nigan bolted. Thanks. I'll deliver the message. Helant's mouth twitched in irritation as he glanced over his shoulder. So rude. He hadn't even finished speaking. He set his stance, white robes billowing in the wind, and declared firmly. Sorcerer King, your opponent is me. Enough posturing. Momonga leapt forward, voice cold as the grave. 8th tier spell, Beast-binding barrier. Bang. Nigan slammed face first into an invisible wall and slid to the ground. He spun around in horror as the translucent barrier sealed him inside like a cage. Momonga's voice drifted over, calm and merciless. I keep my word. I said you would die in despair and agony, and so you shall. A chill crawled up Nigan's spine. For a moment, he thought he saw black mist rising from the monster, death made manifest, silent and freezing. No. Helant gathered light between his palms, eyes blazing. 7th tier spell, Sacred Meteor. Night turned to day as 7 blazing white meteors tore searing trails across the sky and plummeted downward. Die. Boom, boom, boom. Each 10-meter sphere slammed into the plane, shock waves rolling outward like tidal waves, flinging Nigan to his knees inside the barrier. Surely nothing could survive that. Not bad. Momonga's calm voice cut through the thunderous echoes. You're stronger than the first human emissary. Nigan's heart stopped as he looked up. The monster hovered in the sky, completely unscathed, robes fluttering gently. I decided to kill you. I never break a contract, Momonga said to the trembling Nigan. Sorcerer King, what do you take life for? Helant shouted toward the sky, voice cracking with fury. Life. Ha ha. Momonga pointed a bony finger at him. Death is the destiny of every living thing, is it not? Lightning converged at his fingertip, crackling with apocalyptic power. I won't kill you, at least not yet. 10,000 thunderbolts. Dozens of blinding bolts struck Helant simultaneously. Ergiga. A raw, agonized cry tore from his throat as he collapsed to one knee, blood dripping from his nose and mouth, white robes scorched and torn. Momonga landed lightly before the trapped Nigan and lifted him by the collar with effortless strength. Come. Savor death and suffering with me. No, let go. Nigan clawed desperately at the iron grip. As Momonga carried him past the fallen Helant, he murmured softly. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Nigan stretched out a trembling hand toward the crumpled emissary. Save me. Don't pass out. I know the titles are long and silly, but the silliness matches the Overlord world. Remember Mammon of Darkness and Honiopinyoko. Also, I'm always. Or should I say my mind is always confused with Nigan the Overlord character and Negan the TWD1, in spelling I mean. It's a weird thing. Chapter 13, they were just trolling. The Great Tomb of Nazarick, 10th floor, throne room. BZZZT. Thud. Nigan Gridlewin was hurled out of the swirling black portal by an invisible force and crashed face-first onto the cold marble floor. Pain exploded through his ribs and jaw, but he forced himself up on shaking arms. Where am I? Ignoring the throbbing agony, he looked around. The ceiling towered impossibly high above, pitch black and oppressively heavy, as though the darkness itself pressed down on him. A long, blood-red carpet stretched the entire length of the hall like a vein of fresh slaughter. Massive pillars lined the sides, each carved with intricate, nightmarish reliefs that seemed to writhe when not directly observed. At the far end loomed the throne, obsidian and gold, flanked by skeletal braziers that burned with cold blue flames. Momonga stepped onto the carpet, passing Nigan without a glance, and walked straight to the throne. He seated himself with deliberate calm, one skeletal hand resting on the armrest. Undead. The theocracy will wipe you out. Nigan shouted, mustering every scrap of courage left in his battered body. Momonga's footsteps paused mid-stride. He turned slowly, crimson pinpoints flaring in the empty sockets. Wipe me out. Nigan swallowed hard, forcing the words out. That's right. Once Lord Helant delivers the intelligence to the theocracy, you cursed undead can just wait for death. He knew he would not survive in the hands of such a monster, so he might as well die defiant. What bullshit Sorcerer King, what bullshit Ains Olgown, just rats hiding in the gutter. How dare you insult Lord Momonga? A wave of bone-chilling cold rolled over Nigan like a winter storm. He shivered uncontrollably as Cositus strode forward, ice-blue carapace gleaming, massive halberd resting casually on one shoulder. Another monster. Nigan stared at the insectoid warrior clad in frost-forged armor and instinctively scooted backward, until his back hit something solid and scaled. Trash. What did you just say? Ah. Nigan turned stiffly. Behind him loomed a 3-meter-tall dragonman covered in gleaming obsidian scales, crimson eyes burning with restrained fury. He was practically leaning against Herix's leg. Lord Momonga, Demiurge said smoothly as he entered from a side passage, tail flicking behind his pinstripe suit, he insulted Ains Olgown, and by extension, insulted you. I suggest handing him over to the Count of Terror for thorough questioning. Momonga remained motionless on the throne, studying Nigan like an interesting specimen. Wait. He still has value. After Helant returns, we will decide how to deal with this wretch who dared insult the guild. Demiurge, is everything ready? Reverse surveillance is proceeding smoothly. We are only waiting for Albedo to return, Demiurge replied with perfect composure. He raised a gloved hand. Crystal screen. A towering crystal mirror, 1 man tall and 2 wide, materialized in the air before the throne. Its surface rippled like water, then cleared to display the cratered plane from moments earlier. Corpses of royal soldiers and Sunlight Scripture members lay scattered amid the smoking ruin. One figure slowly rose from the debris, strikingly conspicuous in scorched white robes. Yes. Nigan's heart leapt. He sneered up at Momonga. Humph. Once Lord Helant delivers the intelligence to the theocracy, you gutter rat won't be jumping around much longer. The theocracy possesses world-class items left behind by the 6 great gods. Once they bring those divine treasures out, any so-called sorcerer king or demon god will die. Insult Lord Momonga again, and I promise you a world of pain which will not stop even if you beg for death. It is the Supreme Being's interest in you that protects you. Shut your mouth, Demiurge said coldly. A flicker of mental magic washed over Nigan, sealing his lips. Nigan's eyes widened in outrage. Momonga. Wait, his name is Ains Olgown, isn't it? Did I mishear? As if to confirm the confusion, 3 petite figures entered the hall from a side door. Good day, Airing, Lord Momonga. Hello, Lord Momonga. Shaltir Bloodfallen, Ora Bellafiora, and Mare Bellofiori bowed gracefully in unison. Nigan's eyes bulged. Something felt terribly, horribly wrong. He calls himself Momonga, so why does he use the name Ains Olgown outside? Is he deceiving Helant? Mentally silenced, Nigan could only glare his accusation. Treacherous undead. At that moment, another portal swirled open. Lord Helant, do not rush off. Let me wipe the blood from your lips, Albedo's voice came first, soft and insistent. Helant stepped through, still in his battle-worn white robes, scorch marks and dried blood staining the fabric. Albedo followed close behind, handkerchief already in hand. Helant, you're back, Momonga greeted simply. Momonga, that was vicious, Helant said with a wry chuckle. I suspect you have a bit of a personal grudge. Back before Momonga's stats were fully adjusted to this world, that barrage of lightning could have shaved off a third of Helant's HP in one go. Helant. You're with him. The massive mental shock snapped Nigan out of the forced silence. His chest heaved as he struggled to process the betrayal. Helant looked down at the collapsed Nigan and chuckled softly. That's right. We are together. You put on a show just for me. Nigan propped himself up weakly, voice hoarse. He couldn't comprehend why two such powerful beings would stage such an elaborate performance. Wait, if Helant is also with the Sorcerer King, who will deliver the news to the theocracy? They will be kept completely in the dark. A show for you. No. You are not worth that much effort, Helant said lightly, signaling Demiurge. Begin. Kiki Demiurge manipulated the crystal screen with a flick of his wrist. The image flickered and refocused. A lone figure appeared in the frame. Nigan crawled forward on his knees, staring at the girl in the mirror. She wore simple robes and round glasses, her expression intellectual yet visibly terrified. Stargazing 1,000 miles hurried through a dimly lit corridor, clearly rushing to report to the High Priest of the Water Illumination Codex, the slain theocracy's premier intelligence arm. Helant smiled. Actually, you do not need to worry about the theocracy missing the news. This entire performance was staged for them. F for the theocracy. Nigan stared at Helant in naked horror. Helant offered no reply. The screen's audio crackled to life. Your Excellency, when Captain Nigan carried out the mission, he encountered the self-proclaimed Sorcerer King, Ains Olgaun. Even the Radiant Archangel was no match. We estimate his power surpasses that of a demon god. The Sunlight Scripture was annihilated, Captain Nigan was captured, and his fate is unknown. The warrior Captain Gazef Stronov is presumed alive. The Sorcerer King appears to have an equal opponent, the Holy Domain God Lord. During this observation, someone claiming to be the human emissary of the Holy Domain God Lord appeared, named Helant, capable of 7th-tier magic. Visually estimated to be stronger than ordinary godkin, second only to Zeshi Zitsumei. After hearing the report, the High Priest tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the arm of his chair, drew a deep breath, and said, Very well. I will arrange for someone to contact this Helant. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The image froze on the High Priest's contemplative expression. Helant smiled down at Nigan. See. No need to worry about them missing the intelligence. Momonga and I were always putting on this show for them. Don't forget to add this to your library. Chapter 14, The Grand Design. The Great Tomb of Nazarick, 10th floor, Throne Room. Monsters, scheming. Nigan Gridluin stood rooted in place, staring at Helant in naked horror. The once holy, handsome face, flawless skin, silver hair, gentle blue eyes, now looked like the mask of a devil. The divine light that had shielded him moments ago felt like mockery. Can I escape? Nigan stiffly turned his head, taking in the rest of the hall. Momonga sat enthroned, crimson pinpoints glowing in empty sockets. Beside him stood Cocytus, ice-blue carapace radiating killing frost, Herex, 3 meters of obsidian-scaled draconic menace, Demiurge, fox-like features curved in delighted anticipation, Shaltir, Aura, Mare, and Albedo arrayed like living weapons. Every single one radiated power like demon gods descended. Huff. Huff. Do we even have a chance? Nigan began to tremble uncontrollably. His heart pounded so violently he thought it might burst. Had these demon-level monsters gathered from the very beginning to plot against the slain theocracy? Foolish humans can never fathom the thoughts of a supreme being. Demiurge's tail wagged slowly behind him, a rare sign of genuine delight. He gazed at Helant with fervent reverence, the pieces of the grand design finally snapping into place in his brilliant mind. The other guardians, Herex, Shaltir, Aura, Mare, Albedo, looked at Helant and Momonga with the same fanaticism, eyes shining with worship. Under those fervent stares, Momonga felt noticeably less at ease than Helant. He shifted slightly on the throne. Demiurge, he said, voice calm but edged with cold intent, make him tell us everything he knows about the slain theocracy and any useful intelligence about this world. Momonga's gaze settled on Nigan. Murder flickered in his thoughts. He had not forgotten that this man had insulted Ains Olgaun. Insulted my guild. Yes, my lord. Demiurge bowed deeply, then turned to Nigan. A strange psychic ripple laced his next words, clearly the activation of dominate. Nigan, recount everything about the theocracy. As the spell took hold, Nigan's eyes glazed over. He dropped to his knees and began mechanically divulging every detail he knew. Helant and Momonga listened in silence, mentally sorting the flood of information. 6 centuries ago, 6 gods had descended upon this world and founded the slain theocracy. With their overwhelming power and world-class items, they carved out a sanctuary for humanity in an age when dragons and other monstrous races ruled supreme. After the 6 great gods perished, 8 new players, the 8 greed kings, arrived wielding their own world-class items. They nearly eradicated dragonkind in a cataclysmic war. But internal strife among the greed kings allowed the surviving dragons to turn the tables. Since then, dragonkind had nursed a deep hatred for players and gradually faded into legend and seclusion. 3 centuries of relative peace followed. Then demon gods suddenly descended, ravaging the land. 13 heroes rose to defeat them. While Nigan rambled on in his compelled monotone, Momonga sent a private message to Helant. Helant-san, he knows about players and world-class items. I know, Helant replied instantly. Let him finish. Then we decide. Helant and the Guardians continued listening patiently. Nigan's grasp of broader world history was shaky and biased. His knowledge of other nations, Re-Estai's kingdom, Baharuth Empire, Argland Council State, was vague and propagandized. But he knew a great deal about his own homeland. The theocracy maintained 6 elite scripture orders. Sunlight Scripture, Divine Casters and Summoners. Water Illumination Codex, Intelligence and Reconnaissance. Windflower Scripture, Assassination and Covert Operations. Flame Shroud Scripture, Close Combat Specialists. Black Scripture, the ultimate trump card. I belong to the Sunlight Scripture. I took every elite this time, and the Sorcerer King wiped us out. Nigan's voice cracked, no longer fully robotic as the spell loosened slightly. But Momonga and the Guardians cared most about one name. The Black Scripture is the theocracy's trump card, Nigan continued, lips cracked and flecked with foam. Every member is hero class or higher, armed with relics left behind by the 6 great gods. They can even kill godkin. He knew little more and finally fell silent, awaiting the next command. When Nigan finished, Momonga sent another private message. Farsighted as ever, Helant-san. Still, this world is dangerous. Dragons that can match players, world-class items still in circulation, and a theocracy whose full strength we cannot yet gauge. What Momonga truly wanted to ask, whether other players had come here, whether any of Nazarick's old friends might have been transported as well, he held back for now. He glanced at the fanatical Guardians and decided to discuss it privately with Helant later. Lord Helant, did you foresee this from the very start and stage that play with Lord Momonga? Shaltir clasped her hands together, eyes shining with worshipful adoration. Of course. Aura crossed her small arms, brimming with excitement. Even Lady Buku praised Father's brilliance. The other Guardians nodded vigorously, gazing at Helant in open adoration. Full marks for emotional support, Helant chuckled with a wry smile, basking in it for a moment. All right. Momonga and I have matters to discuss. We're leaving. He nodded to Momonga and vanished in a soft flash of teleportation. Momonga looked down at the still kneeling, dazed Nigan and spoke coldly. For insulting Nazarick and Ain's old gown, throw him into the Count of Terror's chamber. Keep him alive until I say otherwise. Then he, too, teleported away. We bid farewell to the 2 supreme beings. The Guardians' gazes shifted instantly from reverence to cold loathing as they turned toward Nigan. Now then, Demiurge rose smoothly and faced the assembled floor Guardians. What do you all think of the first step in our Lord's grand design? Shaltir tilted her head, silver hair swaying. First step. What exactly do the supreme beings intend? Shaltir. Albedo sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Demiurge, explain their great objective to her, and to everyone. Demiurge adjusted his round glasses, voice trembling with barely contained ecstasy. They said this world is a jewel box, and seizing it might be amusing. He lifted his gaze to the throne where Momonga had sat moments before. Lord Helant's first move perfectly embodies the supreme being's will. His face flushed with fanatical excitement. World conquest. From the very beginning, they had established a 2-pole strategy. No enemy would ever guess that Lord Momonga and Lord Helant stood on the same side. Anyone who targeted one would inevitably be drawn toward the other. Just like that arrogant priest from the slain theocracy. I see. Shaltir's eyes lit up in sudden understanding. Every NPC grasped it in an instant. We shall offer the whole world to the supreme beings. Besides admiration for Helant, Herix recalled Nigan's earlier intelligence. Dragons that can rival players probably hold world-class items, he rumbled. Father said they will be our final enemies. Albedo maintained her lovely, serene smile, but her mind raced. Players had come before. Might past supreme beings return? She and Momonga shared the same unspoken question, yet her fear ran deeper. But they abandoned us. There is only one world now. And Nazarick already has 2 supreme beings. No more. A ruthless plan took quiet root in her heart. Novel readers know about Albedo's full personality. Anime-only guys, she was thinking this when you see her trampling and tearing the guild flags in her room when she hatefully mutters Ainsul gown. See conquer the world. In your dreams. Nigan suddenly broke free of the lingering mental compulsion and roared, veins bulging in his neck. He is rude, interrupting like that, Mare muttered, gripping his staff in disgust. Albedo's smile turned icy. Then this meeting is adjourned. She glanced at Nigan with casual disdain. Demiurge, deliver him to the Count of Terror's room. With pleasure. Veins throbbed on Demiurge's forehead. He had not forgotten Nigan's insult to the guild name, and it was Lord Momonga's direct order. Crack. Ah. Bones snapped as Demiurge seized Nigan by the ankle and dragged him across the marble floor toward the exit. Chapter 15, Sasuga Helant-sama. Inside the meeting room. Momonga, do you still remember the world-class item I crafted back then? Helant leaned back casually in his chair, looking across at Momonga with a relaxed smile. Of course I remember, Momonga replied, the red glow in his eye sockets flickering with faint amusement. The faith pool. I put in quite a bit of effort helping you gather materials for it too. Momonga recalled that this man-made world-class item, the only one of its kind officially recognized by Yggdrasil, had a single, deceptively simple function. To collect so-called faith power from believers and convert it into energy that could permanently strengthen attributes and, in theory, break through level limits. In practice, though, its performance in the game had been abysmal. The user had to constantly add friends, bind relationships, and maintain social connections to generate even trickle amounts of faith power. Worse, the number of required bindings scaled infinitely, making it the ultimate white elephant, useless among useless items. Most players mocked it as a novelty at best, a complete waste at worst. Why bring it up now? Momonga asked, tilting his skeletal head. Does it tie into your next plan? With a casual thought from Helant, holy light bloomed softly from his chest, the precise location where the heart of the sanctuary resided. Since crossing over, he had discovered that the item could merge directly into his body, effectively allowing him to carry a small, self-contained world within himself at all times. Helant willed the faith pool to emerge. The gold and silver orb floated out, shrinking to the size of a large apple before settling on the table between them. I haven't told you the full details yet, Helant said, but since the crossover, my faith pool no longer relies on establishing friend relationships to collect faith like it did in the game. As he spoke, he guided the orb to hover in midair. Momonga could clearly see a layer of pure white, silk-like thread spreading within the gold and silver sphere, like a thin, luminous water membrane slowly expanding. This is the faith power produced recently by the NPCs of Nazarick and the 100,000 sanctuary demons within my heart of the sanctuary. In just one day, it can generate over 100 points. That's something that might not have been achieved in 10 years back in Yggdrasil. Momonga sat stunned in his chair. He had no real frame of reference for what over 100 points truly meant in practical terms, but the implications were staggering. Let me demonstrate for you. Helant drew a measured 100 points of faith power from the pool, condensing it into a radiant sphere. With a gentle mental push, he guided the orb directly into Momonga's body. The next second. Boom. Momonga's aura suddenly erupted outward, his presence growing noticeably stronger in an instant, as though an invisible weight had been lifted from his very existence. Momonga, LV, 100, progress, 0.1%, all attributes enhanced, plus 0.1%. This is a permanent attribute enhancement. The red light in Momonga's eye sockets flared brilliantly as he stared at Helant in genuine excitement. For level 100 players in Yggdrasil, attributes had been essentially fixed after max level, aside from equipment swaps, there was no further growth. That was normal for a game. But in this real world, having an upper limit locked felt profoundly insecure. Imagine facing an enemy only slightly stronger than you, knowing you could never surpass them because your potential was capped forever. Your life and death would remain eternally in someone else's hands, an unbearable position. Yet now, Helant Sands, Faith Pool, offered real hope. At the same time, Momonga understood exactly why Helant had chosen to establish the persona of a Holy Domain God Lord. So your plan is to have the people of this world believe in the Holy Domain God Lord, generating faith power that feeds back into us, right? Momonga said. Helant smiled and nodded. Exactly. You heard Nigan's intelligence. Players have come here before. There are items left behind by past players, even world-class items, and dragon lords capable of contending with level 100s. If we can continuously absorb faith power to strengthen ourselves, then in the long run, we'll become truly invincible. Furthermore, Momonga added, a teasing note entering his voice, setting up two factions that appear as incompatible as fire and water will confuse any enemies hiding in the shadows. The Sorcerer King, It seems you want me to play the villain, Helant-san. After Helant's demonstration, Momonga had quickly grasped the key limitation: faith power could only be generated through establishing a faith relationship with Helant himself. "Ah, don't mind it," Helant said with a grin, retracting the faith pool back into his chest. "Your appearance is only suited for playing the villain anyway." "That's indeed the case. Helant-san, since you've decided to collect faith, have you chosen which group?" Momonga already suspected the answer but asked anyway. "Humans," Helant replied without hesitation. "They have the largest population base, and Nigan's intelligence shows they're suffering, bullied by dragon lords, by demon gods, by other races." A look of exaggerated pity crossed his face, almost theatrical. "With them being so pitiful, when I, the savior, descend upon the world, won't that faith power flow easily into my grasp?" Speaking of Nigan's intelligence, Momonga continued, his tone shifting to something more serious, "I've been wanting to tell you something about players. If others can descend, could our other guildmates have come to this world as well? Maybe on a different timeline than us." His voice carried genuine anticipation and a flicker of joy. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. There had been 42 guild members. What if someone else had been online at the very last moment? Helant raised an eyebrow. He very nearly said, "Momonga, you're overthinking it." But after a moment's consideration, he held back. It was good to let the guy hold on to a little hope. After a brief pause, Momonga continued, "I've decided to send Seabass and Solution to the Re-STI's kingdom first to gather intelligence." Seabass and Solution had relatively steady personalities, and their appearances passed perfectly as ordinary humans, ideal for infiltration and information collection. After another pause, he added, "Also, the martial arts of this world are completely different from the warrior skills in Yggdrasil. We need to understand them properly. How about sending Shaltir to investigate that aspect?" "Shaltir?" Helant frowned slightly. In the original plot he remembered, this silly girl had a notorious history of being charmed by, downfall of castle and country, and nearly turning against everyone, only to be subdued by Momonga in a brutal duel. "That works," Helant said after a moment. "Call them all here. I'll summon Demiurge to assign some tasks as well. Greetings, supreme beings." In short order, Shaltir, Seabass, Solution, and Demiurge appeared before the two of them, kneeling in perfect unison. After Momonga finished assigning tasks to Shaltir, Seabass, and Solution, Helant produced 3 deep blue crystal beads from his inventory. "These are world barriers I've refined. Each can block the negative effects of a world-class item once. Keep them safe." Although all 3 received one, the gift was primarily intended for Shaltir. The world barriers were, in truth, ordinary defensive items at base. However, Helant's ultra-rare class, World Alchemist, allowed him to imbue them with the temporary ability to contend with world-class effects, specifically countering single-use control items like downfall of castle and country. Helant had no desire to fight Shaltir, neither he nor Momonga did. After all, 500 million gold coins was an enormous sum, even for Nazarick. "So pretty, thank you, Lord Helantarinsu." Shaltir acted cute without a shred of shame, cradling the bead like a treasure. Creak. Demiurge clenched his fist so hard his gloves creaked, barely restraining himself from exploding on the spot. "Shaltir. Lord Helant is most worried about you." Among the Guardians, Shaltir was arguably the most powerful in pure combat strength, rivaled only by Herrick's, but her blood frenzy introduced dangerous unpredictability. Lord Helant had given her such a precious safeguard precisely because he foresaw the risk. Thinking of this, Demiurge's anger suddenly deflated. "Forget it. I'll give her a proper reminder in private." Lord Helant likely predicted what's going to happen and even predicted me predicting that he predicted all of this. He must have predicted me giving her a proper talk so he wouldn't have to. As expected of a supreme being such as Lord Helant. "Demiurge," Helant said, turning to the demon with a calm smile. "I need you to forge a history regarding the Sorcerer King and the Holy Domain God Lord. Set the timeline to 600 years ago." Hearing this, Demiurge's eyes lit up with understanding. He bowed deeply. "Ah. Now I understand everything, Lord Helant." Momonga tilted his head slightly, looking at Demiurge. "What exactly do you understand?" Chapter 16, Irantal and Well-Behaved Mino. Inside the Water Illumination Codex Bureau, slain theocracy. Synodon had been in a foul mood for days. The Sunlight Scripture, Nigan Grid Lewin and his entire elite cadre, had been utterly annihilated by an undead entity calling itself the Sorcerer King. Clementine had defected, stealing the priceless Crown of Wisdom in the process. And now reports indicated the Ruined Dragon Lord, also known as the Catastrophe Dragon Lord or one of the remaining true Dragon Lords capable of world-threatening destruction, was stirring, on the verge of awakening from its long slumber. Any single one of these crises could shake the theocracy to its foundations. All 3 erupting in quick succession felt like divine punishment. He had spent sleepless hours pondering the same questions. Who, or what, was this sorcerer king? Who was the so-called god of the sanctuary, or holy domain god lord, that had appeared in the reports? And could this mysterious figure named Helant, the self-proclaimed human emissary, be recruited, or at least manipulated, into serving the theocracy's interests? High Priest, you sent for me. A clear, steady male voice pulled Synodon from his brooding thoughts. He forced a thin, practiced smile onto his face. YGGDRASIL. You're here. The newcomer was the fifth seat of the Black Scripture, widely known as the One-Man Army, YGGDRASIL. He bore a striking family resemblance to his infamous younger sister, the rogue Clementine, blonde hair, sharp features, and an almost ethereal beauty that belied his lethal capability. Unlike Clementine's perverse, bloodthirsty nature, YGGDRASIL was the epitome of composure and reliability, the very reason he had been entrusted with overseeing the high-risk operation to charm and control the awakening ruined dragon lord using the world-class item, Downfall of Castle and Country. YGGDRASIL is, Downfall of Castle and Country, ready. It is prepared. We can depart at any time, YGGDRASIL replied with calm respect, bowing slightly. Synodon spoke in a grave tone. You've heard about the destruction of the Sunlight Scripture. YGGDRASIL's expression remained solemn. Annihilated by an undead entity calling itself the Sorcerer King. Will we encounter this being during the mission? A rare flicker of nervousness crossed his otherwise steady features. The Black Scripture's overall strength far surpassed the Sunlight Scriptures, but who, besides YGGDRASIL herself, could confidently claim they could single-handedly wipe out Nigan's elite force? If they crossed paths with a demon god-level threat rivaling YGGDRASIL, there was a very real risk that, Downfall of Castle and Country, the theocracy's most precious mind-control treasure, could be seized or lost. High Priest, YGGDRASIL continued carefully, why proceed with this mission now? Or why not assign it to YGGDRASIL? Even with his ironclad temperament, a trace of anxiety crept into his voice. YGGDRASIL must remain here to safeguard the homeland against unforeseen threats, Synodon explained. The other seats are occupied with their own critical duties. But the ruined dragon lord is awakening. If we can subjugate it with Downfall of Castle and Country, the theocracy gains an unstoppable trump card against any foe, even the Sorcerer King. He sat heavily in his chair, fingers drumming incessantly on the armrest. This was decided by a unanimous vote of the cardinals. My personal opinion carries no weight. YGGDRASIL's chest rose and fell visibly, as though bearing an immense invisible burden. Synodon leaned forward, placing a firm but reassuring hand on YGGDRASIL's shoulder. During this mission, if you encounter unavoidable danger, abandon the operation immediately. I will take full responsibility before the other high priests. But his eyes were earnest, almost pleading. You must bring back Downfall of Castle and Country, at all costs. It is one of the last legacies the six great gods left to protect humanity. Yes, I understand. YGGDRASIL exhaled slowly, the tension easing from his shoulders. With a high priest willing to shield him politically, caution became the priority. If anything felt even slightly off, whether the Sorcerer King, the ruined dragon lord, or this mysterious Helant, he would retreat immediately with the item in hand. No foe could possibly prevent his escape if he chose flight, right? Seeing YGGDRASIL's expression soften, Synodon produced a rolled portrait from his desk and handed it over. This is. The image depicted a tall figure with long white-silver hair and piercing azure eyes. The face was impossibly handsome, radiating an aura of serene holiness that bordered on divine. Helant, Synodon said quietly. If you encounter him during the mission, while ensuring the primary objective's success, evaluate his thoughts, character, and intentions. I need to know whether he can be recruited to serve the theocracy, or if he poses a threat we must eliminate. Yes, High Priest. I will observe him closely. Dusk. Irantal. It's so lively, Lord Helant, it was definitely the right choice to come out with you. On the bustling streets of Irantal, Mino tugged eagerly at Helant's hand, her eyes wide and sparkling as she took in the sights like a child experiencing the world for the first time. The petite sanctuary demon, white hair tied in a low ponytail, clad in a form-fitting black priestess outfit, drew nearly as many stares as Helant himself. Helant, tall and slender in flowing white sacrificial robes, long silver-white hair cascading down his back, exuded an effortless aura of holiness that turned heads everywhere they went. Behind them walked Momonga in full heavy armor, his mom in persona, and Narbril Gamma as Nabe, both maintaining a discreet but vigilant distance. Mino clung shamelessly to Helant's arm, pressing close with a coquettish pout. Look at you, why did I have to beg before you finally agreed to come out and play? The sensation against his arm was pleasant but noticeably less overwhelming than Albedo's. How did you even know I was coming out? Helant asked, looking down with faint amusement. He reached over and vigorously ruffled her hair until it fluffed out like a dandelion. He had originally planned to bring Lupus Regina Beta, but Mino had appeared out of nowhere midway and shamelessly squeezed the wolf girl out of the lineup. Lupus Regina is a priestess, and so am I, Mino said, almond eyes misting over in an exaggerated show of grievance. I'm basically your indirect creation, yet I never get any of the perks. Herix got strengthened into a true demonic dragon, and you even tell bedtime stories to those two brats Aura and Mare. Only me, only I am unloved by you. She huffed, turning her head away dramatically and refusing to meet his eyes. Helant sighed softly and patted her head again, gentler this time. If you want to play, then come along. But tell me in advance next time. Otherwise you'll mess up my plans. Mino had been randomly generated by the Heart of the Sanctuary, world-class item, so her personality settings could not be freely edited. Her loyalty to Helant was absolute, but her setting was lively, mischievous, and occasionally bratty. While most NPCs viewed Helant with something akin to paternal/filial devotion, Mino treated him more like an older brother, albeit one she occasionally flirted with in her playful, teasing way. Seeing that Helant had finally accepted her presence, Mino felt a quiet sense of relief. The tip had come from Demiurge, of course, but she could never tell Helant that. For the Supreme Being's offspring plan, albedo alone was insufficient. Demiurge suggested that they needed more sisters to work together. Helant-san, there's a tavern ahead, Momonga said, stepping forward to lead the group inside. Dingling. The moment they entered, the pungent reek of cheap ale, unwashed bodies, and old sweat assaulted their senses. The noisy clamor inside died instantly at the chime of the door. Every eye in the tavern turned toward the newcomers. Yo, what pampered young master is out playing with beauties? A bald, burly adventurer at a nearby table grinned sleazily, sizing them up. His gaze drifted from Helant to Momonga, both wearing copper-rank adventurer tags, then lingered greedily on Mino and Nabe. So they're just copper-rank show-offs. The bald man licked his lips. Hey, you two pretty boys, these two ladies ain't bad. How about leaving M here for me to have some fun with? Helant and Momonga exchanged a brief glance and let out soft, amused chuckles. There really are a lot of people without eyes. Nabe's hand instinctively moved to her sword hilt, fingers tightening, but before she could draw, Mino gently but firmly pressed her hand back down. Nabe blinked in confusion. Mino's cute little face was alight with eager anticipation. I'll do it. She looked up at Helant, who gave a small nod of permission. Mino stepped forward lightly, almost skipping, toward the bald man. You son of a bitch, she said sweetly, I've been waiting for an idiot like you for a long time. Before the man could even register the insult, Mino delivered a vicious, pinpoint kick straight to the groin, hitting the bullseye with perfect precision. A sickening crack echoed through the tavern. Ouch. Every male present winced involuntarily, hands instinctively moving to protect their own lower regions. Thud. The bald man folded like a shrimp, collapsing to the floor in wordless agony. Mino followed up with a brutal second kick to his lower abdomen, launching him backward. He crashed into the far wall with a heavy impact, slumping in a heap. Momonga turned to Helant, his gaze speaking volumes, really. Helant sighed wearily. She's usually quite well behaved. Right then, a furious scream rang out from the corner. My potion. You'll pay for this. Chapter 17, Casting the Hook. A female adventurer with short, fiery red hair rushed forward, snatching up the shattered remnants of the potion bottle from the floorboards. She panted heavily, face flushed with anger and distress. Look at what you've done. I just bought this potion today, I paid a full gold coin and 10 silver for it. Do you know how long I had to save up for that? Her voice cracked with agitation, and tears shimmered in the corners of her eyes as she clutched the broken glass. It's broken. Mino glanced indifferently at the puddle of spilled blue liquid spreading across the floorboards. Go ask those people for compensation. I'll compensate you. Before Mino could finish, Helant stepped forward smoothly. He produced a small vial from his inventory and placed it gently in the woman's trembling hand. The bright red potion inside shimmered with a seductive, almost hypnotic glow, like fresh blood suspended in crystal, or perhaps a translucent ruby lit from within. Even at a glance, its quality was unmistakably superior to anything commonly sold in a frontier city like Irantal. The female adventurer's eyes widened. She instinctively closed her fingers around the vial. Then, we'll just leave it at that. She gave a quick, awkward bow and hurried out of the tavern, clutching the new potion to her chest like a priceless treasure. Momonga watched her retreating back for a moment, then let his gaze linger on the slowly evaporating blue puddle on the floor. Without a word, he turned and led the group upstairs to the room they had rented. It was only after the door closed and Momonga finished setting up layered, anti-surveillance magic, and silence barriers that Mino finally puffed out her fair little cheeks in feigned indignation. You actually gave away one of the potions we worked day and night to produce. That kick of yours just now was truly beyond my expectations, Helant replied, reaching over to pinch her cheek gently until the puff deflated. I thought at most you'd use magic. Not that. Some trash supreme being never bothers to understand people deeply, Mino grumbled, shooting him a resentful sideways glance. He doesn't even know I like close combat. Since Herix could be upgraded into a true demonic dragon, why couldn't she be shifted into a melee-focused class? The unfairness of it all. At that moment, Momonga finished the last of his defensive wards and turned to Helant. Helant-san, the potion that woman had just now was blue, completely different from anything in Yggdrasil. He paused, then continued, I used appraisal magic on the residue. Although the effect is weak compared to ours, it does have a genuine restorative property. You want to study it? Helant sat down casually on the edge of the bed. Momonga's personality had always leaned toward caution. Whenever something fell outside his knowledge, his first instinct was to analyze and understand it thoroughly. Nabe, who had been silently wiping down surfaces with meticulous care, suddenly straightened. Her voice was cold and matter-of-fact. This subordinate believes we should simply seize the local apothecary. Yes. Seize them, figure out the formula, and if it's useful, set up a production line, make them work 24 hours a day without rest. Mino's eyes lit up with manic excitement, small pink fists clenched. Don't worry, Helant said with a knowing smile. An apothecary will come looking for us tomorrow. Momonga tilted his head slightly. Helant-san, why do you say that? Why say that? Should I just admit I've read the script? When that female adventurer receives a completely unknown potion of obviously superior quality, Helant explained patiently, the first thing she'll do is take it to a professional for appraisal. And who better to appraise potions than an apothecary? Momonga's crimson gaze sharpened as understanding dawned. A professional would be an apothecary. The potion you gave her is clearly more potent, so he'll likely come looking for us, either to inquire about the manufacturing process or to secure a purchasing channel. Wow. That's a... Whoosh. Lord Momonga, Lord Helant, good day. A soft swirl of darkness opened in the corner of the room, and Albedo stepped gracefully through the portal. She bowed deeply in greeting, her movements elegant and precise. Helant's eyes brightened the moment he saw her. Today Albedo wore a sharp, tailored women's suit, black with subtle silver accents, that hugged her figure perfectly. Okay. Her hair is silver in this FIC. Just deal with it. Think of it as a ripple effect of MC shushing face, image. Her long silver hair was gathered into a single high ponytail, giving her an air of crisp professionalism while accentuating the graceful curve of her neck and shoulders. The outfit displayed her generous curves and feminine charm to devastating effect. After rising from her bow, her golden eyes softened instantly into pure adoration as she glided toward Helant. Lord Helant, I missed you. Albedo, why are you here? Mino bared her little tiger fangs, the fire in her eyes igniting at once. Albedo pressed her voluptuous body directly against Helant's chest, glancing sideways at the petite sprout who barely reached her collarbone. Naturally, to find the one I love most. Sparks practically flew between their gazes. Albedo had only just learned that Mino had shamelessly stolen the spot originally reserved for Lupus Regina. The news had triggered a faint but very real sense of crisis. A supreme being could certainly have multiple women, but there was only one position for the main wife. Since Mino and Helant were both sanctuary demons, the probability of producing offspring was extremely high. Albedo's terrifying intellect immediately ran the simulation. If she gets to him first and bears a child, she might rise to power through the bloodline. Helant wrapped an arm around Albedo's impossibly slender waist, barely a handful, and savored the soft, fragrant warmth of the succubus against him. Then he felt his other arm being claimed by a smaller, noticeably less plush body. He glanced back. Mino, of course. No wonder it wasn't quite as soft. The smell of gunpowder in Mino's eyes was almost visible. Her love for Helant was no less intense than Albedo's, she simply expressed it differently, teasing, mischievous, occasionally bratty. The tension in the room thickened palpably. Nabe leaned close to Momonga and whispered, Lord Momonga, I believe it would be prudent for us to step outside. You're right. Momonga followed her suggestion without hesitation. They slipped out and closed the door softly behind them. Albedo tilted her head back, red lips parting slightly as she exhaled a warm, orchid-scented breath against Helant's neck. Hell. I want a kiss. Helant never refused such requests. He sat fully on the bed and gently pulled Albedo onto his lap. Ah. The warm, moist sensation was intoxicating. He didn't even notice Mino's expression, eyes glistening as though she were on the verge of tears. Lord Helant, I want one too. Not to be outdone, Mino forced her way between them. Albedo's generous bosom easily accommodated the smaller girl. Feeling Mino's comparatively uncompetitive frame pressed against her, Albedo suddenly let out a soft, amused chuckle. With a figure like that, how could she possibly compete with a succubus? Helant looked down at Mino, now wedged awkwardly between him and Albedo, and couldn't help but laugh. Mino, stop squeezing. He gently pulled her free. But. I. Seeing the lingering hurt and tension on her face, he softened his voice. Although Albedo is very sexy and feminine, Mino, you have an advantage she doesn't. Mino's large eyes sparkled instantly. An advantage over Albedo? What is it? Helant rubbed her head affectionately. Even though you're mischievous, black-hearted, and don't have the best figure, you're cute. Mino's expression froze. Tears shimmered in her eyes as the words sank in. Lord Helant, are you looking at me like a child? Tears dripped from her eyes. I'm over 100 years old. I'm an adult. That was Mino's deepest fear. She had always dreamed of a figure like Albedo's precisely because she believed it was what Helant preferred. If Helant viewed her as a child like Aura and Mare, then she would be completely out of the running. Chapter 18, Clementine. Inside the rented room at the tavern in Irantal. How can he treat me like a child when I'm 100 years old? Ugh. Just as Mino spiraled deeper into her aggrieved thoughts, something soft yet oppressively heavy suddenly enveloped her head, pressing down until she could barely draw breath. MMPH. Albedo, what are you doing? Mino-chan, Albedo purred, voice dripping with smug satisfaction, you must remember I am the main wife. She firmly mashed Mino's small face deeper into the plush valley of her chest. MMPH. MMPH. Albedo. The sheer difference in size and softness made Mino's struggles almost comical, her tiny hand slapped futilely against the rippling curves, creating waves that only emphasized the disparity. Albedo looked down at the squirming girl trapped in her embrace, lips curling into a triumphant, disdainful smile. To think she had actually felt a flicker of worry about her position being usurped by this little sprout. She reached down casually and palmed Mino's flat chest, letting out a soft, mocking laugh. My worries were completely unnecessary. Seeing Mino's face turning an alarming shade of red from lack of air, Helant finally intervened with a helpless smile. Albedo, you've come at the right time. I have a task for you. Albedo released Mino instantly, posture straightening into perfect deference as she turned to Helant with shining golden eyes. Poha. That damn bitch. Mino gasped, wiping her mouth and glaring daggers at Albedo, tears of humiliation glistening in the corners of her eyes. I need you to arrange for agents to infiltrate the Roble Holy Kingdom, Helant said calmly. Stir up internal divisions while amplifying external threats from the demi-human tribes. Also, we've demiurges forged historical records into the narrative there as well, make the people believe the Sorcerer King and the Holy Domain God Lord have been at odds since ancient times. Albedo's expression turned serious, mind already racing through logistics. Lord Helant, do you intend to seize the Holy Kingdom first? Since Helant and Momonga had chosen to operate in the YGGDRASIL kingdom as adventurers, Albedo had naturally assumed that kingdom would be the initial target. The Holy Kingdom borders numerous demi-human tribes and has been locked in near-constant border wars for generations. They desperately yearn for peace and a savior. Helant trailed off meaningfully. Albedo's sharp intellect connected the dots immediately. Compared to the relatively stable, if corrupt and decaying, YGGDRASIL kingdom, a holy kingdom plunged into utter chaos would have far greater and more immediate need for a divine figure to deliver them from destruction. Understood. Her voice softened again, turning sultry as she stepped closer, thighs subtly rubbing together. Then. Hell shouldn't we? No. Mino threw both arms around Helant's neck in an instant, glaring at Albedo like a territorial kitten. Albedo chuckled low in her throat, pursing her lips teasingly before stepping gracefully into a waiting portal. Well then, Lord Helant, I'm off. The portal closed with a soft snap. Mino remained clinging tightly to Helant's chest, refusing to let go. Mino. Your level is too low, Helant said gently, shaking his head. You're no match for a succubus like Albedo in a battle of seduction. Usually so lively and full of tricks, Mino's inexperience showed painfully when pitted against a bad woman like Albedo. 2 moves and she was already outclassed. Don't worry, Helant continued, stroking her ruffled white hair. In my eyes, you're not a child. You'll be just like Albedo someday. Mino's large eyes sparkled with sudden hope. Then, a kiss. Wait until you've developed a bit more. Ah. You bastard, Helant. Later that night, the tavern downstairs was far quieter than the raucous afternoon scene. Only a handful of scattered patrons remained, nursing mugs of beer in near silence. The thick stench of old sweat and stale alcohol had settled into something almost mellow under the dim lamplight. For the first time since arriving, Helant truly felt the atmosphere of an isekai'd tavern. Your drink, sir. The owner set a heavy mug of ale in front of him. The beer carried a rich, honest aroma of malt and aged oak barrels. The liquid was surprisingly clear, not the usual murky swill, glowing a bright, golden yellow in the flickering lamplight. A pity Momonga can't drink this, Helant murmured to himself, resting his head on one hand. He didn't actually drink. He simply sat, savoring the rare moment of mundane peace in this unfamiliar world. Hey there, handsome. Are you alone? Helant glanced up slightly. A pair of fair, beautiful, toned, powerfully muscled thighs passed through his field of vision. Their owner slid gracefully into the seat across from him. I see you're all by yourself. Something weighing on your mind. She spoke with a playful, flirtatious lilt, lips curved in an inviting smile. Helant studied her openly. She wore a dark cloak thrown loosely over her shoulders. Beneath it, only a brassiere and shorts, both pieces studded generously with adventurer identification plates that clinked softly with every movement. Short blonde hair framed a deceptively cute face, crimson eyes glinting with mischief and something darker. Clementine, the infamous former ninth seat of the Black Scripture, now a rogue serial killer with a fetish for collecting adventurer plates from her victims. Interesting. Helant let out a soft, almost melancholic sigh. He lowered his azure eyes slightly, cultivating an air of gentle loneliness. There's no one to drink with me. It's rather boring. Under the dim yellow lamplight, his flawless, holy features took on an unexpectedly soft, almost vulnerable beauty. The usual divine aura carried a faint trace of ambiguity that made him seem approachable. Clementine felt a slight ripple stir in her chest, something unfamiliar that went beyond her usual urge to destroy and collect. I want a taste. She reached across impulsively, picked up his untouched mug, tilted her head back, and downed the entire beer in several large, unladylike gulps. Amber liquid spilled from the corners of her mouth, trickled down her chin, slid along the graceful column of her neck, and finally vanished into the deep valley between her breasts. Damn. Delicious. She curled her lips into a satisfied, predatory smile and exhaled a faint breath of malt-scented alcohol. And you are, Miss Clementine. I am Helant. Helant's gaze roamed openly over her fair, smooth skin. You're alone too, I see. Clementine noticed where his eyes lingered and deliberately shrugged her cloak farther back, exposing more of her shapely chest and the clinking collection of plates. Heh. Of course. It must be fate. Her crimson eyes wandered across Helant in return, finally settling on the copper-colored adventurer plate pinned to his chest. She also noticed the hidden letter tucked discreetly beneath his chair, left earlier by the Zuranon defector Kadjit as part of their original plan. She had come here intending to meet Kadjit and use the stolen Crown of Wisdom for some chaotic fun. But now. Especially after seeing that copper plate. So, a noble young master out on a journey, Clementine purred, naturally assuming Helant must be some pampered aristocrat playing adventurer. Only nobles had features that perfect. What's wrong, Miss Clementine? You've been staring at me. Helant instinctively touched the plate on his chest, recalling Clementine's well-documented fetish for killing adventurers and collecting their identification tags as trophies. The dozens of plates studded across her brassiere and shorts were proudly on display. Oh my, how lewd. Clementine tapped her own chest lightly, making the plates clink enticingly. Staring at my chest like that, are you planning something naughty? And you've been staring at me, Miss Clementine. Are you also planning something naughty? Helant straightened slightly, azure eyes meeting crimson without flinching. Clementine's cheeks flushed a genuine pink, but her tone remained teasing. Oh my, I've been caught. How embarrassing. She leaned in closer, close enough that Helant could smell the faint alcohol and blood scent clinging to her skin, and quietly swiped the hidden letter from beneath his chair with practiced sleight of hand. Well then, handsome, I'm off. She rose gracefully, deliberately swaying her slender, fair waist in front of Helant's eyes as she sauntered toward the door. Helant naturally noticed the little theft. Clementine has arrived, he murmured to himself. At this time, she should be on her way to find Kadjit. He leaned back in his chair, a faint smile playing on his lips. Still, her figure is surprisingly good. I think he wants her. Well. Clementine's body always makes me weak. Those Rule 34 posts are not helping either. Chapter 19, The Swords of Darkness. Early the next morning, Helant, Momonga, Mino, and Narbril arrived at the Erantil Adventurers Guild. The spacious hall buzzed with the low hum of activity, adventurers checking the massive bulletin board, clerks sorting parchments behind the counter, and the occasional clink of armor or weapons being adjusted. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, illuminating the colorful array of quest notices pinned across the enormous board. The four of them stood frozen before it, staring at the rows of looping, angular script. Helant-san, Momonga sent via private message, do you recognize the writing? I don't, Helant replied, eyes narrowed at the abstract scribbles. For a long moment, he was genuinely speechless. He had completely forgotten, Japanese was not the universal language of the cosmos. Hey, don't tell me you're illiterate. Mino nudged Helant's waist with her elbow and flashed a mischievous grin. Helant looked down at her seriously. You can read it. I can't, Mino admitted with a shrug, completely unbothered. They had been standing there long enough that their striking appearances, Helant's holy, silver-haired beauty, Mino's doll-like priestess charm, Momonga's imposing black armor, and Narbral's cold elegance, began drawing stares and murmurs from the other adventurers in the guild hall. Those people, why have they been standing in front of the bulletin board for so long? If you ask me, they're probably nobles trying to experience life, and now they're stuck worrying over quests. The other adventurers in the guild hall cast their gazes toward them. Even while wearing armor, Momonga felt a little uncomfortable. Just as he was about to pick one at random, Helant moved. Helant stepped up to the receptionist and smiled. "Excuse me, may I take on mithril rank quests or higher?" "Certainly, wait, no." The receptionist slapped her cheeks to snap herself out of it. "Sir, your rank is copper. For your safety, I really cannot process quests of mithril rank or higher for you. I am a magic caster capable of using third-tier spells, and my friends are all warriors and magic casters of the same caliber." Helant paused, a look of disappointment suddenly crossing his face. "I thought I would be able to take on quests that matched our actual strength." Helant lowered his eyes slightly, giving off a melancholy air that tugged at the receptionist's heartstrings. She quickly said, "Please don't worry. I will find the most difficult copper rank quest for you and make sure you reach mithril rank as quickly as possible." Helant turned back and gave Momonga a wink. "Done." Being handsome really has its perks, Momonga could not help remarking. "Heh, a man who sells his looks." Mino's eyes were still glued to Helant. Excuse me. Since you want to level up quickly, why not assist us?" Peter Mock approached Helant and extended an invitation. "We are a silver-ranked adventurer group. If you help us on our silver-rank quests, you'll level up faster than by taking copper-rank quests." After saying that, Peter gave a kind smile and stood beside the Swords of Darkness team. He scratched the back of his head. He had noticed Helant and the others earlier. They were good-looking and dressed exquisitely, so Peter judged them to be nobles out to experience life. A team of pure rookies like this taking on quests blindly could easily suffer heavy losses. Remembering his own awkwardness when he first started as an adventurer, he decided to help them. Helant looked at Momonga, and both nodded in agreement. "Then, we'll be in your care." Inside the first-floor lounge of the Adventurers Guild. "I am the leader of the Swords of Darkness, Peter Mock," Peter said as he introduced them one by one. "This is the Ranger, Lucrut Volve. This is the Druid, Dine Woodwonder. And finally, this is the Magic Caster, Ninja." When Ninja was introduced, she gave Helant and the others a shy smile. "Hello." The frivolous-looking Lucrut chimed in, "Don't underestimate her. She's a natural talent holder." "Oh." Momonga's interest was piqued. "Her talent is magic aptitude, which cuts the time needed to learn magic in half," Peter continued, proudly introducing Ninja. "I'm honored to be born with this ability," Ninja said shyly. "However, speaking of talents, there's someone in this city who is quite famous." "Nymphyria Barrier, right?" Helant interjected. "Yes. Nymphyria Barrier's talent is the ability to use any magic item," Peter continued. Upon hearing this, Momonga immediately became alert and sent a private message. "Helant-san, this Nymphyria Barrier is dangerous." Being able to use any magic item meant he could freely use many items with strict requirements but extraordinary power. Momonga could not help but start worrying. If such a talent existed in just the city of Irantal, then how many people in the entire world possessed even more outrageous talents? He had to be cautious. "Don't worry, Momonga. He'll come looking for us on his own in a bit. We'll have plenty of time to study him then." After finishing the private message, Helant turned to the group and said, "After all that, I forgot to introduce us. I am Helant. He is Momon. And these are Mino and Nabe." "Hello," Mino and Nabe greeted coldly. Just then, a guild attendant knocked on the door and said, "Mr. Helant, the apothecary, Mr. Nymphyria Barrier, has specifically requested you for a commission." Momonga looked at Helant in surprise. "Impressive, Helant-san. He really did come." He had not forgotten that, whether it was yesterday or just now, Helant had said the apothecary Nymphyria Barrier would actively come seeking them. Downstairs, a thin, yellow-haired figure stood in the hall. Seeing Helant and the others, he called out in greeting, "Hello, I am Nymphyria Barrier." No sooner had he spoken than Narbral took a few steps forward, preparing to draw her sword and slay Nymphyria. At the same time, Momonga moved quickly and delivered a chop to the top of Narbral's head. Narbral clutched her head and turned in confusion. "Lord M.O. Lord Momon, but..." Momonga whispered helplessly, "Don't act without thinking. Even if you are going to kill him, do not do it in front of everyone." Fortunately, it all happened in an instant. Aside from Helant and Mino, no one noticed Narbral's movement just now. Mino looked at Narbral, who was holding her head with a cold expression, and smirked. "Oh, Narb, how cute." Narbral sighed helplessly. "Lady Mino, please do not mock me." Helant walked straight down the stairs to Nymphyria and asked, "Why did you specifically request us?" "I heard from other adventurers that a very powerful lady came to the tavern yesterday and defeated a copper rank adventurer in a single move." Nymphyria turned his head, his gaze falling on Mino. "So I figured that since you are with her, you must also be very strong. Besides, you are all copper rank adventurers, so the commission fee is relatively cheap." After saying that, he scratched his cheek in embarrassment. It was not because he wanted to take advantage of them, but because a red-haired female adventurer had come to his shop yesterday, and the extremely valuable potion she produced had come from the hands of the person before him. As an apothecary, he understood the value of that potion very well. It just so happened that he was going to Karn village tomorrow, so he could use this commission as an excuse to get close to them and investigate properly. In truth, his attention was on Helant because the potion the girl had brought yesterday was of astonishing quality, something almost impossible to refine successfully with current human techniques. Helant looked at Momonga, who nodded and said, "Then let's add the Swords of Darkness team as well." "No problem," Nymphyria Barrier agreed readily. Chapter 20, What's your plan with her? Night had fully descended upon Erantil, and the tavern's warm, amber glow spilled through the grimy windows, carving a golden shaft of light across the otherwise pitch-black street. Clementine stood just outside, drawing in a slow breath laced with the heavy scent of spilled ale, wood smoke, and the faint metallic tang of old blood that always seemed to cling to places like this. The memory of last night's drink still haunted her tongue, sharp, malty, with that lingering bite of oak barrel and alcohol burn, so vivid that her feet had carried her here almost of their own accord. She licked her lips slowly, a predatory little smile forming. Helant-san. I wonder if he saved me a mug. The image of the white-haired adventurer rose unbidden in her mind, those striking features, that easy confidence. It made her mouth water anew, as though the beer from yesterday were still sliding down her throat. She pushed the heavy door open with a casual shove. Jingle. Inside, the tavern's lamplight bathed everything in rich, honeyed hues. Helant sat at the very same corner table as the night before, posture relaxed, a full mug of untouched beer resting before him like an offering. The instant his eyes met hers, they brightened. A small, genuine smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Perfect Clementine's steps lightened instantly. Beneath her dark cloak, her long, pale legs flashed with each stride, smooth skin catching the flickering light like polished marble. She reached the table and flicked the cloak aside with deliberate flair, letting it pool around the chair as she sat. Helant-san's gaze followed the graceful curve of her waist, then lingered on the full swell of her hips pressing against the worn wood. Without preamble, she snatched the mug and took a deep, appreciative sip, savoring the cool foam against her lips. "Oh my, Helant-san," she purred, voice low and teasing. "Were you actually waiting for me?" A wicked grin curved her mouth, scarlet eyes glimmering with dark expectation. I was about to give up hope, Helant-san replied gently, though amusement danced in his tone. "Miss Clementine, if you delayed any longer, I'd have had no choice but to head home alone." Umph. Her eyes sparkled, outer corners lifting in delight. "Waiting this late into the night? Are you plotting something naughty?" She slid her chair closer with a soft scrape, leaning in until her beer-scented breath ghosted warmly against his ear. "Thinking of doing something bad with me? Or to me?" Helant let out a soft, exaggerated sigh at the provocation. "I've accepted an escort job. I'm leaving town tomorrow, for a few days, at least. I thought someone might miss me, so I came to say goodbye properly." Clementine took another long swallow, lashes lowering to veil her gaze. For a brief moment, she fell silent, the playful mask slipping just enough to reveal something almost thoughtful beneath. "What's with that expression?" Helant-san teased lightly. "Are you actually going to miss me?" She raised the mug again, gulping deeply before turning her face away with feigned indifference. "Who would miss you?" "I'm just a little worried, that's all." Her slender finger tapped the modest copper adventurer tag pinned to his chest, the metal cool against her skin. "A tiny copper rank like you could die in a heartbeat out there. It would be such a shame to waste a pretty face like yours." "Tiny copper rank?" Helant-san arched a brow, voice laced with mock offense. "You sound awfully confident in your own strength, Miss Clementine." "Of course I'm strong." Clementine straightened proudly in her seat. The layered plates of conquered adventurer tags, gleaming metal sewn into the bodice of her revealing armor, caught the lamplight and flashed like scales on some exotic beast. She tapped them with one jade-pale finger, making the metal chime softly. "Every single tag here came from someone I broke. So tell me, am I strong, or am I strong?" "Oh." Helant reached out and touched one at random, eyebrows rising. "Adamantite class. Impressive. It took everything I had to bring that one down," she boasted, pride blazing openly in her eyes as she watched for his reaction. "But I did it. And I kept the proof. Incredible, Miss Clementine." "A true rival for the kingdom's own warrior chief," Helant said in exaggerated awe, blue eyes widening theatrically. "Here I was, only noticing your beauty. How shallow of me. Umph. Her soft laugh made her creamy chest rise and fall enticingly. When you return, you can tag along under my protection. I'll keep the monsters off you. Clementine narrowed her eyes, a secret smile playing on her lips. By the time Helant came back, YGGDRASIL would have drowned Helant in undead. The city would be a playground of corpses, nothing left to threaten someone like him. She could take him adventuring properly then. The thought sent a delicious thrill through her. Helant hid a faint smile of his own. Clementine was unexpectedly cute in her twisted way. He'd half expected her to come after his own tag. Instead, she seemed almost fond. Then I'll thank you in advance, Miss Clementine. His sunny grin and handsome features made something flutter in her chest. She swallowed, cheeks warming despite herself. She shifted even closer, the heat of his body brushing hers. Nice brew. Strong finish, she murmured, deliberately swaying so her pale skin gleamed under the light. When she feigned unsteadiness, Helant steadied her with a hand at her waist. Cool, silken skin met his palm. Clementine took the invitation and slid smoothly into his lap. I'm fine. Not drunk at all. Helant sighed. I didn't ask. Feeling suddenly too eager, she pushed lightly against his chest and changed tack. So, where exactly is this job taking you? Karn Village. Helant studied her clear scarlet eyes and grinned. Look at you, tipsy already. Shall I walk you home? Clementine flushed, voice turning airy with mock indignation. Pervert. I'll see myself home just fine. She rose gracefully, flashing one long, pale leg as she turned. Stay there a good long while, all right. Jingle. The door shut behind her. Clementine vanished into the night. Helant-san, aren't Albedo and Mino enough for you? You're still out here flirting. Momonga, fully armored as the dark warrior Momon, dropped heavily onto the bench opposite. Clementine is a former member of the slain theocracy's Black Scripture, Helant replied, all traces of levity vanishing. After deserting, she slipped into the kingdom. Now she's plotting with a necromancer named YGGDRASIL. Momonga tilted his head slightly. Gathering intel, then. No, he's just a hopeless skirt chaser. Mino popped up from nowhere, big eyes brimming with accusation. Helant lifted her effortlessly onto his lap and ruffled her hair. She came to me. Blame my overwhelming charm. Mino nestled against him with a pout. I don't care. I want to be the main wife. Helant ignored the declaration. Claiming the title would require getting past Albedo first, an impossible feat, so. Black Scripture, Momonga mused. Helant-san. What's your plan with her? She and the necromancer intend to drown Helant in undead, Helant explained calmly. We'll let them proceed, then swoop in to save the city. Excellent publicity for both of us. Chapter 21, Misunderstood Pedigree. By the edge of the forest, the carriage wheels ground along the narrow, rutted path, jolting over roots and stones with rhythmic thumps that echoed through the trees. Seated on the bench, Ninya stared at Helant in a quiet daze. Her staff rested loosely in her lap, knuckles pale from gripping it too tightly. Her mouth hung slightly open before she caught herself and closed it slowly, cheeks warming under the scrutiny. Helant turned his head, catching her gaze. What's wrong? You've been staring at me since we left this morning. Cough cough. The moment the words left his lips, every head in the carriage swiveled toward Ninya, curious, amused, expectant. Peter Mock, leader of the Swords of Darkness, chuckled. Yeah, Ninya. From the crack of dawn until now, your eyes haven't left Mr. Helant once. Got something on your mind? The sudden attention prickled across Ninya's skin like nettles. She fidgeted, voice small. Well. Mino leaned in, nudging Helant with her elbow and whispering just loud enough for the others to hear, does this little girl have a crush on you or what? Little girl. Helant blinked in genuine surprise. Even Momonga, sharp as he was, hadn't immediately clocked Ninya as female beneath her boyish attire and mannerisms. Yet Mino had picked it up effortlessly. You noticed. A girl's intuition, obviously. Mino rolled her eyes dramatically. She's been glued to you the whole ride. How could I miss it? Helant considered for a moment, then offered a gentle smile. It's probably not romantic. Something else, I'd wager. Ninya, unused to being the center of so many gazes, finally found her voice, hesitant but earnest. I actually wanted to ask. Mr. Helant, Mr. Momon, Mino, Miss Nabe, you don't really seem like typical adventurers. More like pampered nobles, honestly. The way you carry yourselves, the gear. Why choose this life at all? The question hung in the air like a thrown gauntlet. It instantly sharpened the curiosity of the Swords of Darkness and Fiery alike. After all, most adventurers risked their lives for coin, scraping by meal to meal in a world that offered no guarantees. Given the choice between noble comforts and the adventurer's uncertain grind, nearly anyone would pick luxury without a second thought. Yet Helant and his companions radiated none of the desperation, none of the rough edges of survival. While the others stared openly, Nymphyria used the moment to study Helant more closely. The platinum-colored priest robes were unmistakably high-grade magical items, alchemical weave, subtle enchantments shimmering at the seams. His skin was fair and flawless, untouched by sun or hardship, every detail screamed meticulous care. And when Nymphyria's eyes lingered on Helant's strikingly handsome features, a flicker of jealousy twisted in his chest before he could suppress it. In terms of looks alone, Helant outshone anyone Nymphyria had ever met. Yesterday's casual production of that blood-red recovery potion still nagged at him too. A noble from the Empire. Or maybe even the slain theocracy. The speculation churned quietly behind his polite expression. Helant laughed softly, adopting a playful tone. All right, I'll reveal a little, nothing too deep. Some time ago, I was badly injured by a demon god. Had to recuperate nearby, out of the public eye. He deliberately glanced at Momonga as he spoke the words demon god, a faint spark of shared amusement passing between them. As luck would have it, I ran into my good friend Momonga here. He was tracking down another one of those demon gods at the time. We talked it over and decided, why not become adventurers while we continue the hunt? Keeps us sharp, lets us blend in. Haha, Mr. Helant, you're quite the storyteller, Ninya replied politely, though her tone carried gentle skepticism. A demon god? That's a stretch. Demon gods haven't walked the land since the era of the 13 heroes. Peter nodded along, taking it as a light deflection. Mr. Helant clearly didn't want to share his true origins and had spun a tall tale instead. As the carriage neared the forest's shadowy fringe, Peter shifted to practical matters. Speaking of which, Mr. Helant, Mr. Momonga, there are goblin packs in these woods. If you don't have at least Mithra rank strength, stay sharp. They're more dangerous than they look. At the words, Narberyl's hand snapped to her sword hilt. She took half a step forward, posture rigid as a drawn bowstring, eyes flashing with icy fury. Damned maggot, how dare you question the Supreme? Nabe. Apologies, Lord Momonga. A sudden chill raced down Peter's spine. He caught the edge of Momonga quietly reprimanding Nabe, their voices too low to make out, but the tension was palpable. Momonga cleared his throat. Ah, thank you for your warning. Helant suppressed his laugh and turned back to Ninya with an easy smile. About the 13 heroes, could you tell me more? The kingdom's records are spotty at best. Ninya brightened slightly, grateful for the change of subject. Well, since so much has been lost or exaggerated over the centuries, I only know the broad strokes. Their leader was incredibly strong, started weak, supposedly, but grew to dominate the group. There was a black knight famous for wielding multiple legendary blades, the Four Swords of Darkness. That's actually where our team name comes from. She smiled shyly. We dream of finding even one someday. Helant chuckled. Don't you need our help with the goblins ahead? It's just a dozen or so, Ninya said, cheeks tinting pink. The leader probably spotted they weren't too numerous and wants to show off a bit, prove to you newcomers how we handle them. Dine nodded sagely from his seat. Don't let their ugly, stupid looks fool you. Goblins are clever, ambushes, traps, numbers. New adventurers fall to them all the time. Helant and Momonga watched with quiet interest as Peter and Lucrut moved to confront the initial goblin scouts, blades drawn and stances confident. A few goblins, however, slipped past the front line unnoticed, creeping through the underbrush to circle behind, poised for a classic pincer. Momonga, Helant murmured, voice low, this world really doesn't let us underestimate anything. Even goblins know how to set up proper ambushes. Precisely, Momonga replied, armored form still as stone. If creatures this low have tactical cunning, we must remain vigilant at all times. Goo goo gaga. As the words faded, the goblins encircling Peter and Lucrut erupted in guttural cries. The ground trembled faintly under pounding feet, chaotic rustling exploded from the forest depths. Hundreds of goblins poured out, snarling, claws bared, saliva dripping from jagged fangs, far more than the scouts had suggested. Momonga, Helant said calmly, eyes narrowing, he really wasn't exaggerating. Their intelligence isn't low at all. They've mastered baiting and flanking. Chapter 22, Severed Limbs and Cooling Corpses. Wah. Hundreds of goblins erupted from the tree lean, surging across the grass like a viscous tide of green filth rolling downhill, snarling, weapons raised, eyes gleaming with feral hunger. Not good. Ninya gripped her staff tighter, knuckles white, and shouted toward the encircled Peter and Lucrut. Get back. There are trolls mixed in with the goblins. Peter pivoted instantly, stance widening as he scanned the forest. Amid the swarming horde, 3-meter brutes lumbered forward, massive clubs dragging furrows in the earth. Each thunderous step sent tremors through the ground. Lucrut, we break through. Peter's stomach twisted. Hundreds of goblins plus trolls, this was steel-rank suicide at best. I think, we're not breaking through anywhere, Lucrut replied, voice heavy with grim acceptance. Peter glanced back. The smaller goblins clung like rabid parasites, shrieking in delight as they dragged more of their kin into the fray. By the time he ripped the last one free, dozens more had already closed the ring around him. He gritted his teeth, gaze cutting past the mob to Ninya and Dine. Take Nfiria and run. Now. Ninya angled her staff, mana flickering at the tip, but hesitated. Damn it, they're too close. I'd hit you too. Whack. Whack. From farther off, another wave howled and charged the wagon. To the goblins, Ninya, Nfiria, and Helant were fresh, easy meat, drool streamed from jagged fangs as they closed in. Nfiria sat rigid on the driver's bench, shirt drenched in cold sweat, staring at the oncoming green avalanche. Are we really going to die here? Despair settled like lead in the hearts of the Swords of Darkness and the young pharmacist. Fourth tier spell, Arrows of Starlight. Helent's voice cut through the din, calm, almost gentle. Dozens of luminous motes coalesced into radiant bolts that shimmered like captured starlight, then streaked forward like falling meteors. Swish. 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 Arg. Every arrow found its mark, piercing goblin skulls and torsos with surgical precision. Not a single one missed. The ring around Peter and Lucrut disintegrated in seconds. Mr. Helant, the two adventurers gasped in unison, shock freezing them mid-swing. Helant was already forming two more volleys, glowing points orbiting his hands. It's still battle time. No time to gawk. Right, battle time. Momonga drew two massive, ostentatious greatswords and leaped into the fray. He spun like a living whirlwind, anything the blades touched parted in sprays of gore. Lightning arced wildly around Narbril, chaining from goblin to troll in crackling bursts that left charred husks smoking on the grass. Eat my axe. Mino hefted a battle axe larger than herself and hurled it with terrifying force. The spinning blade carved a wide, bloody swath through the ranks, embedding in a troll's chest with a wet crunch. Ninya swallowed hard, eyes wide. So strong. Peter stood rooted, dazed. I actually thought I'd show these people how it's done. 10 minutes later, the field was a charnel house of severed limbs and cooling corpses. The sharp, metallic reek of blood hung thick in the air, clinging to clothes and skin. Ninya stared at Helant in open awe. You're incredible. Only the legendary warrior chief of the kingdom could match that kind of power. Peter approached, cheeks burning with embarrassment. I thought you were green, wanted to demonstrate for you. Helant and his companions didn't even have dirt on their cloaks. Unlimited third and fourth tier spells, blades and axes that turned battle into slaughter, Peter offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. Maybe they lacked field experience, but their strength was beyond question. Narbril sneered down at him. Foolish insect. You've glimpsed scarcely 1/10,000th of the Supra, Lord Helant and Lord Momon's true might. The blood stink was growing nauseating. Helant waved a hand. Let's clean up and move on. We still have distance to cover before nightfall. Night had fallen by the time they made camp. Pine logs snapped and popped in the campfire, flames leaping to paint flickering shadows across their faces. The group sat in a loose circle, exhaustion giving way to quiet chatter. Nfiria, why Karn village? Peter asked, knowing the pharmacist made regular trips there. Nfiria's cheeks flushed crimson. There's a girl there. I like her. Oh. Lucrut slung a companionable arm around his shoulders. Did you catch her yet? Nfiria sighed, shoulders slumping. I don't know if she feels the same. Laughter rippled around the fire, light, understanding. Youthful love was a rite of passage they'd all stumbled through. Momonga lounged beside Helant, voice low and teasing. Back when Buku was chasing you in the old days, she was just as shy at first. Then she got bold and nearly drugged me into sealing the deal, Helant sighed, a fond, exasperated memory surfacing. What are you sighing for? Mino latched onto his arm, pressing close with deliberate mischief. In Helent's mind, the image of the unsinkable commander and the skilled voice actor Bukabukagama briefly overlapped with Mino's lively energy. Maybe that echo of protectiveness was why accepting albedo had felt smoother. Definitely not about chest size. You two are a couple, right? Ninya asked suddenly, eyes sharp despite the firelight. Mino straightened proudly, beaming. Sharp eyes. You noticed. I heard nobles marry young. You're so close, are you? Helant cut in smoothly. You're mistaken. We're not nobles. Ninya blinked. You're not. Helant seized the opening. I'm a human emissary of the holy domain god lord. Essentially clergy. Holy domain god lord. Ninya tilted her head, the name was unfamiliar. She looked at him expectantly. Helant continued evenly, the world has long forgotten his name, but you'll hear it again soon enough. That told me absolutely nothing, Mino whispered, nibbling playfully at his ear. Ouch. Helant pinched her cheek in retaliation. She bared her teeth in mock glare. Mr. Helant, Ninya twisted her fingers nervously. May I ask a favor? Could I borrow your name? Helant, Momonga, and Narbril all turned to her. You're so strong. You'll become a great figure someday. My elder sister was taken by a noble of the kingdom. I learned magic to get strong enough to bring her back. If I find her, could I use your name to demand her release? Ninya rose and bowed deeply. I won't abuse it. I swear. She'd already traced rumors to the city where her sister had been sold. After this job, she'd go. But her own power was still too limited. Dropping his name might make all the difference, using a lion's roar to frighten off the jackals. Of course, Helant replied without hesitation. If my reputation can help you in any way, use it freely. Tears shimmered in Ninya's eyes. Thank you. Watching her, Helant adopted a thoughtful expression. Well, if things go right. This girl's sister will be Seabass's future girlfriend. Thinking of which. Chapter 23, Albedo's Dangerous Plan. The Great Tomb of Nazarick. 6th floor, Aura's dwelling. The air in Aura's personal quarters carried the clean, resin scent of living pine and damp earth, a deliberate echo of the vast forest that sprawled beyond the chamber's illusory walls. Low lanterns cast warm pools of light across the wooden table where the four sat, but the atmosphere felt heavier than usual. Albedo, what's with all the secrecy? Aura complained, kicking one leg idly against her chair. She eyed the overseer across from her with open suspicion, dark elf ears twitching. You dragged us here like it's some big emergency. Spill it already. Beside her, Mare sat quietly, fingers twisting in his lap, while Herix, broad-shouldered, scales glinting faintly under the lantern glow, leaned forward, arms crossed, his draconic gaze fixed on Albedo with matching bewilderment. The plan I wish to discuss today, Albedo said, her lovely face settling into grave lines, is codenamed the Supreme Being Hunt. The words dropped like stones into still water. Herix and Mare stared, stunned into immobility. Slaughter a supreme being. The idea alone bordered on sacrilege. Their eyes narrowed, pupils sharpening to dangerous slits. Bang. Aura slammed her palms on the table hard enough to rattle the lanterns and leaped to her feet. Albedo, do you even hear yourself? You'd betray one of the supreme beings. Aura, everyone, please calm yourselves. Albedo's voice stayed even, almost gentle, though her golden eyes never wavered. Hear me out before you judge. The raw trust they all shared as guardians won out over the flare of rage. Aura huffed, dropped back into her seat with a thud, and folded her arms tightly. Mare and Herix exchanged a quick glance but held their tongues, waiting. I love Lord Helant with all my heart, Albedo continued, and when his name passed her lips, pure adoration softened her features, lighting her eyes like embers. And you are all his cherished children. Each of us exists for him alone, our loyalty belongs to Lord Helant, and no other. Aura, Mare, and Herix nodded without hesitation. To them, Lord Helant wasn't just a supreme being, he was father, guiding star, the unshakable truth carved into their very souls from the moment they awoke. But hunting supreme beings? The connection escaped them. Doubt lingered in their stares like smoke. Albedo rose slowly, black wings rustling with restrained energy. As you know, every century or so, players, supreme beings, descend upon this world. The 6 great gods, the 8 greed kings, they all once walked the same realm as our creators. Mare's eyes widened, a spark of hope breaking through his caution. You mean, the supreme beings might return? They could come here. Albedo inclined her head. Perhaps some already walk among us, concealed. Or perhaps they will arrive in time. They're coming. Aura breathed, a grin tugging at her lips despite everything. She pictured Bukabukagama, her creator, her mother who'd shaped her and Mare's whole dynamic with that bossy, protective streak. Excitement flickered hot in her chest before suspicion doused it. She fixed Albedo with a hard stare. Then explain what this hunt of yours actually means. Albedo's gaze swept the room, wings flaring wider in sudden fervor. 2 rulers are enough for this world, Lord Helant and Lord Momonga. Don't you agree? Deep down, even Lord Momonga felt like one ruler too many. If not for Helant's own dual monarch arrangement, she'd have quietly added him to the tally without a second thought. She turned her eyes pointedly to Herix. You want to track down any arriving supreme being and kill them. Herix's voice came out low, edged with frost, his draconic aura prickling the air. Madness. You would raise your hand against the other supreme ones. Mare and Aura surged upright together, hostility crackling like static. That list would include Lady Bukabukagama herself. The thought was unthinkable, beyond blasphemy. Aura and Mare would never stand for it. Relax, Albedo soothed quickly, palms raised. Lady Bukabukagama is not a target. Never. Truly. Suspicion still threaded their voices. Albedo's tone hardened with certainty. Remember, Lady Bukabukagama loves Lord Helant. They are bound to be family. She lingered on the word family, letting it sink in deep. Because I love Lord Helant above everything, I conceived this hunt. But I would never betray that love by striking someone who cherishes him as I do. When Lady Bukabukagama arrives, we can all dwell happily together with Lord Helant. Would that not be perfect? Albedo's eyes gleamed, bright and unyielding. In her mind, Lady Bukabukagama could only ever be an ally, unless she crossed some invisible line, in which case quiet, efficient erasure would follow without remorse. Mother and father together. The image melted the tension from Aura and Mare's shoulders. They sank back down, gazes turning distant, dreaming of a warm, complete family that had always felt just out of reach. Herrick's drummed scaled fingers on the table, thoughtful. Albedo, do you truly believe father will sanction this scheme? He respected her, this future consort of his creator, sharp-minded and fanatically devoted to Helant's interests. But respect meant speaking truth. Of all Nazarick's children, Herrick's knew his maker best. Lord Helant had never craved power for its own sake. He'd handed the Guildmaster's throne to Momonga without a flicker of regret, content with grand adventures or quiet evenings surrounded by those he cared for. If he discovered Albedo's plan, the punishment would be swift and merciless, imprisonment, execution, something worse. She was the instigator, after all. I understand the risk, Albedo said, voice steady, fervor burning bright. As long as no one can threaten Lord Helant's eternal life, I am content. She lifted her chin. Will you join us? Herrick's gaze hardened into resolve. Of course I will. Albedo allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. With Herrick's committed, the impossible edged toward reality. He wasn't just another NPC, he was a draconic terror, Nazarick's foremost warrior in raw strength. And Lord Helant had recently ordered him to roam the world in true form, infiltrating dragonkind. To Albedo, the notion of a ferocious dragon stumbling across a lone supreme being carried delicious possibilities. She settled back into her seat, studying Aura and Mare, quiet allies now, imaginations already painting brighter futures. Then her thoughts brushed against Mino, born from the world-class item heart of the sanctuary, imperfect yet fiercely, unwaveringly loyal to Lord Helant. With this, Albedo murmured, almost to herself, Lord Helant commands 5 level 100 champions. We need only wait for the perfect moment to set the supreme being hunt in motion. Chapter 24, The Crimson Bloom in the Dark. We're finally here. Nfiria stood on the gentle rise, pointing ahead with barely contained excitement, his voice carrying over the rustle of wind through the grass. Helant and the others followed his gaze. Below them lay Karn Village, a modest cluster of thatched cottages encircled by sturdy new wooden walls, smoke drifting lazily from chimneys, the faint sounds of hammers and distant shouts drifting up like echoes of normal life reclaiming itself. It seems once you get near Karn Village, the monsters just vanish, Ninya observed, striding easily at the front, staff tapping the dirt path. She sounded almost relieved. That's because the wise king keeps them in check, Nfiria explained as they descended, boots crunching on dry leaves. The wise king of the forest stops anything from attacking humans in this area, or at least, that's how it's always been. He trailed off at the village gate, frowning. Wait. I don't remember these walls or this reinforced gate being here before. Hey, who are you people? State your business in Karn Village. A squad of goblins in patched leather armor stepped into view behind the gate, spears leveled, eyes wary and sharp. They weren't the ragged people Nfiria knew. Goblins. Nfiria's heart slammed against his ribs. How could goblins be inside the village? Had the place been overrun while he was away? His mind raced to Enri, as he'd always called her, and a cold knot twisted in his gut. If anything had happened to her. Then a soft, familiar voice cut through the tension. Nfiria. A sweet-faced blonde girl in a simple dress peered through the slats, eyes widening in delight. Nfiria's face lit up like dawn breaking. Enri. Enri pressed a hand to her mouth, then turned to the goblins. Let them in, please. They're my friends. Karn Village felt small and alive in a way Nfiria hadn't expected. 19 goblins moved through the streets like a well-oiled machine, hauling timber for repairs, sharpening weapons, patrolling the perimeter, even drilling in neat formations near the central square. The villagers worked alongside them without fear, exchanging nods and quiet words. Momonga strolled beside Helant, armored form drawing curious glances, then leaned in to whisper. Those are the goblin retainers summoned by the horn of the goblin general I gave her. Surprisingly capable for goblins. Organized, loyal, even intelligent. He watched the revival with genuine interest. Only days after the massacre, the village already breathed again, fields being tended, children laughing, the smell of fresh bread mixing with wood smoke. He found himself quietly admiring the girl, Henry, who'd turned tragedy into something resilient. Helant nodded. Local goblins can't compare in strength or wits. These ones actually look like they know what they're doing. Since when are you generous with your collection, Momonga? Helant teased under his breath, a smirk tugging at his lips. Momonga gave a wry chuckle, the sound muffled by his helm. It only summons 19 at a time, and you know what goblins are usually good for, cannon fodder, distractions. I have plenty more horns stashed away. I tossed this one out just to see how a Yggdrasil item behaves in reality. Didn't expect this. Helant said nothing more, but in his mind he pictured Momonga's expression when Henry eventually triggered the horn's hidden clause. Under the right conditions, village under siege, commander class leveled up, she could call 5,000 at once. A trinket dismissed as trash in the game, now a potential army in the new world. Heh. Night fell soft and cool. Helant, Momonga, Mino, and Nabe gathered in a borrowed room lit by a single lantern. The village sounds had faded to crickets and distant goblin patrols. A lively female voice echoed suddenly in Helant and Momonga's minds, Shaltyr's telepathic link. Lord Helant, Lord Momonga, I've reached the outskirts of Irantal. I've learned there's a warrior here whose skill rivals the kingdom's warrior chief. Oh. Crimson light flared in Momonga's eye sockets, interest sharpening. The martial arts Gazef Stronov wielded were nothing like Yggdrasil's warrior skills, raw, grounded, almost elegant in their simplicity. Now Shaltyr spoke of someone on that level. Intriguing. Helant-san, shall we take a look? Momonga asked, voice low. Sure. Helant agreed without hesitation, excitement flickering in his eyes. He hadn't forgotten Shaltyr's mission overlapped with the Black Scripture, the elite of the slain theocracy, guardians of the world-class item, downfall of castle and country, the mind control artifact once meant for threats like the catastrophe Dragon Lord. The first true world-class item of this world was about to fall into his hands. He turned to Mino and Nabe. Stay here and keep watch over the village. Come back soon. Mino waved, grumbling softly, though her eyes lingered on him with that familiar mix of pout and worry. In the forest outside Irantal, black clouds smothered the moon, turning the woods into a pit of ink. The air hung thick and damp, carrying the faint rot of fallen leaves. Kse Hazia Quincha, one-man army, fifth seat of the Black Scripture, scanned the shadows, nostrils flaring at a lingering metallic tang. Blood. This close to Irantal, where Nigan was wiped out by that sorcerer king, he muttered. We need to be extra cautious. In an instant he raised his sword, signaling the others to close ranks around the old woman in the cheapao. Lady Care, the only person left in the theocracy who could wield, downfall of castle and nations, was the linchpin. She and the item had to survive at all costs. Their mission was to charm the ruined Dragon Lord, but survival trumped everything. If a threat appeared he couldn't handle, Care would activate the world-class item, and they'd flee. To hell with the dragon, to hell with the sorcerer king. Bringing her and the artifact home safely was all that mattered. Monster. A ranger burst from the trees, sprinting blindly toward Irantal. Before Kse could react, hundreds of crimson eyes ignited in the darkness. Shadow wolves, shadow spiders, shadow bats poured out like living nightmares, vampire familiars. Protect Lady Care. They're vampire familiars, use faith magic. At his command, a priest stepped forward and shouted, 5th tier magic, undead purification. Whoosh. Jade radiance bloomed from the priest, shooting skyward and piercing the canopy. The light flooded half the forest, searing the shadows. The beasts melted like frost under sun, dissolving without a sound. When the glow faded, Kse moved to Care's side. Stay alert. Where vampire familiars roam, a true vampire is close. The words had barely left his mouth when the stench of blood slammed into them, thick, coppery, overwhelming. Then a pair of scarlet eyes blazed from the gloom. She stepped out leisurely, pale skin, silver hair, crimson gown, a humanoid figure with a lamprey-like maw splitting her face in a grotesque smile. Terror and killing intent gripped every throat like an iron fist. Cold sweat soaked Kwai's back. The pressure surpassed even Zeshi Satsumii. Demon God class. He lunged forward without summoning his beasts, sword flashing. Lady Care, use, downfall of castle and country. She's Demon God class. Damn it. No ruined Dragon Lord, no sorcerer king, just a straight collision with a monster beyond reckoning. A creature like that left only one option. Run. I've created a P-tier for those who want to stay 2 weeks, or 15 chapters, ahead of the web novel release. Thank you so much for the support. Heart Suit. Chapter 25, Do the lives of insects even count as lives? Shout out to Fidel751, Nick, KD, CHEONMA, and Operage1, the latest to claim the supreme being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. Understood. Lady Care's expression was solemn as her clouded eyes locked onto Shaltir. The white gold patterns on her cheongsam shimmered, forming a misty dragon motif. As her gaze fixed on Shaltir, the white gold dragon emerged directly from the cheongsam, bearing its claws and fangs as it turned into a streak of light and flew toward her. Downfall of Castle and Country, activate. Kwai's grip on his sword loosened slightly. A smile appeared on his face as he retreated to Lady Care's side. As long as Downfall of Castle and Country was activated, it was a guaranteed hit. I've been locked on. The intense sense of crisis brought by Downfall of Castle and Country caused Shaltir's crimson eyes to clear significantly. Buzz. The white gold light pierced through Shaltir's body like a radio wave. Immediately after, a strange mental ripple spread outward like a wave, and her entire body was enveloped in a layer of milky white radiance. A demon god-class vampire. The charm succeeded. KSE could not hide his excitement. With this vampire, the slain theocracy would gain an extremely powerful combat asset. However, Lady Care, looking at the white radiance surrounding Shaltir, could not help but frown. KSE, don't let your guard down. It seems Downfall of Castle and Country did not successfully charm her. Downfall of Castle and Country was a world-class item. How could it possibly fail? KSE was about to retort when he heard Shaltir's cold, mocking chuckle. Ahahaha, so it's a world-class item. He, if it weren't for the item given to me by my lord, I almost would have fallen into your hands. Impossible. KSE stiffly turned his head toward Shaltir. He saw a deep blue orb floating above her head, continuously emitting a pure white radiance. Just now, was it this pearl that had blocked the charm of Downfall of Castle and Country? Shaltir carefully retrieved the pearl, which was now nearly dim. This was the world barrier, bestowed upon her by Lord Helant, a divine artifact capable of blocking the negative effects of a world-class item once. Admiration welled up in her heart. If it had not been for this world barrier, would she not have been charmed by Downfall of Castle and Country, and become a lapdog for these low-class humans? Shaltir could not help but start imagining it. If she really became their lapdog, would she not end up facing the Supreme Being? At that thought, Shaltir's gaze instantly turned fierce, and her aura surged violently. You humans actually dare to try to charm me. You deserve to die. At the exact moment she was about to lose control, Helent's voice rang in her mind. Shaltir, control your emotions. What you need to do now is seize Downfall of Castle and Country. Not far away, beside a crystal mirror. Helant sighed to Momonga. This girl, Shaltir. Why can't she focus on the main point? Helant-san, Pararoncino designed her that way. We need to be more patient with her. Or, should we have someone else guide her? Momonga had returned to his usual mage robes and chuckled helplessly. Demiurge, standing to the side, remained silent, but the bulging veins on his forehead showed he was far from calm. Shaltir has a world-class item right in front of her, yet she needs a Supreme Being's reminder to realize she should seize it. And activating Blood Frenzy from the start. Is she so afraid people will not discover her weakness? Why did she not use her Valkyrie form from the beginning? She absolutely must be properly disciplined by albedo or aura. Right, the world-class item. Shaltir's eyes cleared once more. She looked at Lady Care, her lamprey-like mouth revealing sharp fangs as her aura intensified even further. Gulp. The members of the Black Scripture swallowed in unison. This vampire's aura was too terrifying, as if they were facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Seeing this, KSE moved inconspicuously to Lady Care's side and whispered, My lady, I will summon magic beasts in a moment. Ride one and flee. Do not look back. Lady Care nodded solemnly. She was carrying the legacy of the 6 great gods, the world-class item, Downfall of Castle and Country. Even if she died, it must not be lost. Thinking of running. Shaltir quietly activated a barrier skill, then summoned her pure throwing spear. Her sharp fingertips pointed at the members of the Black Scripture one by one. 1, 2, 3, 15 people in total. Her crimson eyes settled on a priest. Just now, you were the one who killed my familiars, weren't you? Then you're first. PSSST. The moment she spoke, the priest's head was sent flying into the air, and hot blood splashed onto Kwai's face. So fast. I could not see her movements at all. Cold sweat poured down Kwai's back as he roared, Everyone, you must protect Lady Care and the safety of Downfall of Castle and Country. Then mana surged from his body, forming more than a dozen magic circles. The magic circles flashed with light, and over a dozen magic beasts manifested within them. KSE panted slightly. Summoning more than a dozen magic beasts in one breath was taxing even for him. He was hailed by the slain theocracy as a one-man army because his class was summoner, capable of calling forth a large number of magic beasts at once, with combat power sufficient to rival an ordinary legion. The moment the magic beasts were summoned, Lady Care quickly mounted a horse-shaped magic beast and sped away. Watching her receding figure, KSE finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Shaltir and said, "Now, your opponents are us." "Humph. After I kill you all, it won't be too late to give chase," Shaltir said with a chuckle. With the barrier in place, she could not escape. KSE scanned the surroundings. There were 12 members of the Black Scripture left, plus his 13 magic beasts. Even if this monster intended to kill them all, it would take some time. His Gale horse would definitely be able to escape the vicinity of Helant within 5 minutes. At that point, he would use reverse summoning to teleport to Lady Care's side. Not only would he successfully protect the world-class item, he would also survive. Kwai's gaze hardened as he looked at those around him, as if prepared for death. "Hold on. We do this for the slain theocracy." "Oh. For the slain theocracy." The members of the Black Scripture lined up, their fanaticism replacing their fear. Squelch. In the very next second, 5 heads were severed in an instant. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the fanatic light in their eyes turned back into fear. Hee so noisy. Insects should learn to keep their mouths shut. Shaltir held her pure throwing spear upside down as she looked at the survivors. KSE silently directed the magic beasts to surround her, continuing to use words to buy time. "Vampire, I don't know what kind of demon god you are, but how dare you trample on life like this?" Shaltir casually killed 3 more members and said with amusement, "Do the lives of insects even count as lives?" KSE clenched his teeth and shouted angrily, "What do you think life is?" Squelch. The last 4 heads were severed. Shaltir yawned in boredom. "All right, I've had enough fun. Time to take the world-class item. Currently up to chapter 34. It'll reach 12 chaps ahead status by today and 15 chaps ahead by tomorrow. If you want to support the FIC and stay 2 weeks ahead of the curve, consider grabbing the Supreme Being rank." Chapter 26, a hero appears. Seeing Shaltir's unhurried manner, Kwai's heart pounded wildly as he struggled to suppress his joy. Yes, just like that. Stay unhurried and let Lady Care get farther away. Once she's far enough, I'll use reverse teleportation to escape and leave you, stupid vampire, dumbfounded. Oh, don't worry, she won't get away. Shaltir glanced disdainfully at KSE behind the magic beasts. A coward who only knows how to hide behind magic beasts. You remind me of someone very annoying. Kwai's whole body tensed as he prepared to flee. The vampire before him seemed to loathe that person who resembled him. Her killing intent was almost tangible. Buzz. In the next second, Shaltir's figure vanished from the spot. Before he could even rejoice, she reappeared. Not only that, her hand was clamped around Lady Care's neck, lifting her into the air. Impossible. My Gale horse should have carried Lady Care near Helant by now. KSE hurriedly closed his eyes to sense. Then he stiffly turned his head toward a direction less than a kilometer away. There, he sensed the lingering mana fluctuations of his wind-chasing horse. How could it have died there? KSE was in disbelief. Simple. I set up a barrier. Forget running. No one besides me can even use teleportation magic. Shaltir gripped Lady Care's throat with one hand, admiring the platinum patterns of downfall of castle and country on her body. A world-class item, just like that. Shaltir reached out and touched it. The cool, smooth silk felt incredibly real, not to mention the mana contained within, which far surpassed god-class items. It's a waste on you. Lady Care's deeply wrinkled face made Shaltir slightly annoyed. However, I can't let your blood spill. It would stain downfall of castle and country. Her palm slowly tightened. A crisp crack came from Care's neck, followed by her chest heaving violently and a hoarse gasping sound from her throat. Before long, her eyes glazed over, and she died completely. Only then did Shaltir strip downfall of castle and country from her body, the excitement in her eyes beyond words. I've snatched a world-class item. Vampire, give the world-class item back. KSE commanded the magic beasts to launch a frantic attack on Shaltir. Watching the magic beasts attack like crazed demons, teeth bared, Shaltir made a casual swipe with the pure throwing spear in her hand. Squelch. More than a dozen magic beasts lost their heads in an instant, their lives extinguished. I'm in a good mood right now, so I'll give you a painless death. Shaltir held the pure throwing spear in one hand and gripped downfall of castle and country in the other as she slowly walked toward KSE. KSE kept retreating while constantly sensing the position of his last magic beast. 500 meters, 800 meters, 1200 meters. A flash of joy crossed his eyes. 1,200 meters was beyond the range of the barrier the vampire had just set up. It seemed the barrier was gone. So should he try to take back downfall of castle and country? If he did not, returning to the slain theocracy like this would mean bearing heavy responsibility, and he might even be cut off from future training resources. If he did, he might die at this monster's hands in the next second. Watching Shaltir approach, Kse gritted his teeth and decided to risk it. If my future is gone, so be it, but I only have one life. Shaltir slowly raised the pure-throwing spear, preparing to deliver the final blow. Kse silently gathered mana, his reverse teleportation ready to trigger. 7th tier magic, Holy War Spear. A sharp shout rang out from the sky, and both Shaltir and Kse instinctively looked up. They saw the pitch-black night sky suddenly pierced by a beam of white starlight. That starlight streaked down from above, drawing closer and closer, until it finally transformed into a sharp war spear. It smashed straight toward Shaltir. Seeing this, Shaltir hurled the pure-throwing spear in her hand toward the descending weapon. The pure-throwing spear also turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. The moment the two war spears met, they exploded in midair like ignited dynamite. Boom. Ugh. Shaltir was blasted back several meters by the shockwave before she managed to steady herself. She clenched downfall of castle and country tightly and roared at her surroundings. Who is it? Under the holy domain God Lord, the third-generation human emissary, Helant. Shaltir turned toward the voice and saw that someone had appeared beside Kse at some unknown moment. Helant reached out and pulled the kneeling Kse to his feet, saying with concern, "Are you all right? I sensed a barrier suddenly being placed in the forest, so I came to check. I did not expect." After a brief moment of shock, Kse reacted at once and said to Helant, "She stole the world-class item. Get it back, quickly." Since there was a powerhouse who could contend with this vampire, maybe he could still save his future if he took a gamble. Helant's gaze sharpened as mana condensed in his hand once more. "Vampire, hand over the item." Shaltir sneered. "Now that I've obtained a world-class item, I don't want to tangle with you anymore." "No. She is going to run." Kse gripped his sword and rushed forward. With Helant by his side, he gained a bit of confidence. But that confidence was not enough to stop Shaltir from escaping. Buzz. To his astonishment, Shaltir's figure vanished from the spot. Kse immediately fell to his knees in despair. In the end, we still couldn't protect it. Helant stepped forward at the right moment and placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. The world-class item. My future. Kye's eyes were filled with grief. Pft. Helant quietly withdrew his hand from his shoulder and asked instead, "Are you from the theocracy? Why are you here?" Hearing this, Kse realized he had accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud. He struggled to maintain his composure, looking at the fallen members of the Black Scripture around him to appear even more mournful. "I am the 5th seat of the slain theocracy's Black Scripture, Kse Hazia Quincha." Perhaps because he was truly too sad, he could not help scratching his yellow hair. "We received a mission that a demon god had awakened within the kingdom's borders. We originally intended to rely on the world-class item to defeat the demon god." Helant looked at his hairstyle and hair color, which were identical to Clementine's. "Yeah. This guy is Clementine's older brother. And Clementine is currently in Irantal. If I arranged for these siblings to meet, I wonder if they would start fighting. If they did, it could also serve to distance Clementine from this incident." As for this Kse, he had already planned for him to be an audience member for the next act. Thinking of this, a look of pity appeared on Helant's face. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 27, The Irony. On a nearby hill. Shaltir had already returned to her human form. She handed over downfall of castle and country, her charming, lovely face full of anticipation. "Lord Momonga, this is a world-class item." Appraisal. Momonga cast an appraisal spell. Only after confirming it did he praise her. "Shaltir, you did a good job this time." In any case, Nazarick had obtained a world-class item at no cost, and as one of the executors, Shaltir deserved the praise. If it weren't for Lord Helant's world barrier, I might have been charmed." Shaltir rested her chin in her hands, wriggling happily in place. Seeing Shaltir's smug expression, Demiurge ground his teeth audibly. "Shaltir, why did you use blood frenzy? If Lord Helant had not provided the world barrier to block the negative effects of the world-class item, Shaltir would have become a sinner of Nazarick. Perhaps a supreme being would even have had to step in personally to retrieve the world-class item." Seeing that Demiurge seemed somewhat angry, Shaltir tilted her head and gave an awkward smile. "Because, at the beginning, I let someone named Brain Unglaus escape. So I was a bit annoyed, and..." Grind. Demiurge nearly crushed his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Because she was a bit annoyed, she used blood frenzy to make herself even more irrational. Shaltir. Demiurge struggled to suppress his rage. This was beyond ordinary stupidity. Once he finished the tasks at hand, he would have to give her a proper lesson. Enough, Demiurge. Momonga interrupted him and asked, is the counter-surveillance against the slain theocracy going smoothly? Lord Momonga, everything is proceeding smoothly. When Shaltir deployed the barrier, the theocracy's observers could northwest longer monitor this place. Demiurge paused before adding that human named KSE has a signal source for monitoring magic on him, but it has not been reactivated so far, likely to prevent us from tracing them back. Momonga knew Demiurge would never let the counter-surveillance fail, but he glanced at Shaltir, who had gone from smug anticipation to dejected self-reproach, and decided to ask the obvious anyway. To Momonga, Shaltir was more like the daughter of his good friend, Peroroncino. When it came to a child, he should be a little more lenient. Shaltir, take downfall of castle and country back to Nazarick and hand it to Albedo for safekeeping. Momonga then looked toward Helant in the forest from afar. Helant had played a major role in obtaining the world-class item this time. Whether it was the decisive action after receiving the news or the pre-prepared world barrier, he, as the guild master, had not been of much use at all. Though it may be a bit forward, I would like to ask, what is this about a demon god awakening? Helant's face showed a mix of pity and curiosity. Helant vaguely remembered that the slain theocracy seemed to have deployed downfall of castle and country for some dragon king. It's the ruined dragon king. KSE looked at the corpses strewn across the ground and at Lady Care, whose clothes had been stripped, his voice strained. Hey, we didn't encounter the ruined dragon king, but instead ran into a demon god-level vampire. In Quai's eyes, Shaltir, whom even downfall of castle and country could not control, was the most terrifying demon god he knew. Helant placed a hand on his shoulder and sighed. Our human race has it hard. The sorcerer king, the ruined dragon king, and now the vampire we met today. It's difficult. So difficult. It's all so difficult. Quai's heart bled. Who had it harder than him? A world-class item had been lost right under his nose. Sigh, forget it. His future was ruined, but if Helant had not saved him, wait. KSE turned to look at Helant. It seemed he still had one task left unfinished. The Cardinal of Water, Lord Zinedine, set to make contact and evaluate whether Helant could be recruited by the slain theocracy. His eyes lit up. If he returned to the theocracy in disgrace, his future would surely be over. But if he brought along a powerful Helant to join the theocracy, then this mission could end with his merits offsetting his failures. Thinking of this, he hid the eagerness in his eyes and feigned grief. Thank you for saving my life. As fellow humans, we should help one another. This is also the philosophy of human supremacy upheld by the Holy Domain God Lord. Holy Domain God Lord. KSE looked surprised. Speaking of the Holy Domain God Lord, KSE could not help but feel curious. What kind of existence could command the respect of a powerhouse like Helant, who addressed him as a god? Helant said the Holy Domain God Lord followed the philosophy of human supremacy. Could he be a deity similar to the six great gods? Seeing Quai's surprise, Helant's handsome face showed helplessness as he let out a sigh. After sleeping for hundreds of years, it seems my god has long been forgotten by the world. If my god could descend upon the world now, then these so-called demon gods and dragon kings would all be purified by him, and humanity could naturally lead a beautiful and prosperous life. From Helant's words, the Holy Domain God Lord was not in this world. Although KSE really wanted to continue investigating and learning more about the Holy Domain God Lord, it was clearly not the right moment. That damned vampire stole the legacy of the six great gods, a world-class item. I must take it back. He noticed the adventurer identification tag on Helant and said resentfully, Mr. Helant, I will stay in Erantil for a while as an adventurer to gather information about the vampire. If you discover anything, please be sure to tell me immediately. Adventurer? Helant subconsciously touched his own identification tag, a thought flashing through his mind. He wants to get close to me. Yes, the look in his eyes when he first saw me was as if he already recognized who I was. It seems the play for the slain theocracy is officially starting to take effect. Wanting to get close to me, heh. That fits my plans perfectly. I was just wondering how to stage the second act for the theocracy. Helant noticed the fluctuations of monitoring magic on KSE. It was very obvious, left behind by stargazing 1,000 miles. He decided to play along. I am currently an adventurer in Erantil as well, and coincidentally, I am gathering information on demon gods with my friends. Since our goals are roughly the same, why don't we go together? Hearing this, KSE was overjoyed. Together? Of course. If we do not go together, how can I build a good relationship with you and bring you into the theocracy? He said gratefully, thank you so much. Afterward, following some polite exchanges, Helant helped Kse cremate the bodies of the Black Scripture members. Then the two of them headed toward Karn village together. Chapter 28, Kye's plans and Mino's happiness. Early the next morning, Helant and Kse stood in front of Karn village. Helant, have you finished your business? Momonga disguised himself as Momon again and arrived at the village entrance with Mino, Nabe, and the members of the Swords of Darkness. He looked at the blonde-haired Kse and feigned surprise. And this is? Helant-san had already briefed him last night. The person before them was a very important spectator for the upcoming plan. He was a key link in whether Momon, Helant, the Holy Domain God Lord, and the others could formally step onto the world stage. This is Kse, a friend I met last night, Helant said with a smile as he introduced them. This is Momon, Mino, and Nabe, and these are the members of the Swords of Darkness. Hello, everyone, Kse greeted them, while sizing up the group at the same time. First of all, the Swords of Darkness are probably not Helant's teammates. Momon's side is. He lingered his gaze on him for a moment. After all, standing nearly 3 meters tall and clad in magnificent full-body armor, he gave off a faint sense of pressure. Beside him, the one with the cold expression who did not look at him kindly must be Nabe. She did not seem easy to get along with. I have to find a way to blend into their circle, otherwise it will be hard to build a good relationship with Helant. Kse turned his gaze toward Mino. This petite and cute white-haired girl seemed to be constantly looking at Helant, her eyes filled with adoration. I will use her as the breakthrough point. Kse gave a polite smile and remarked casually, Miss Mino must be Helant's lover. You truly make a well-matched couple. You noticed, Mino said, a look of joy appearing on her pretty face. She skipped over to Helant's side and hugged his arm. We are lovers. Right, Helant. Feeling his arm being wrapped in Mino's not-so-soft but ample bosom, Helant smiled. Judging by Mino's reaction, Kse breathed a sigh of relief. He had made a good start. It should not be difficult to integrate with them now. However, it was not wise to talk too much, as it might overshadow the host. Seeing Kse fall silent, Helant pinched Mino's little cheek, thinking, another lowly who belongs at the same table as Shaltir. He turned to Momonga and asked, Momon, what are you all planning to do? I heard from Fyria that there's a magical beast nearby known as the Wise King of the Forest. I'm planning to see if I can tame it, Momon replied. Last night, Helant had told him that as a ruler, he needed to have his own ideas and plans. Momonga felt that was right. He could not always rely on Helant, or the dual kingship plan would never truly take shape. Even though scheming and calculating were far beyond a former corporate drone like him, he still had to brace himself and try. He would start with the simplest thing, raising the prestige of the Momon identity to earn more money. Seabass and the others are still gathering intelligence in the royal capital. If Momon can tame a powerful magical beast, it will surely boost his adventurer rank and bring in more money. Such a simple idea. Helant will not laugh at me, will he? Momonga felt his thinking was ridiculously shallow for the ruler of Nazarick. Momon, with your strength, you can definitely tame the Wise King of the Forest, Helant encouraged him. Eh? Seeing Helant's sincere affirmation, Momonga felt a little dazed. He really did not laugh at me. Momonga, go find your fated mount. Helant was already looking forward to the image of Momonga riding a hamster. The group soon arrived at the edge of the forest. Layers of leaves spread across the treetops, blocking the sunlight from entering the woods. The Wise King of the Forest possesses extremely high intelligence and will likely not submit to anyone. Mr. Momon, please do not push yourself. Nfiria looked toward the depths of the forest with a complicated expression. In truth, he was quite reluctant for Momon to tame the Wise King of the Forest. There was only one reason. Karn village was protected from magical beast incursions by the Wise King of the Forest. If Momon tamed it, life in Karn village would become much harder. Sigh, what am I thinking? The Wise King of the Forest is a terrifying magical beast. How could it be tamed so easily? Thank you for the reminder. I understand, Momonga said as his imposing figure passed by Nfiria, carrying with it a faint aura of determination. That aura made Nfiria lose heart at once. Mr. Momon, please do not tame it. Momonga walked quietly to the entrance, then turned to Helant and sent a private message. Aura says she wants to see you. No, I still have to keep an eye on Kse. Helant glanced at the little blonde guy beside him. He had already sensed Aura's presence, but to prevent Kse from insisting on following them and ruining things, he decided not to meet her for now. Watching the backs of Momonga and Nabe as they entered the forest, Kse asked curiously, Helant, doesn't Mr. Momon need any help taming the Wise King of the Forest? As for the Wise King of the Forest, Kse had already gathered some information during his time in the Slain Theocracy. It was a highly intelligent hero-class magical beast that was relatively friendly toward humans. In other words, to make the Wise King of the Forest submit, one's strength had to at least reach the hero class or above. Casey was also quite curious about Momon, whom Helant called a friend. Just how strong was he, and could he also join the theocracy? It's just a magical beast. Have faith in Momon's strength, Helant said lazily as he sat cross-legged on the grass, pulling Mino into his arms. Seeing this, Casey tactfully walked over to the Sword of Darkness team and struck up a conversation. Helant, I sensed Aura's presence, Mino whispered into Helant's ear with a mischievous smile. She's very angry right now. Aren't you going to comfort her as her father? Helant did not rush to reply. Instead, he greedily breathed in Mino's fragrance. Her scent was not as rich and suggestive as Albedo's. It was more like the light and pleasant fragrance of orchids. After savoring it for a moment, he spoke slowly. It's been a while since I returned to Nazarick. Not just Aura, I probably have not seen Mare or Herix for a long time either. And there's someone else who's been thinking about you a lot. Mino rubbed her head against Helant's chest, her tone filled with triumph. Albedo is a succubus, after all. Making her wait for someone would probably drive her crazy. Mino had long held a grudge against Albedo over the previous breast-smothering incident. The thought of her longing day and night, unable to sleep, made Mino want to laugh. The next time they met, she would definitely mock Albedo. Who is it that stays by Helant's side every day? It's so hard to guess. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 29, The Wise King of the Forest. Shout out to Raphael and Blorgus Gaming, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. Inside the forest. Momonga stood there helplessly, looking at the massive hamster in front of him and feeling a sudden urge to laugh. You are the Wise King of the Forest. That is correct. I am the Wise King of the Forest, indeed. You must be frightened by my mighty physique, indeed. The Wise King of the Forest glared at Momonga with its beady eyes, trying to scare him away with its appearance. Indeed. This strange verbal habit caught Momonga's attention. He looked the hamster up and down and asked, is your species called the Jungarian hamster? Precisely. The Wise King of the Forest waved its two short paws in front of its chest and looked at Momonga expectantly. Could it be that you have seen others of my kind? It was incredibly excited. This was the first time someone had recognized its species. Knowing the name meant he must have seen them. That meant he surely knew where its other kin were, right? Please, sir, you must tell me where my kin are. After all, if one does not produce offspring, one is a hamster in vain. Looking at the hamster's expectant expression, Momonga helplessly lowered the sword in his hand and said calmly, sorry, I have only heard of this type of hamster. Furthermore, the size difference between you and the Jungarian hamsters I know is simply too great. Hearing this, the Wise King of the Forest sighed and said dejectedly, I see. I thought there might be a chance to mate and reproduce. Suddenly, it dropped to all fours. Magic power surged through its body, and its full aura pressed down on Momonga. In that case, you shall pay the price for disturbing me. Facing the Wise King of the Forest's aura, Momonga remained unmoved. Instead, he helplessly weighed the sword in his hand. Jungarian hamsters are quite rare. Whether as a way to make a name for myself or as a pet kept in Nazarick's collection, it would be quite good. He slowly raised his head and looked at the Wise King of the Forest, which was still baring its fangs and claws but showed no killing intent, and silently added in his heart. It also has a very gentle temperament, making it very suitable as a pet. Human, you must be terrified by the great Wise King of the Forest. As long as you leave this forest, I will. Before it could finish speaking, it saw the helmet of the person before it vanish into points of light, revealing a skeletal skull beneath. An undead. Too terrifying. Before it could react any further, it saw the undead before it raise his sword and softly chant, Despair Aura. A dark mist instantly emerged from the blade, lonely and eerie. Tears streamed down the Wise King of the Forest's face. Its heart pounded wildly, and a crisis warning from its instincts screamed in its mind. I am going to die. 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 Level 1. As the undead spoke again, the sense of crisis the Wise King of the Forest felt plummeted. Seeing this, it did not hesitate for even a second and immediately knelt on the ground. Sir, please do not kill me. I am willing to submit, indeed. There was a saying etched into its instincts, which, if translated, would be, the wise submit to fate. It was very useful and could save its life at a critical moment. Momonga withdrew the aura and looked down at it. From now on, your name is Hamsuk. Yes, master. Hamsuk immediately stood up and bowed with its short little paws. At this moment, Aura, who had been sitting under a tree, offered her congratulations listlessly. Congratulations on taming the magic beast, Lord Momonga. She leaned in the shade of the tree, pinching blades of grass with both hands, and looked toward the edge of the forest with a hint of gloom in her expression. Seeing Aura's wilted state, Nabe could not help but sit beside her, deeply concerned. Lady Aura, are you feeling unwell? I'm just in a bad mood. Aura threw herself into Nabe's embrace, buried her head in Nabe's chest, and made a muffled sound. I finally got to come out, but I can't see father. It's so frustrating. She and her father were only half a forest apart, yet they could not meet. Nabe held Aura and comforted her. Lady Aura, please endure it for a while. Everything must prioritize the Supreme Being's plan. Aura rubbed fretfully in Nabe's arms. She remembered the person Shaltir had mentioned to her when she was preparing to go out this morning. KSE, was it? It's this guy who's preventing me from seeing father. Fine, I'll remember you. Momonga looked at Aura's frustrated yet cute appearance and could not help but remark, Aura really is worthy of being a child created by Bukabukagama. She's truly adorable. Helant really got lucky, picking up such a cute daughter as soon as he arrived in this different world. Aura, things on my side and Helant's side will be over soon. Then you'll be able to see each other every day. Momonga's words made Aura's eyes light up. She raised her head straight from Nabe's chest and said excitedly, Lord Momonga, really? Momonga nodded and smiled. Of course. Just a few more days. According to Helant San's intelligence, Kajiat from the Zuranorn organization would hold the Spiral of Death ritual in Irantal to turn it into a land of the dead. When the time came, he and Helant San would add a little something to the ritual and finally appear as saviors. By then, the first step of Helant San's dual kingship plan would be considered complete. Is this the wise king of the forest? It's so mighty. Ninya looked at the oversized hamster in front of her and could not help expressing her admiration. She turned to Momon and said worshipfully, Mr. Momon is truly amazing to be able to tame such a powerful magic beast. Mork and the others also chimed in. Yes, look at this massive physique. Look at those fierce eyes. It's practically the king of magic beasts. The praise from the crowd made Hamsuk's beady eyes shine even brighter, and it said righteously, my name is now Hamsuk, and I am willing to die for my lord. Indeed. As expected of the wise king of the forest. It can even talk. Ninya and the others offered another round of praise. KSE, being a summoner, looked at Hamsuk with burning eyes and muttered to himself, a hero-class magic beast. If only I could sign a contract with it. This praise made Momonga extremely embarrassed. Where was it mighty? Where was it fierce? He sent a private message to Helant. Helant-san, is there something wrong with their sense of aesthetics? A hamster like Hamsuk does not fit the words fierce and mighty at all. Pft, it fits, it fits. Helant's shoulders trembled slightly as he tried hard not to laugh out loud. They all sincerely believe Hamsuk is fierce and mighty. Momonga did not believe it and turned to look at the cold and elegant Nabe. A serious beauty like her would surely tell the truth. Nabe, what is your opinion of Hamsuk? Tell me the truth. In response to the Supreme Being's inquiry, Nabe carefully examined the smug Hamsuk and chose her words with care. Lord M.O. Mr. Momon, I believe Hamsuk is extremely mighty. Phew. After hearing Nabe's evaluation, Momonga let out a long sigh, his heart finally giving up. The people of this world must have a misunderstanding of the words mighty and fierce. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 30, Bamboozled KSE. Shout out to HockeyFan101, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. While everyone was crowding around Hamsuk, Momonga noticed that Nfiria did not join the others in praising it. He kept his head lowered, looking preoccupied, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding enthusiasm. Could it be that he also thinks Hamsuk should be described as cute rather than mighty? With this thought in mind, Momonga walked over to him and said thoughtfully, Nfiria, you seem to have something on your mind. Hearing this, Nfiria looked up at Momonga. His eyes, hidden beneath his hair, were filled with tension and worry. Mr. Momon, please don't take away the wise king of the forest, okay? As he spoke, he lacked confidence, and his voice grew weaker and weaker. However, the weakest people present were silver rank adventurers, and they heard his words clearly, casting curious and puzzled glances his way. Nabe's pretty face turned cold as she glared at Nfiria. This leech actually wants the Supreme Being to give up a captured magical beast. Mino tugged at Helant's sleeve curiously and whispered, what's wrong with him? Helant chuckled. He's worried about his little Enri. I thought you were going to say Hamsuk doesn't deserve the words mighty and fierce at all. Not getting the answer he expected, Momonga fell silent for a moment before reacting and asking, can you tell me why? Nfiria said heavily, if the wise king of the forest is taken away, won't the magical beasts it used to restrain start attacking the village again? Especially Karn village, where Enri is. Theoretically, yes. Hamsuk nodded its large furry head, confirming Nfiria's words. After receiving a definitive answer, the gloom in Nfiria's eyes deepened. I cannot grant your request. Momonga's words made Nfiria's heart sink to the bottom, as if he could already see Henry being attacked and killed by magical beasts. But I promise that for a period of time, I will have Hamsuk clear out the magical beasts in the forest that pose a threat to the village. Nfiria instantly raised his head, his eyes lighting up. Really? Momonga nodded in affirmation. Karn village had been saved by him in the name of Ain's Olgaun. How could he let it be plagued by magical beasts? Moreover, the girl Henry still held his goblin general's horn, and he was looking forward to her giving him a little surprise. There was no way he would just stand by and do nothing. After receiving Momonga's positive response, Nfiria was in a very good mood. He turned to Helant and said respectfully, "Mr. Helant, I must apologize to you." Helant raised an eyebrow. "An apology?" Nfiria continued, "Actually, I lied to you. My original purpose in hiring you and Mr. Momon was for the potion." Potion? KSE pricked up his ears at once. Potions were strategic materials even in the slain theocracy. Helant took out a bright red potion from his storage space, held it up in front of everyone, and asked knowingly, "For this?" Seeing the blood-red liquid in the bottle, Kwai's eyes widened in shock. God's blood. The liquid was as pure red as blood. This was a potion that had only existed in the era of the 6 great gods. Its healing effect was so exaggerated that it could instantly restore someone on the brink of death to full health. It was one of the slain theocracy's most precious treasures, second only to divine artifacts. But how could Helant have it? KSE suppressed his confusion and excitement and continued to listen quietly. "Yes, it's this bright red potion." Nfiria could not help taking a few steps forward, unconsciously reaching out to touch it. Clack. Nabe's face turned cold as she blocked Nfiria's hand with her scabbard. "Tapeworm, take your dirty hands away." "Nabe, no need to be so tense." Helant gestured for Nabe to lower her scabbard and said casually, "It's just a bottle of potion." Catch. Helant tossed the potion straight to Nfiria. In midair, the bright red liquid sloshed inside the bottle, reflecting an enchanting sheen. Nfiria hurriedly caught it and complained, "Helant-san, don't throw something this precious around so casually." Even KSE at the side looked pained. This was a treasure second only to a divine artifact. What if it broke? Is it really that precious? Helant glanced indifferently at the potion in Nfiria's hand and said, "I can make as many of these potions as I want." Make. Nfiria and KSE both showed shocked expressions. Being able to make as many of such precious things as he wanted. He must be joking, right? Seeing their looks of disbelief, Nabe's knuckles turned white as she gripped her sword, the hilt creaking. Reckless water flies. How dare you doubt the Supreme Being? Seeing the skeptical and confused looks from Nfiria, KSE, and the others, Helant calmly took out the medicinal herbs needed for potion refining from his spatial backpack. These are the herbs used for recovery potions. Nfiria carefully identified the herbs Helant had brought out and found that aside from their high quality, there was nothing else unusual about them. "Well then, I'm going to start." Pure white mana in Helant's hand wrapped around the herbs like flowing water, and with a single thought. World Alchemist, activate. As Helant's thought arose, the herbs wrapped in mana were instantly refined and condensed into drops of liquid in various colors. Once the herbs were fully refined, the liquid seemed to take on a life of their own, intertwining and circling in Helant's hand. They slowly blended from their initial multicolored state into a bright red. Helant casually took a potion bottle, filled it with the liquid, and shook it in front of everyone. It's as simple as that. Huff. 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 Nfiria's chest heaved violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was a pharmacist. He understood better than anyone what this represented. A pharmacist who could refine God's blood it will have to be the greatest pharmacist in this world. Huff. 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 God's blood, whose value is second only to a divine artifact, was just made like that. Kwai's heart pounded wildly, his gaze fixed solely on the potion in Helant's hand. Helant suddenly handed the potion to KSE and said sincerely, "I'll give this bottle of potion to you. It should come in handy in the future." KSE held the potion with both hands. Even without opening it, he could sense the immense vitality contained within. The real thing. His gaze toward Helant grew increasingly fervent. A pharmacist who could refine God's blood. If he could be persuaded to join the slain theocracy, not only could the matter of my losing a world-class item be downplayed, it could even be exchanged for more resources. The slain theocracy could also use Helant's hands to reach a new level of strength. At that time, those demon gods and dragon lords would face an unprecedentedly powerful human force. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Heh, my dear sister, just wait for me. Shout out to King, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. Until nightfall, KSE lay in the room Nfiria had prepared, his heart still racing, unable to calm down for a long time. Helant's value was simply too great. Setting aside his combat power, the mere fact that he could easily create God's blood potions was enough for the slain theocracy to treat him with the highest reverence. YGGDRASIL's fingertips tapped repeatedly against the wooden table, making a soft tapping sound. How can I get him to join the theocracy? As he pondered this, a strange fluctuation of mana caught his attention. A sorrowful sigh echoed in his mind. YGGDRASIL, downfall of castle and country, was stolen from your hands. He was extremely familiar with this voice. It belonged to Zinedine, the high priest of the Water Illumination Codex. He hurriedly replied with respect, downfall of castle and country was snatched away by a demon god-level vampire. Everyone involved in this operation, except for me, has died in battle. YGGDRASIL nervously clenched his trousers. As a member of the Black Scripture, he knew very well that Thousand Leagues astrologer could definitely monitor everything that had happened at the time. You did not let Kali use downfall of castle and country. Zinedine was extremely puzzled. With YGGDRASIL's judgment, he should have decisively used the charm of downfall of castle and country to control the vampire. YGGDRASIL frowned slightly. Had Thousand Leagues astrologer not observed that part? My lord, that demon god-level vampire was able to resist the control of downfall of castle and country, he explained. Resist the control of downfall of castle and country. Zinedine was shocked, his voice rising. One had to know that downfall of castle and country was a world-class item left behind by the 6 great gods. Aside from the 6 great gods themselves and powerhouses at the true Dragon King level, immunity was basically impossible. Could it be a player? Thousand Leagues astrologer had only just begun observing when her vision was blocked by a barrier. Zinedine had not seen the full picture and did not dare to make a rash judgment. He took a deep breath and tried to steady his mind. All right. I was somewhat mentally prepared for this. Back when they had voted on the decision to charm the Catastrophe Dragon Lord, he had been the one to cast a dissenting vote. However, those other old fellows might not be willing to take responsibility. In that case, the unlucky one would be YGGDRASIL, the executor. Are you with Helant? When Thousand Leagues astrologer regained her line of sight, she only saw what happened after Helant forced that vampire back. Yes, I am trying to build a good relationship with him. Then tell me your thoughts. I believe Helant is a powerful individual whose core philosophy is human supremacy. YGGDRASIL emphasized the words human supremacy heavily. Zinedine's eyes lit up. The slain theocracy's guiding principle had always been human supremacy. By saying that Helant followed this philosophy, YGGDRASIL was indirectly stating that this person was absolutely reliable and could be recruited into the theocracy. YGGDRASIL paused, took out the potion Helant had given him during the day, and said excitedly, not only that, I believe Helant's strategic value is definitely greater than his combat power. He is a pharmacist who can refine God's blood. Refine God's blood? Zinedine's tone became urgent. Do you realize what you are saying? God's blood was universally acknowledged as a potion that could not be replicated. The countless genius apothecaries of the theocracy could at best produce something with a similar purple hue, yet its effects were not even half of God's blood. Now YGGDRASIL was telling him that someone could refine God's blood. Who was he, one of the 6 great gods? Lord Zinedine, I have a potion he refined right here. YGGDRASIL placed the potion on the table. He knew that with Thousand Leagues astrologer's ability, she would definitely be able to see this bottle of potion. Sure enough, a fluctuation of mana appeared again, clearly locking onto the potion in front of YGGDRASIL. Slain Theocracy, Water Illumination Codex Headquarters. Thousand Leagues astrologer held the crystal ball and respectfully presented it to Zinedine. Looking at the blood-red potion inside the crystal ball, Zinedine immediately straightened and said urgently, test it. Within the image in the crystal ball. Screech. YGGDRASIL drew his sword without hesitation and cut off his left thumb. Blood immediately flowed out, but the searing pain did not interrupt his movements. He tossed the sword aside with his right hand, picked up the potion, opened the bottle, and took 2 precious sips. Immediately afterward, the bleeding from YGGDRASIL's severed left thumb stopped. Granulation tissue rapidly formed at the wound, followed by the regeneration of bone. In less than a few seconds, his left thumb had been restored to its original state. Zinedine held the crystal ball, carefully examining YGGDRASIL's left thumb in the image. After confirming that it had fully recovered, he looked at the potion in his hand with burning fervor. Regenerating severed limbs. This is indeed something only God's blood can achieve. It was not that other methods could not do it, but to regenerate a limb with a potion alone, only the God's blood left behind by the 6 great gods could truly accomplish such a feat. Then this Helant, just as YGGDRASIL had said, possessed extremely high strategic value. If Helant came to the theocracy and mass-produced such potions, the survival rate of humanity's top combatants would definitely rise steadily. Within 100 years, humans would surely be qualified to challenge all non-human races except the dragon race. However, he quickly calmed himself. As the head of the Water Illumination Codex in charge of intelligence, he had to remain clear-headed at all times. According to existing intelligence, Helant was a powerhouse who had mastered Tier 7 magic. Although all his actions suggested he was someone who followed the philosophy of human supremacy. It was precisely this human supremacy whose source lay with the Holy Domain God Lord. With the existence of the Holy Domain God Lord, Helant might not necessarily join the slain theocracy. Zinedine suddenly remembered that the Sorcerer King who had wiped out the Sunlit Scripture had seemed wary of the Holy Domain God Lord, to the extent that he did not deliver a killing blow to Helant. Then who exactly was this Holy Domain God Lord? With a powerhouse like Helant as his subordinate, why was his name so unknown? Could it be a player? He continued, did Helant mention the Holy Domain God Lord? He mentioned it, but did not explain clearly, KSE said after thinking it over. According to him, the Holy Domain God Lord does not seem to be in this world, or perhaps cannot appear at this time. Zinedine rubbed his aching temples and said, continue to build a good relationship with Helant. It would be best to probe indirectly and find out what kind of person the Holy Domain God Lord is. Then he paused and added, by the way, the loss of a world-class item means your responsibility is immense, no matter what. KSE nodded heavily. This was what he cared about most. It concerned whether he still had a future. Zinedine looked at the nervous KSE in the crystal ball and said, your sister, Clementine, is in Irantal. If you can retrieve the crown of wisdom she stole, I will be confident in persuading those other old fellows to protect you. Clementine. The crown of wisdom. Kwai's eyes lit up instantly. If he could retrieve the crown of wisdom, even if he could not bring Helant back to the theocracy, he could still clear part of his guilt. Hey, my dear sister, just wait for me. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 32, Reunion. Shout out to Galad Youssef, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. The next night, the carriage fully laden with supplies rolled slowly back into Irantal under the glow of street lanterns. The wheels creaked over cobblestones, and the faint scent of dried herbs and road dust clung to the air. Nfiria stood on the driver's bench, waving with a bright smile. Mr. Helant, Mr. Momon, I'll head back first to unload everything. All right, Momon replied, glancing down at the plump hamster beneath him and the circle of wide-eyed onlookers. You and the Swords of Darkness go ahead. Helant and I will stop by the Adventurers Guild first. He sighed helplessly. To register Hamsuk. Helant caught the embarrassed tone and had to bite back a grin. Momonga, armored as the Dark Warrior, perched awkwardly atop the massive, fluffy wise king of the forest like some oversized child on a pony ride. The contrast was absurd. Helant, I'll go straight to Nfiria's house and wait for you there, KSE said, stepping up beside him and nodding toward the carriage. They've got a mountain of supplies, I might as well lend a hand. Plus, it'll help build rapport locally before I start gathering intel. Of course, that was half the truth. Kwai's real goal was slipping into the theocracy's quiet intelligence channels in the city. His sister Clementine, unhinged, unpredictable, was still out there somewhere. If she'd bolted with the crown of wisdom to another city, the fallout could be catastrophic. He needed eyes and ears, fast. Sure, go ahead, Helant said easily, watching KSE climb aboard. As the carriage trundled off, a commotion stirred behind them. Momonga, still mounted on Hamsuk, drew a growing crowd of merchants, guards, and curious kids, all murmuring in awe. Wow, what kind of magical beast is that? Looks so majestic. Look at the size of it, and those eyes. Definitely a king among beasts. And the warrior riding it. Heroic as anything. Pfft. Helant couldn't hold back the laugh. Momonga riding a giant hamster. The image was priceless. Momonga seemed to feel the weight of every stare. He dismounted with as much dignity as possible and strode toward Helant, sending a private message through their link. Helant-san, I've lined up the actors on my end. We can start the plan. Helant nodded once, and the two moved toward the Adventurers Guild in silent agreement. Mino and Nabe fell in step behind them, cloaks whispering against the night air. KSE sat on the carriage's edge, breathing in the sharp herbal fragrance wafting from the cloth bags. His mind churned. How do I catch Clementine, Windstride, herself? His sister had long since crossed into hero-class territory. Her speed was legendary in the theocracy, fast enough to earn that exclusive moniker. Aside from Zeshi Satsumii and the Godkin captain, no one could match her when she pushed her martial arts to the limit. Catching her meant outthinking her, not outrunning her. Creak. The carriage rolled to a smooth stop outside the apothecary. Nfiria hopped down and headed straight for the door. We're here. Everyone, help me carry the supplies inside. The Swords of Darkness started unloading crates. KSE jumped down too, grabbing a heavy sack. Might as well commit to the role. He'd worry about Clementine tomorrow. Worst case, he'd rope Helant and his companions into helping corner her. Could she really escape that lineup? Heh. It's not like I'll run into her right now, right? Inside the dim apothecary, the thick, cloying smell of dried herbs hung heavy, grating on Clementine's nerves. She paced the hallway, 2 short cones spinning in her hands, carving cold silver flashes through the shadows. This was her second night waiting here. Nymphyria, why'd you have to run off to Karn village? Why couldn't you just stay put and let me catch you easy? And he'd hired Helant of all people. What rotten luck. She remembered Helant mentioning his escort job to Karn that night in the tavern, his fair, handsome face, more noble than an adventurer. The memory made her teeth grind. No taste at all. Couldn't he pick someone else? Helant of Helant. She muttered it through clenched teeth. If Nymphyria hadn't left, she'd have sealed the deal with YGGDRASIL by now, claimed the modified magic. Her fingers brushed the sage's crown in the pouch at her waist, a relic she'd snatched for this very purpose. With it, YGGDRASIL would trigger Zuranorn's bloodline atavism ritual. Her diluted godkin blood would surge, purity leaping forward in one brutal step, maybe even reaching awakened godkin levels, rivaling the elites back home. Just the thought sent a thrill through her. If I'm lucky, I might climb as high as Zeshi Satsumii herself. Then came the creak of carriage wheels outside. A man's voice, sounding exactly like YGGDRASIL, called, "Nymphyria, where should these herbs go?" In the shop. Clementine's grip tightened on her cones until her knuckles whitened. Her crimson eyes flared with dangerous light. YGGDRASIL. Here in the kingdom. No, had to be a coincidence, someone with a similar voice. Fine. I'll start with you. Creak. The door swung open. YGGDRASIL stepped inside, blonde hair catching the moonlight, a sack of herbs slung over his shoulder. Clementine froze mid-pace. The cones nearly slipped from her fingers. YGGDRASIL, it really is you, why are you here? He turned at the familiar voice. Through the dim light, he saw her, staring in disbelief from the hallway. Clementine. Joy exploded across his face. He drew his sword in a fluid motion and shouted, "Hand over the crown of wisdom." Hand it over. Like hell. Clementine scanned the room in an instant. Enclosed space, narrow hallway, perfect for a summoner like YGGDRASIL to box her in, call beasts, overwhelm her with numbers. No time to fight fair. She bolted for the window. Mr. YGGDRASIL, something wrong. Nymphyria and the swords of darkness crowded the doorway, jostling YGGDRASIL off balance. Now. Flow acceleration. Greater flow acceleration. She blurred into motion, wind howling in her wake. One kick shattered the window in a spray of glass, and she vanished into the night. Crash. What happened? The swords of darkness and Nymphyria froze, weapons half-drawn, staring at the broken frame. YGGDRASIL sighed, shoulders slumping. You all stay here. He sprinted after her trail. In the moonlit streets of Erantil, Clementine leaped rooftop to rooftop, agile as a shadow. Ugh. YGGDRASIL, you're stickier than dog shit. Not far behind, YGGDRASIL rode a summoned griffin, wings cutting the air as he pursued relentlessly. Clementine, hand over the crown and I'll let you go. In your dreams. She activated another burst of martial arts. Wind stride. Whoosh. Sonic booms cracked the night as she kicked off empty air and vanished from sight. Don't run. YGGDRASIL ground his teeth in frustration and ordered the griffin to fly higher so he would not lose sight of her. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 33, a very close call. YGGDRASIL circled high above Erantil, the griffin's powerful wings cutting through the cold night wind. His gaze stayed locked on the figure below, Clementine sprinting like a silver streak through the moonlit streets. She held her short cones horizontally in front of her, body low and streamlined, transforming into an arrow shot from an invisible bow. Under the pale moonlight, the steel tips flashed with cold, razor-sharp glints. Whoosh. The air parted with a sharp, booming whistle that echoed off the rooftops. From above, YGGDRASIL could only track her as a thin white line weaving between buildings at impossible speed. As expected of Windstride, he thought grimly. Even knowing her reputation didn't make watching it any less frustrating. The biting wind stung his face, numbing his cheeks. The griffin beneath him beat its golden wings steadily, keen eyes never losing the target. Once Helant finds me, I'll have him help corner her. Pin her from both sides, she can't outrun everyone. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Clementine vaulted onto the top of a tall bell tower and turned to face him, cloak snapping in the downdraft. Huh. YGGDRASIL frowned and guided the griffin closer, hovering directly in front of her. What tricks are you playing at now? He demanded, voice stern over the wind. The griffin's wings ruffled her short blonde hair and sent her cloak billowing. Clementine leaned casually against the stone railing, a mischievous, triumphant smile curling her lips. Oh my dear brother, you actually dared chase me all this way. The smugness in her tone set his teeth on edge. Something was wrong. He drew his sword in a smooth motion, point leveled at her chest. What do you mean by that? Even with steel aimed at her throat, her smile only widened, wicked and delighted. She extended one pale finger and pointed lazily toward the distant apothecary. Since you're busy chasing me, what do you think will happen to Nyfiria? Nyfiria? What did the pharmacist have to do with any of this? YGGDRASIL's confusion deepened, but caution kept him rooted. He didn't dare close the distance, not yet. Seeing his hesitation, Clementine's crimson eyes sparkled with amusement. Friendly reminder, Nyfiria's special talent lets him use any magic item, no matter the restrictions. The words hit like a slap. Realization crashed over KSE in an icy wave. That was why she'd been waiting at the apothecary. Clementine needed Nyfiria to activate the Crown of Wisdom, whatever item she'd stolen that required unrestricted use. And if she'd abandoned the chase so easily, she wasn't alone. KSE stared at her, jaw clenched. Who is helping you? Clementine ignored the question, glancing up at the bell tower's clock face. After dragging you around for so long, YGGDRASIL should have succeeded by now. YGGDRASIL? YGGDRASIL's composure cracked. He'd studied the mission dossier thoroughly. YGGDRASIL, former Zuranorn operative, plotting for years. Intelligence pegged him as dangerously ambitious. For the spiral of death ritual, Clementine added sweetly, all he's missing is the Crown of Wisdom. You gave it to him. YGGDRASIL's voice rose, incredulous. He was teetering on the edge of fury. If it were anyone else, he'd have written Nyfiria off as collateral. As long as the crown stayed out of YGGDRASIL's hands, the city could be saved. But this was Clementine, obsessive, manic, utterly unpredictable since childhood. She'd hand over a world-altering artifact on a whim if it amused her. Watching her brother's face twist through shock, rage, and helpless frustration filled Clementine with pure delight. She twirled one short cone idly between her fingers. Turning an entire city into a land of the dead, sounds like quite a bit of fun, doesn't it? Madwoman. The word escaped KSE like a curse. He snapped the reins, the griffin banked hard and dove toward the apothecary at full speed, wings thundering. Clementine watched him shrink into the distance, her triumphant smile widening into something almost feral. Do you really think I'm that stupid? She reached into her storage pouch with casual confidence. Of course I'd keep the Crown of Wisdom on me to personally pro. Her hand closed on empty air. The smile froze on her face. She rummaged frantically, then again, digging deeper. Wait, where's the Crown of Wisdom? A cold knot formed in her stomach. Could YGGDRASIL have stolen it? Inside Nyfiria's apothecary. The swords of darkness and Nyfiria stood tense in the dim room. Ninya stared at the shattered window, brow furrowed. Did any of you actually see who escaped? Nyfiria shook his head slowly. Too fast. Just a blur. Suddenly the lantern light dimmed, swallowed by creeping black mist. A foul, choking stench of rotting flesh rolled in, thick enough to coat the tongue. From the shadows came a raspy, aged voice. Clementine really is unreliable. Guess I have to handle this myself after all. The swords of darkness moved instantly, forming a protective ring around Nyfiria. Swords rasped free, Ninya raised her staff. Who are you? Show yourself. Peter barked. Heh. A bunch of weaklings. YGGDRASIL stepped slowly into view, skeletal frame draped in dark robes, followed by two hulking zombies, muscle-bound corpses reeking of decay so strong it stung the eyes. Clementine, that madwoman, didn't keep her word, YGGDRASIL muttered, irritation clear. We agreed to capture them together, and she stood me up. If she didn't have the Crown of Wisdom, the key to casting 7th-tier magic, he'd never have bothered with her unstable ass. His gaze settled on Nyfiria, noting the matching hair color. A sneer twisted his thin lips. As long as she still craves that bloodline atavism magic, I'm not worried. She'll hand over the crown eventually. The zombies lumbered closer, stench worsening with every step. Ninya gripped her staff tighter, summoning her courage. A necromancer? What do you want with us? What do I want? YGGDRASIL raised one bony hand, dark magic already coiling around his fingers. The same thing I've always wanted. A city of the dead. He fixed his eyes on Ninya, the little magic caster, and prepared the killing spell. One burst, and her head would pop like overripe fruit. Thud. Before the magic could release, Ninya crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Fainted from fear. YGGDRASIL started to sneer, then froze. One by one, the swords of darkness and Nyfiria collapsed. Thud. Thud. Even the two massive zombies toppled sideways like felled trees, limbs twitching once before going still. A chill raced down YGGDRASIL's spine. Even undead can faint. Before he could react, his own vision blurred. Eyelids grew impossibly heavy. Consciousness slipped away like sand through fingers. Thud. He slumped to the floorboards. In the last fading moment before darkness claimed him, he heard two soft voices, one timid and childlike. Lord Mayor, the crown of wisdom has been stolen. Thank you for your hard work, Hanzo. So she's Ninya. Father specifically instructed that she must not die. That was close, that was. Very close. 15 advanced chapters. Chapter 34, Sacrifice of the Scapegoat. After an unknown stretch of time, the rotten, pungent stench of old corpses crept back into Kai'd's nostrils, pulling him slowly toward consciousness. What happened? He forced himself up from the cold stone floor, heavy eyelids prying open as he battled the lingering fog of drowsiness. He was back in the familiar catacomb beneath Irantal, dim, damp, lit by flickering ethereal blue torches that cast long, wavering shadows. An enormous, intricate magic circle dominated the spacious floor, its glowing lines pulsing faintly like veins. At the very center of the circle, Nfiria Balier floated limply in midair, unconscious, blonde hair hanging across his face. Beside him stood a short dark elf girl dressed in a frilled skirt and white stockings, head tilted as she examined something in her small hands. Kai'd shook his head sharply, trying to clear the haze. When was Nfiria captured? And who is this child? The dark elf didn't acknowledge him. Kai'd staggered forward. Hey. Answer me. How exactly is this thing supposed to be used? The girl's voice was soft, timid, almost childlike, the kind that invited bullying. She turned the hairnet-like artifact over in her fingers, brow furrowed in innocent confusion. The crown of wisdom. Kai'd's heart lurched when he recognized it. Wasn't this in Clementine's possession? Who is this elf child? I should just snatch it. No. Something's wrong here. The situation is too strange. His mind gradually sharpened. Suppressing the urge to lunge, he spoke with forced patience. Little girl. I'm a boy. Little boy. That is the crown of wisdom. It only activates when placed on Nfiria's head. As he spoke, he noticed the ears, pointed downward. Yeah. A male dark elf, indeed. What kind of adult has such terrible taste that they dress a boy in girls' clothes? He muttered under his breath. Is that so? Thank you. Mare nodded politely, genuine gratitude in his heterochromatic eyes. Then he tucked the crown away and lifted his staff, expression turning serious. However. Without warning, he swung the staff downward at Kai'd's legs. Crack. The sharp snap of breaking bones rang through the catacomb like a whip. Ah. Agony exploded up Kai'd's body. His scream choked off into a strangled gasp, he collapsed, rolling helplessly across the stone. Mare's mismatched gaze remained cold as he spoke slowly, almost apologetically. Lady Bukubukagama's aesthetic sense is supreme. Boys should wear little skirts. Just then a dark portal tore open in the air. A lich in flowing mage robes stepped through, skeletal face impassive. Lord Mayor. By the order of Lord Momonga, I am at your disposal. Yes, Mr. Lich. You know what to do, right? Mayor offered a small, polite smile. Lord Momonga already informed me when he created me. The Lich bowed deeply, accepted the crown of wisdom from Mayor's hand, and carefully placed it on Nfiria's head. I shall sacrifice this body to face Lord Helant until death. Monster. Kai'd rasped, terror flooding him as he stared up at the newcomer. Even as a necromancer, he could feel it, the vast, oppressive aura of death rolling off the Lich in waves. This was no ordinary undead. This was demon god class. Huff. Huff. He gasped, chest heaving. The Lich noticed his pitiful state and inclined its head apologetically toward Mare before approaching. You must be Kai'd, the mastermind behind the spiral of death ritual. Kai'd pushed himself up on trembling arms. What do you want? The spiral of death was his life's work, 5 years of preparation to transform himself into a high Lich at the cost of every soul in Irantal. How did they know? The Lich's greenish-black cheeks twitched in what might have been a smile. From this moment forward, the spiral of death ritual will become the Lich King's, seal-breaking ceremony. Kai'd slowly drew the death orb from his robes, clutching it like a final hope. Then, can I live? Heh. No. The Lich's sneer was cold. How could a mere scapegoat chosen by the supreme beings possibly survive? Since I can't live, then let's all die together. Kai'd activated the orb in desperation. 5 years of accumulated death energy surged within the deep purple sphere, brightening rapidly, churning violently as if it would detonate at any second. A boring toy. The Lich laughed disdainfully and reached out, snatching the orb. The moment its bony fingers closed around it, the light dimmed. The raging death magic inside calmed, subdued like a candle pinched out. What? Khajiit's mouth fell open. The self-destruction had been suppressed effortlessly. Weakling. There's no need to rush your death. The Lich scoffed, holding up the now inert orb. Don't worry. When the time comes, I will die alongside you. Will die alongside me. Khajiit trembled as he forced himself upright, confusion warring with pain on his pale face. Then the Lich's expression shifted, strangely, fanatically fervent. No. I will be the first to die by that person's hand. This is the supreme honor. Dying by someone else's hand, an honor. Khajiit collapsed weakly back to the ground and spat, lunatic. Mare stepped forward, clutching his staff tightly, voice small and timid. Mr. Lich, please make him shut up. It would be bad if he insulted the supreme being. You are right. We cannot allow that. The Lich sneered down at Khajiit. Death magic erupted in a dark wave. Crack. Khajiit's arms crumpled, bones pulverized, drooping uselessly like broken noodles. Before he could scream, an invisible force seized both limbs, balling them up and cramming them forcibly into his mouth. MMPH. MMPH. All color drained from Khajiit's face. Cold sweat poured down his skin as pain screamed through every nerve. Only then did Mare reveal an innocent, almost adorable smile. He reached into his inventory and produced a small ogre statue, handing it to the Lich with both hands. This is a magic item made by Father. It can activate Tier 10 Necromancy, Undead Calamity. The Lich accepted the statue reverently, voice thick with fervor. I will make good use of this treasure bestowed by the Supreme Being. Good luck, Mr. Lich, Mare said softly, offering a small cheer. The Lich nodded. Its expression smoothed into solemnity. It turned toward the distant city of Helant. Magic power surged violently from its body, its form twisted, expanded, 5 meters, 10, 20. Boom. The catacomb ceiling shattered as the Lich grew taller still, bursting upward until it towered over 50 meters. Then its body turned ethereal, blue flames igniting across its massive frame, turning it into a blazing beacon in the night sky. Facing the brightly lit city, its voice thundered like rolling storm clouds. Khajiit, thank you for helping me break the seal. I am finally free. On the ground below, Khajiit stared upward with eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. His own broken arms stuffed in his mouth muffled his desperate, wordless protests. This is slander. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 35, The 50-Meter Lich King. Shout out to Juju TVK and Dark Blue Angel 555, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. Above the moonlit streets of Helant, the griffin beat its wings in frantic, powerful strokes, hurtling toward Inferia's pharmacy at breakneck speed. Whoosh! Quies's golden hair lashed wildly across his face in the rushing wind. He narrowed his eyes against the sting, jaw set, heart hammering with raw urgency. I absolutely cannot let Khajiit succeed. As a member of the Black Scriptures elite, no one grasped the crown of wisdom's danger better than he did. The relic's activation conditions were brutally strict, yet once worn, it granted the bearer the ability to wield 7th-tier magic. In the New World, where even the legendary Flutter Paradigm could barely reach the 6th tier, and only awakened godkin like Zeshi's Itsumii pushed further, such power in the wrong hands spelled catastrophe. If Khajiit claimed it, the chaos would be bad enough. Retrieving the artifact afterward might become impossible. The thought made Quies's knuckles whiten around his sword hilt. He barely resisted the urge to wheel the griffin around and drive his blade straight through Clementine's treacherous heart. We're here. The griffin touched down with a sharp thud at the pharmacy entrance. KSE vaulted off before it fully settled and charged the door. The instant he reached the threshold, a thick, cloying stench of rotting corpses slammed into him, deep, lingering, the kind that only settled after death had time to fester. His heart stuttered. He shoved the door open. The reek flooded his lungs. Inside, the swords of darkness lay sprawled in the hallway, unmoving. But Infiria was nowhere to be seen. I'm too late. Just then, a bright, lively voice cut through the night from outside. Helant, it smells so bad here. Mino's voice. Helant and the others had arrived. KSE turned toward the commotion. Moments later, Helant and the armored Momon strode in, Mino and Nabe close behind. Nabe wrinkled her nose at the foul air, her beautiful features hardening. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a gentle air purification spell, the stench began to thin and fade. Momonga dropped to one knee, quickly scanning the fallen adventurers. They've only fainted. No serious harm. Infiria was kidnapped, KSE started, but Helant's calm movement silenced him. A soft holy light bloomed in Helant's palm and flowed outward, sinking gently into the unconscious bodies. Ugh. One by one, Ninya and the others stirred, groaning as they pushed themselves upright. When their eyes finally focused, Ninya shook her head sharply and turned to Kse. Mr. Kse, after you chased that woman out, another necromancer appeared. He took Nymphyria. A necromancer? Helant asked quietly, feigning ignorance. What did he look like? Kse answered for her, voice tight. YGGDRASIL. A necromancer who's already crossed into the hero realm. Shock rippled across the Swords of Darkness faces. Kse pressed on. He kidnapped Nymphyria because the Crown of Wisdom, our theocracy's most guarded secret treasure, has extremely demanding usage conditions. Nymphyria is one of the few who can meet them. Momonga's tone deepened with gravity. The Crown of Wisdom. What would YGGDRASIL want with it? Kse exhaled slowly, though he'd rehearsed this explanation in his head a dozen times. YGGDRASIL has been plotting something called the Spiral of Death for years. Our intelligence suggests it involves a lich. The target is likely the entire population of Erantil. A bitter, ironic twist tugged at his mouth. The most insane part? YGGDRASIL probably planned to turn himself into a lich through the mass sacrifice. Helant listened in silence, then nodded gravely. Since the enemy is a necromancer, he's most likely hiding in the cemetery. With that, he turned and led the group out of the shop. They had barely stepped into the street when a monstrous presence erupted from the direction of the cemetery beyond the city walls. A lich swelled upward at terrifying speed, 5 meters, 10, 20, 50, until it towered over the rooftops. Its illusory body shimmered, wreathed in ghostly blue flames that lit the night like a second, malevolent moon. Kse stared up in stunned disbelief, mouth dry. What kind of monster is that? The lich's crimson eyes swept toward Erantil. Its voice rolled out like thunder, shaking windows and rattling bones. YGGDRASIL. I thank you for helping me break the seal. I, the Lich King, am finally free. Each syllable carried a sonic wave that made ears ring and teeth ache. Kse clenched his jaw, hatred burning cold. I underestimated you. To think you were planning to break the seal of a demon god-class entity. High atop the distant clock tower, Clementine tightened her grip on her short cones until the leather wraps creaked. The Lich King's words echoed in her ears. YGGDRASIL, you stole my crown of wisdom just to release this thing. A venomous smile bared her teeth. Good. Very good. So you never planned to cooperate from the start. Her gaze sharpened into something lethal, as though she could pierce straight through stone and bury her blades in YGGDRASIL's chest from here. The colossal disturbance yanked awake every citizen still clinging to sleep. People poured into the streets, staring upward in naked terror at the 50-meter nightmare dominating the sky. What kind of monster is that? It's huge. Mommy, it looks so scary. A devil, the devil's here. As the Lich King sensed the spreading panic, its blue flames flared brighter, illuminating its decayed features in cruel detail. A stiff, rictus grin stretched across rotting flesh, crimson eyes blazing with raw bloodlust. Umph. If I kill and devour the 100,000 souls of Erantil, I will return to my peak. The words landed like a death sentence. For one frozen heartbeat, the city went deathly silent, every face fixed on that monstrous visage. Then chaos erupted. People scattered like ants on a hot griddle, screaming, shoving, running in every direction. Run. That monster wants to kill us all. I don't want to die. Amid the rising tide of fear, the Adventurers Guild president and the city lord of Erantil exchanged grim looks and clenched their teeth. All adventurers, arm yourselves. To the city walls. Guard army, detail a squad to organize the evacuation of women and children. Everyone else, to the walls. We hold the line. Orders snapped out. Instantly, the city began to move with practiced urgency. Families hurried toward shelters, adventurers grabbed weapons and armor, guards slammed the massive gates shut and raced up the stone stairs to the battlements. The Lich King watched the frantic preparation with contempt, a low, disdainful laugh rumbling from its vast throat. Weak humans. I will show you that before me, all effort is futile. A terrifying aura exploded outward. Pitch-black undead magic coalesced into a thick, roiling dark mist that swallowed the sky. Moonlight vanished. Stars disappeared. The world plunged into unnatural darkness. The Lich King's voice echoed in every ear, cold and final, 10th tier magic, undead calamity. 15 advanced chapters. Chapter 36, it's impossible for us to win. Shout out to AJ and, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. Creak. 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 As the Lich's voice rang out, chaotic roars began to faintly echo from the darkness. Then, pairs of eyes adorned with eerie blue soulfire suddenly lit up within the black curtain. Tens of thousands of bone skeletons crawled out of the darkness, covering the land. Every movement made their bones grind together, creating a harsh creak-clack sound. The guard army of Irantil could barely make out part of them with the help of the illumination magic on the city walls. Below the city, everything had already become an ocean of ghostly white. All the skeletons raised their heads in unison, staring at the living. Despite having no expressions, everyone on the wall could clearly sense their hunger for blood and life. Some even lost control of themselves at the sight, their legs turning to jelly as they collapsed onto the wall. So many skeletons. That was not all. As the adventurers arrived on the wall one after another, the magic casters suspended glowing orbs of light in the air, greatly expanding their field of vision. Only then did everyone realize that this overwhelming sea of skeletons was merely an appetizer. Behind the skeletons was a vast array of terrifying undead monsters, including tall, imposing zombies, death knights, and more. And surrounding the Lich King's massive frame, several figures that looked equally powerful stood at his side in a defensive formation. Humans, as the first course after the breaking of my seal, I shall allow you to resist. He paused, his towering height allowing him to take in all of Irantil at a glance. It was only when he used this advantage to spot a white figure and a person in black full-plate armor rushing toward the wall that he continued, "Now, let the game begin." As the Lich King's voice fell, the sea of white bones below the city was the first to move. Creak. 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 The ear-piercing sound of grinding bones continued without end. The adventurers and the guard army forced themselves to look down, only to see the sea of bones piling up layer upon layer, actually beginning to climb the city walls by stepping on the bodies of their own kind. Everyone, attack. At the officer's command, everyone hurriedly began their assault on the sea of bones below. Magic unit, use fireball. The magic casters stood on the wall, condensing blazing spheres of fire in their hands and aiming at the skeletons clinging to the base of the wall. Attack. Boom. 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 Hundreds of fireballs streaked through the night like meteors, trailing light as they smashed into the skeletal ladders built from white bone. In an instant, countless bone fragments and limbs were blasted apart, and the skeletal climbing ladders collapsed with a thunderous crash. Seeing this, many people on the wall showed signs of relief, their tension gradually easing. They shattered in a single hit. They were not that impressive after all. Don't let your guard down. The dangerous ones are coming. The commander shouted coldly, raising his voice in warning. As if to prove his words, a ranger among the adventurers stood at a high point and said in a trembling voice, "Armor. So many skeletons are wearing armor." The commander quickly looked toward the battlefield. He saw countless skeletons clad in armor appearing within the sea of bones, their frames reflecting a metallic sheen. That was not all. He even noticed hundreds of armored zombies mixed in among them. This group of armored skeletons and zombies advanced step by step. Meanwhile, the skeletons below the wall were still spontaneously forming skeletal ladders. "Damn that Lich King," he cursed, then turned to address everyone. "Attention. Mage unit, prioritize using fireball on the skeletons at the base of the wall. We absolutely cannot let them climb up. All other adventurers and soldiers, go get oil and stones. Move, now." The commander knew in his heart that those armored zombies and skeletons must not be allowed to reach the top. Without exception, they were monsters capable of rivaling ordinary adventurers and guards. With their numbers, if they ever scaled the wall, Irantil would surely fall. Watching the adventurers and guards on the wall fight desperately against the skeletons below, the commander's face remained calm, but his back was already soaked with sweat. He looked at the massive figure in the distance, all confidence long gone. "It's impossible for us to win. Unless hope descends." Boom. 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 Another round of fireball volleys from the mages snapped him back to reality. He turned to look at the women and children still evacuating in an orderly manner toward the shelters, and his resolve gradually hardened. At the very least, I must fight for my wife and child. Aim for the very bottom of the skeletal ladders. That's their center of gravity. Every time a ladder made of skeletons formed, it was destroyed by a volley of fireballs. Below the wall, thick layers of white bones piled up, constantly reducing the effective height of the wall. The commander looked at the skeletons still advancing in waves, as well as the armored skeletons and zombies waiting in the distance, and could not help but sneer. "Quite clever, aren't you? But prepare the oil." Once enough skeletons died beneath the wall, they would naturally form stepping stones for the undead forces that followed. After the commander gave the order, adventurers and soldiers poured barrel after barrel of oil. In the end, they even hurled the barrels down directly. Fireballs, release. Another round of fireballs came crashing down, and the flames instantly ignited the oil on the layer of bones. A wall of fire rose up at once, separating Irantil from the undead army. The flames burned fiercely, gradually charring the layers of bone that had piled up earlier. Skeletons continued to surge toward the wall of fire, but the moment they stepped into it, they sank into the scorched, brittle bones, becoming fresh fuel for the blaze. Under the intense heat, everyone was drenched in sweat, yet they all felt a sense of relief. Relaxed smiles even appeared on faces illuminated by the orange-red firelight. At this rate, they would not be able to break through, right? At that moment, the battlefield fell into a brief hush. The firelight atop the walls of Helant became the sole focus in the darkened battlefield. Swish. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura sliced through 7 or 8 meters of the wall of fire and struck the city wall. That sword aura seemed to have been restrained, dissipating the moment it touched the wall. However, the wall of fire outside the city had been cleaved into a literal vacuum zone. The guards on the wall could clearly see countless armored skeletons and zombies beginning to move. It was as if that sword aura itself had been the signal. They're jumping up. The guard army and the adventurers watched in horror as those monsters leapt over the 7 or 8 meter high wall with nothing more than a light bound. Slash. Arg. An adventurer failed to react in time and was cut in half by a sword-wielding skeleton. The stench of blood instantly filled the air. Before anyone else could even process their shock, dozens of skeletons and zombies had already leapt onto the wall. The ordinary guards were completely helpless against them. Only the adventurers could barely manage to hold them back. The commander struggled to block a bone sword that came within inches of him, then looked toward the distant Lich King. That face seemed to be wearing a mocking smile. "See, I'm just playing with you." As the smell of blood on the wall grew thicker and thicker, the hearts of the commander and everyone else sank. Is the city about to fall? 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 37, Light's Descent and the Second Wave. Just as despair threatened to swallow the wall whole, a clear, resonant voice cut through the darkness. 9th tier magic, holy light illumination. A gentle radiance washed over everyone's eyes. Defenders looked up, blinking against the sudden brightness. High above the blackened sky, a massive sphere of pure holy light hung like a second sun. Its brilliance pierced the unnatural gloom, flooding the surroundings of Helant in blinding white. For the first time since the mist descended, the defenders could see clearly. Tens of millions of undead stretched across the plain, an endless tide. Most were low-tier fodder, skeleton soldiers, shambling zombies, crawling bone piles. But the sheer scale was overwhelming, a white ocean of death that seemed to swallow the horizon. Before despair could fully take root, the skeletons they'd been fighting began to crumble. The ones clinging to the wall lost cohesion, tumbling in heaps of ash and bone fragments. These undead, they're disappearing. Joy rippled along the battlements as holy light touched them. Any skeleton or zombie caught in the radiance disintegrated instantly, purified into drifting gray motes. Ah. A miracle. Ha ha. The commander leaned over the parapet, laughter bursting from his chest. It's really a miracle. We're saved. Hum. A dark curtain snapped into existence beneath the holy sphere, shielding the undead clustered around the Lich King. The light could not penetrate it. The Lich King tilted its massive, flaming skull upward and sneered. The first round is over. As the words faded, the holy sun dimmed, its radiance folding inward until it resolved into a humanoid silhouette. Flowing white robes, a gentle mist of light, long white hair catching the glow, Helant descended slowly, face serene yet weary, like a descending holy spirit. He cast one last deep glance toward the Lich King, then flew back to the wall. The battlefield plunged into darkness again. Silence returned, heavy and expectant. Helant landed lightly on the stone, but his knees buckled almost immediately. Mino rushed forward, catching his arm, eyes wide with worry. Helant. Why do you push yourself so hard? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he offered the commander, the adventurers, and every exhausted defender a tired but steady smile. Don't worry. I will never let the people of Helant die at the hands of the Lich King. The commander stared at the obvious fatigue etched into Helant's features and felt something stir in his chest, gratitude, awe, renewed resolve. He didn't know this man's origins, but those words alone rekindled dying hope. Momon stepped forward, twin greatswords resting on his shoulders. His voice carried solemn weight. I, Momon, swear the same. I will give everything to keep Helant standing. Kse touched down on his griffin, face pale. Mr. Helant, Mr. Momon, there are still at least 1,000 undead around the Lich King. More than 100 are hero class or higher. He swallowed. Theocracy intelligence had never mentioned a sealed demon god like this one, capable of 10th tier magic right out of the gate, summoning tens of millions of undead as a casual opener. And that phantom silhouette wreathed in blue flames. If I'm not mistaken, this isn't even his limit. He said he'd only reach his peak after devouring every living soul in Helant. Kse looked at Helant with genuine concern. 9th tier magic at full power was already miraculous for a human. Facing a demon god still holding 10th tier reserves. Suicide. Yet Helant had just made unbreakable promises to the city. He would never run. Kse drew a steadying breath. We've reached a desperate situation. Whoosh. The dark curtain withdrew. Countless crimson eyes reignited in the gloom, hungry and unblinking. The Lich King's ghostly flames flared brighter, making him a beacon of malice. He grinned, voice rolling like distant thunder. Humans! Are you ready? The second round is about to begin. Thump. 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 Synchronized, heavy footsteps pounded the earth in rhythm with racing hearts. Under the renewed illumination spells, the defenders saw them, squads of massive armored zombies, towering figures carrying swords and shields, emerging from the darkness. Death Knights. Many adventurers recognized them instantly. Mithril rank equivalents at minimum, some even stronger. How can we win against so many Death Knights? Despair crept back in. Then Helant and Momonga stepped forward together. Their auras flared outward, overwhelming, unshakable. Helant spoke calmly but firmly. Everyone, I, Helant, am a man of my word. I will protect Irantil. So please, show some spirit. Having just witnessed the holy light illumination, many defenders straightened, voices rising in ragged but determined response. Yay. We'll fight to the death. We have to protect the people. No retreat. Very good. Helant nodded, satisfied, then turned toward the advancing Death Knights. Nabe, Mino, KSE. Stay on the wall. Prevent any breakthroughs. He exchanged a glance with Momonga. Momonga and I will go down and wipe out this trash. In the blink of an eye, both blurred forward, charging straight into the undead ranks. Under the stunned gazes of the wall, Helant gathered holy light in his palm and swept it outward. A casual wave disintegrated dozens of Death Knights in a flash of purifying radiance. Momonga, armored in black, swung his greatswords without restraint. Each arc carved through armored undead like wheat before a scythe, bodies collapsing in heaps. The commander swallowed hard, voice hoarse. So strong. He had seen Helant's earlier miracle, yet this casual dominance still shook him. Such power had been walking Irantil as an adventurer, and no one had known. KSE was even more stunned. Watching the two slaughter hero-class Death Knights like vegetables, wave after wave falling without slowing them, he felt wave after wave of disbelief crash through him. Helant had unleashed 9th-tier magic at full power and still had strength to spare. The Death Knights couldn't even withstand a single exchange. And Momon. KSE had underestimated him too. Was he truly on the same level as Helant? While the two carved through the undead below, the Lich King finally stirred again. He pointed lazily toward them, voice playful. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Don't break the rules now. With that, several figures beside him, each radiating terrifying auras, flickered and roared, charging straight toward Helant and Momonga. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 38, Alexa, play the angelic choir. In an instant, the 5 figures split into 2 precise groups. 2 of the towering undead positioned themselves to block Momonga, their massive forms casting long, ominous shadows across the battered ground. The remaining 3 advanced to confront Helant, positioning themselves with cold, mechanical discipline. The 3-blade zombies exuded an aura of razor-sharp menace. Their crimson eyes burned with tyrannical hunger, and they held their enormous blades upright in perfect unison, edges glinting as though thirsting for blood. These were horrors second only to the most legendary demon god-class undead. As Helant and Momonga found themselves pinned down, the Death Knights abandoned their earlier siege with eerie, synchronized precision. They withdrew from the city walls and reformed ranks, resuming their relentless march toward Irantil's gates like an unstoppable tide of black steel and rotting flesh. From the walls, Ninya watched the scene unfold with wide, worried eyes. Those undead, they look so strong, she whispered, voice trembling slightly. Of course they were strong. These blade zombies ranked among the elite horrors that even adamantite adventurers would hesitate to face alone. KSE Hazia Quinsha had long since passed the point where shock could touch him. He simply stared in silence at the endless stream of Death Knights pouring toward the city below, their armored footsteps a low, unending rumble that vibrated through the stone. After a long moment, he gathered the mana coiled within his weary body and initiated the connection. A faint ripple of magical energy spread outward like ripples on dark water. Moments later, Zinadine's familiar voice echoed clearly in his mind, carried by the Thousand Leagues astrologer's spell. KSE. Why contact me so late? Has something happened? KSE lifted his gaze toward the distant Lich King, its towering form glowing like a ghostly blue torch against the night sky. His voice came out hoarse and cracked. My lord, you should see for yourself. At the slain theocracy's Clearwater Scripture headquarters, the Thousand Leagues astrologer completed her surveillance spell. Within the crystal ball, the images finally resolved for Zinadine. A colossal lich, easily 50 meters tall, loomed over the human city like an apex predator surveying trapped prey. Between the city walls and the monstrous lich marched countless Death Knights in flawless formation, an army of animated death. The undead deliberately parted around two distinct zones on the battlefield, leaving open spaces where several figures stood out starkly. In one area, a fully armored warrior was surrounded by two undead of terrifying power, near demon god level in raw presence. In the other stood Helant, now confronted by three blade zombies whose blades seemed to drink in the moonlight. The sight struck Zinedine like a physical blow. His voice sharpened with urgency. KSE, why has a demon god level undead appeared? And why is it attacking a human city? According to what intelligence we have, KSE replied grimly, YGGDRASIL, a former Zuranorn operative, used the Crown of Wisdom to forcibly break the seal on this Lich King ahead of our own schedule. That's what triggered this catastrophe. At the mention of the Crown of Wisdom, the same furious realization flashed through both men's minds. Clementine, you deserve to die 1,000 times over. But recriminations could wait. There was no time for personal vendettas. Kwai's voice grew even rougher. Lord Zinedine, in this desperate situation, can we request Zeshi Zetsumii for support? It's too late, Zinedine answered, his tone as dry and brittle as old parchment. Even ignoring the vast distance between the kingdom and the theocracy, approval would still require the consensus of the other high priests. You know how they deliberate. KSE knew it all too well. The theocracy was no autocracy ruled by a single scripture's leader. Every major decision demanded a vote among the cardinals and high priests, a process that could drag on for days even in peacetime. The memory of the failed operation to charm the catastrophe dragon lord with downfall of castle and country surfaced unbidden. Despite clear warnings of powerful enemies lurking in the shadows, the council had pushed forward with blind stubbornness, gambling everything on securing a supreme asset. The result, the world item stolen, Lady Care dead, and several elite Black Scripture members lost forever. A bitter thought crystallized in Kwai's mind, this council is becoming a dangerous hindrance to humanity's survival. Before he could sink deeper into frustration, Zinedine's voice cut through again. KSE, this is an emergency of the highest order. I need you to persuade Helant not to fight to the death. Zinedine's judgment was cold and pragmatic. Helant's value, his ability to mass-produce God's blood, far outweighed the lives of a single city's population. If he survived, even without immediately joining the theocracy, his alchemical knowledge could dramatically bolster humanity's overall strength against the encroaching darkness. I'll try, KSE muttered, running a hand through his blonde hair in weary frustration. From Helant's unyielding stance, he already knew the outcome. The man would almost certainly fight until his last breath. He hated people like that, upright, inflexible, stubbornly heroic. No amount of logic or pleading could sway them. Compared to such resolve, KSE felt painfully cowardly. Far in the distance, atop a shadowed bell tower, Clementine's gaze had never wavered from Helant. Helant. I thought you were just some minor noble playing at being an adventurer. She had been utterly stunned the moment he appeared, wreathed in blinding holy light, rising into the night sky like a second sun, ruthlessly purging more than half the undead horde in an instant. Yet worry gnawed at her chest. In the heart of the battlefield, Helant now faced three blade zombies, monsters she knew all too well were capable of carving through adamantite teams. He burned through such a powerful spell right from the start, she murmured. His stamina must be dangerously low by now. Her pretty features hardened, crimson eyes narrowing as they locked onto the towering Lich King. She studied it for a long, calculating moment. Its body remains partially illusory, which means YGGDRASIL's ritual with the Crown of Wisdom didn't fully succeed. The summoning was incomplete. Clementine's mind raced. Since the Lich had declared YGGDRASIL responsible for its release, the Crown must have been involved. She didn't know spells to directly disrupt such high-tier magic, but she did know one very specific countermeasure. Back in the theocracy, she had personally removed the Crown of Wisdom from the Miko Princess of Earth's head. As long as I rip the crown off Nfiria's head, she thought, lips curving into a cold smile, even if the Lich King doesn't return to its seal, it will at least be crippled, severely weakened. With that decision made, Clementine launched forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. She darted along the battlefield's edge, circling wide to approach the Lich King's position undetected. The focus shifted back to Helant. A radiant aura of platinum holy light enveloped him, sacred and utterly inviolable. Mana surged outward in a palpable wave as he ascended higher into the air. 7th-tier magic, Holy Light Meteor. His voice rang across the battlefield like a clarion call. Everyone, living and undead alike, seemed to hear the sharp tear of air splitting apart. Then, 7 colossal meteors, each tens of meters across and trailing blinding white contrails, tore through the black miasma the Lich King had spread to blot out the stars. Platinum flames roared to life along their undersides from friction with the atmosphere, turning each into a blazing comet of divine wrath. The entire battlefield ignited with blinding radiance. The 7 meteors became the sole focus of every eye, living or hollow. In sheer destructive spectacle and raw impact, the display surpassed even the 9th-tier spell Helant had unleashed at the battle's outset. Boom. 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 The meteors struck in rapid succession. Each impact gouged out craters over 100 meters wide, the ground heaving violently as shock waves rippled outward. Dust clouds billowed skyward while countless Death Knights caught in the blasts were obliterated, armor and bone reduced to scattering ash. As the brilliant light gradually faded and night reclaimed the field, the devastation was far from finished. From within each of the 7 craters, towering pillars of platinum holy flame suddenly erupted skyward like pillars supporting the sky itself. The battlefield became a surreal mosaic of searing light and encroaching darkness. From the city walls, the defenders watched in awe as Helant hovered high above, untouched by the chaos. Within 3 of those blazing pillars, the 3-blade zombies writhed and shrieked in agony, their undead flesh blackening and flaking away. Moments later, they crumbled entirely into fine ash, scattered on the wind. Yes, well done. A surge of desperate hope swept through the survivors. With a single spell, Helant had annihilated more than half the Death Knight horde and eradicated the 3 most terrifying threats among them. As long as Helant stood, they had a real chance of winning this impossible battle. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 39, the play is about to reach its climax. Voom. Just as everyone on the city walls was rejoicing, a beam of ghostly blue light shot from the Lich King's hand, streaked across the sky, and pierced straight through Helant's body. This sudden sneak attack sent everyone's hearts into their throats. Ah. Helant's figure wavered in midair. Clutching the wound on his chest, he turned back with difficulty to look at the Lich King. The latter casually withdrew his hand behind his back and chuckled playfully. "Kakik, I told you, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals." Helant did not reply. At the scorched wound on his chest, the ghostly blue flames clung like maggots to bone, devouring his flesh. Seeing Helant remain silent, the mockery on the Lich King's face deepened. He pointed at the heavy casualties among the Death Knights on the ground and laughed toward the distant city walls. "He was injured all because of you. Blocking my army of Death Knights for your sake." Mew-ha-ha-ha-ha. The Lich King's massive frame and booming laughter echoed across the battlefield, striking everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Clementine, sprinting along the edge of the battlefield, saw the grievously wounded Helant. A strange pang of pain struck her heart, yet her legs did not slow. Instead, she kept racing toward the Lich King's feet. She knew that with her current strength, even reaching the battlefield would be meaningless. Now, her only hope was that after taking the Crown of Wisdom, the Lich King could be sealed once more. At that thought, Clementine's crimson eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "Kajiat, don't let me catch you." Watching that unsteady figure on the battlefield, the guard army and the adventurers were overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of guilt and despair. They both wished Helant would not have to endure any longer, yet at the same time hoped he would act like a savior and refuse to give up, turning the tide to save them. Helant. Mino burst from the city wall like a madwoman, flying straight toward the center of the battlefield to bring Helant back. Seeing someone rush out from the wall, another figure emerged at the Lich King's side. A skeleton mage, its eyes flickering with cyan soul fire, dashed through the air toward Helant, clearly intending to deliver the final blow. "Don't even think about it." Momon swung his greatswords wildly, knocking aside 2 undead in front of him. He leaped forward in a single stride, sword light gathering as he cleaved downward. Swoosh. The blade of light grew larger and larger, forming a slash more than 10 meters long that cut directly between Helant and the skeleton mage. By then, Mino had already arrived. Without time to thank Momonga, she carefully hoisted the critically injured Helant onto her shoulders and raced back toward the city wall. "Hey, I never said anything about an intermission," the Lich King sneered as his hand curled into a phantom grip and reached forward. Whoosh. The palm burning with ghostly blue flame sent everyone's hearts into their throats, as if it were not Helant it was grabbing, but them. "Kse, what are you waiting for? Go and support them." Zinedine roared frantically in Kye's mind. Helant was a treasure to humanity. They could lose anyone but him. Even as Zinedine shouted, Kse had already mounted his griffin and charged forward towards Mino and Helant. The Lich King's massive palm closed in from above. The terrifying wind pressure it generated made it difficult for the griffin to climb, forcing Kse to struggle to keep control as he flew toward Mino. "Mino, give Sir Helant to me." Kse fought his way closer, looking at the nearly unconscious Helant on her shoulder. Kye's gaze hardened. As things stood, his only option was to use reverse teleportation to send Helant and himself away first. As for the others, they would have to fend for themselves. Just then, Momonga's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kse. He spoke without leaving room for argument. "Mino, take Helant back into the city first. Kse, control the griffin and fly me up." "I understand," Mino replied with a solemn expression. "What do you mean?" Kse frowned deeply. In this situation, he wanted to fly into the sky. Could it be that this Momon fellow intended to take the Lich King's blow head-on? Momon nodded. His expression was hidden behind his solid helmet, but his voice was unwavering. "As long as we withstand this strike, Helant will be safe." You really want to take it head-on? The wind pressure above grew even stronger. KSE could already feel the scorching heat from the ghostly blue flames on the Lich King. With no time to think it through, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Understood. KSE immediately guided the griffin upward, struggling to carry Momonga into the air. They only managed to steady themselves when they were nearly level with the Lich King's enormous hand. Seeing the fully armored Momonga in midair, the Lich King's movement suddenly stalled, and even the flames around his body dimmed slightly. After a brief silence, he spoke. You think you can block me? Looking at the behemoth before him, Momonga sneered. Of course. I have to buy time for Helant. This play was about to reach its climax. As the one who had created the final boss, how could he not have his own moment in the spotlight? On the ground, KSE glanced out of the corner of his eye at Mino, who was almost back at the wall, and let out a sigh of relief. Once Helant reached the wall, he would be safe for the time being. He looked up at Momon facing the Lich King and muttered coldly to himself, this Momon fellow certainly has admirable courage. At least he bought us time. KSE thought that when Momon was inevitably seriously injured by the Lich King, he would use reverse teleportation to pull him back to the wall as well, then look for a chance to escape. Consider it saving this brave warrior's life. It seems those around Helant are all upright individuals. Seeing that Helant's life was temporarily out of danger, Zinedine let out a sigh of relief and began to take Momon seriously. This dark warrior had not fallen behind at all while being besieged by 2 lesser demon god-level undead just now. However, he likely would not be able to block this strike from the Lich King. Even through the crystal ball, Zinedine could feel the sky-blotting terror of the Lich King's massive hand. In the theocracy, only Zeshi Zatsumiai could deal with such a terrifying demon god. He was already prepared to warn KSE to save Momon. In the air, facing the Lich King's descending palm, Momon stood tall on the griffin's back, gripping his greatswords with both hands as his aura surged. Just as the massive hand was about to reach him, Momonga suddenly swung his twin blades with reckless force. Martial art, 6-fold slash of light. Each of the 2 greatswords carved out 6 flashes of light at incredible speed, weaving together horizontally and vertically in the air to form a massive net of sword energy. It stood between Momonga and the Lich King's enormous palm. A sword net disguised as magic. After only a brief moment of thought, the Lich instantly understood Lord Momonga's intention. Burning with ghostly blue flames, it pressed down without hesitation. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 40, Method Acting. He actually blocked it. Kwai's eyes widened in genuine surprise and rising delight. A deeper respect for raw power gleamed in his gaze as he stared up at the dark warrior perched atop the struggling griffin. The vast net of radiant sword energy suspended before Momon refused to shatter beneath the Lich King's colossal, flame-wreathed palm. Instead, with relentless pressure, it slowly forced the monstrous hand backward, inch by agonizing inch. After a tense stalemate that seemed to stretch the very air taut, the Lich King abruptly feigned weakness. Its towering skeletal frame swayed dramatically, as though overpowered, yielding ground to the shimmering barrier. A cold snort echoed from its hollow maw. To think a mere warrior could block one of my strikes. What is your name? Momonga, ever pragmatic, seized the opportunity. Making the alias Momon renowned across Irantil aligned perfectly with his broader objectives here. Standing firm atop the griffin, he raised his voice to thunder across the battlefield. Listen well, monster. I am the Dark Warrior, Momon. The words rolled like distant thunder, carrying to every corner of the frozen field and imprinting themselves on the minds of defenders and undead alike. Excellent. This Momon is yet another treasure of humanity. Zinedine's eyes flashed with astonishment through the crystal ball's surveillance. He had truly not anticipated that the armored adventurer could not only endure a direct blow from the Lich King but momentarily overpower it in raw contest. Yet admiration could wait. Though the Lich King appeared at a brief disadvantage, the wider situation remained dire for the humans. Death Knight still encircled the city, and the colossal undead lord loomed unchallenged. As Zinedine pondered next moves, the Lich King's expression shifted back to mocking amusement. Muhahaha. Good, very good. A little pre-dinner entertainment has brought me such exquisite joy. Its hollow gaze swept over the guards and adventurers lining the city walls, lingering meaningfully on Helant, now cradled limply in Mino's arms. In an instant, every undead across the field, those harrying the walls and those arrayed below, froze in perfect unison. Humans, the Lich King intoned with theatrical patience, I have played enough. In 10 minutes, we shall commence the 3rd round. As the words fell, the ghostly blue flames wreathing its body surged brighter, fiercer. Paradoxically, no scorching heat radiated outward. Instead, layers of biting frost crept across the ground from its feet, crystallizing grass, stone, and fallen corpses alike. Within mere seconds, the environs of Irantil transformed into a bleak winter wasteland. Swirling snowflakes danced in the wind, and the cold clawed through armor and cloaks, drawing involuntary shivers from even the hardiest defenders. The Lich King stood motionless, elegant and unhurried, like a gourmet allowing his meal to cool before indulgence. In 10 minutes, I shall savor my feast. A feast. The implication struck like ice water, they themselves were the meal. Are we truly going to die here? The 10-minute countdown sapped the last vestiges of strength from many. Adventurers and guard army soldiers alike did not wail or panic, they simply slumped against the battlements in heavy silence, watching the snow drift lazily from the darkened sky, as though already half-frozen in resignation. KSE, steady the griffin. We're returning to the wall. Momon descended unsteadily, his armored form radiating visible exhaustion. I've reached my limit just blocking that single strike from the Lich King. KSE gave a solemn nod and guided the beast downward, bearing them both back to the safety of the ramparts. KSE, Zinedine's voice came through the mental link, tinged with cautious relief at the Lich King's announced delay. Once Helant and Momon have taken the god's blood, use your teleportation magic to extract them immediately. As long as neither was slain outright, escape remained viable. And Helant's grievous wounds. Zinedine harbored no real concern there. An alchemist capable of producing god's blood, the fabled red healing elixir of Yggdrasil legend, would surely heal himself in time, provided death was not instantaneous. No injury existed that god's blood could not mend, or so the records claimed. On the city wall, Mino cradled Helant tightly, her pale fingers trembling as she pulled aside his torn clothing to expose the wound. The ghostly blue flames still clung there, writhing like parasitic worms burrowing deeper into flesh. Tears streamed unchecked down her cheeks. Helant, the wound, it won't heal at all. Her broken sobs echoed across the rampart, deepening the pall of despair that already smothered the defenders. If even Helant, their radiant savior, lay helpless against this corruption, what hope remained for anyone? A god, perhaps. Helant, pale and weak in her arms, managed a faint, subtle glance upward, encouraging, almost amused. In a voice barely above a whisper meant only for her, he murmured, "Nice acting. I'll reward you properly when we get back." Just then, KSE landed with Momonga in tow. The moment his boots touched stone, he hurried to Helant's side. "Miss Mino, quickly, administer the god's blood potion to him." He could not fathom why they had delayed so long. Did they truly wish to wallow in collective despair? Before Mino could respond, Helant forced himself upright with visible effort. Offering a wan, bitter smile, he produced a small vial from his inventory and uncorked it. The rich crimson liquid within shimmered with potent life force. He poured it directly over the wound. R. The moment the legendary god's blood touched the ghostly blue flames, it did not quench them. Instead, the fire greedily consumed the vitality, flaring brighter and hotter, spreading tendrils of frost deeper into Helant's chest. As URG. You can see, Helant rasped, voice strained but steady, the Lich King's flames devour life force itself. My potion is merely fuel to this unholy blaze. There truly existed wounds beyond even god's blood's reach. KSE stared at the writhing azure corruption, shock and anxiety etching deep lines into his face. Through the crystal ball, Zinedine fell utterly silent. Even his disciplined mind, honed by decades of intelligence gathering and ruthless pragmatism, struggled to accept the sight. He had long believed that, barring deliberate rejection, no injury could withstand a god's blood potion. Evidently, he had been profoundly mistaken. His gaze flicked between the dying Helant and the Lich King, an abyss-given form, and a cold, mirthless laugh escaped him. Could Helant possibly be deceiving me? In league with that terrifying demon god? The notion was absurd, impossible. Zinedine shoved the paranoia aside and issued the command. KSE, take Helant and ESC. Before the word escape could leave his lips, Helant's weak but clear voice cut through. There is one more way. To slay the Lich King in a single, decisive blow. Though faint, the words carried to every ear on the wall. A fragile spark of hope reignited in eyes that had dulled with resignation. Strength seemed to return to weary limbs as adventurers and soldiers slowly rose, drawn inexorably closer to Helant. Momonga stepped forward beside him. What way? Every face turned toward Helant in desperate expectation. No, you'll die. Before he could elaborate, Mino threw her arms around him in a fierce embrace. Her eyes, red and swollen from tears, shimmered with fresh anguish. Her voice broke on sobs. Summoning the Holy Domain God Lord in your current state, it will kill you. Holy Domain God Lord. KSE and Zinedine both snapped to full alertness. That name, the deity Helant had referenced before. Could such a being truly contend with the despair incarnate that was the Lich King on this damned battlefield? Give this girl Mino an Oscar. 15 advanced chapters. Chapter 41, I'm just crowdfunding faith. Helant, no. You really will die. Mino clung desperately to him, her body trembling as sobs racked her frame and tears streamed unchecked down her cheeks. The focus sharpened instantly, not on the mysterious holy domain god lord itself, but on the lethal cost of invoking him. Seeing Mino's fierce, tear-streaked opposition, both Zinedine and Kse grasped the gravity in an instant. Ignoring the ring of expectant, hopeful faces from the surrounding defenders and adventurers, Kse fixed Mino with a solemn stare. "Miss Mino, you just said Sir Helant will die if he does this. Summoning the holy domain god lord would claim Helant's life." That single, brutal truth eclipsed everything else. Mino gently cupped Helant's pale cheek, forcing down her grief to speak clearly. Sob. Yes. Without sufficient faith power to anchor the descent, forcibly summoning the holy domain god lord places an unbearable burden on the summoner's body and soul. Her gaze snapped toward the distant Lich King, one soft eyes now sharp as daggers, burning with murderous intent, as though she could carve the abomination into oblivion with sheer will alone. But that sneak attack, it ravaged Helant's vitality. In his current state, forcing the summoning is nothing short of suicide. With that, she pulled Helant tighter against her chest and turned her face away from the crowd, refusing to speak further. Her silence spoke volumes. The words landed like stones in still water, rippling outward to drown everyone in guilt and bitter inner conflict. They needed this young man, this apparent beacon of hope, to offer his life so theirs could continue. Yet the instant that selfish thought surfaced, whatever scraps of conscience remained recoiled in shame. Not one defender or adventurer dared lift their eyes to meet Helant's. The holy domain god lord once taught, human supremacy above all. We, must be willing to sacrifice for the greater good of our kind. Helant struggled upright, leaning on Mino for support. His gaze swept gently over the assembled crowd, soft, understanding, almost forgiving. Wherever those calm eyes fell, guilt-stricken faces flinched away, heads bowing lower until chins nearly touched chests. Seeing their shame, Helant continued quietly. Of course. I intend to use my death to summon the holy domain god lord and slay this demon god once and for all. His voice remained gentle, almost serene, yet it crushed the majority present. Heads bowed so low that faces vanished entirely behind shoulders and helms. Helant truly embodied such selfless greatness. Zinedine felt a rare pang of genuine emotion stir within him, but he ruthlessly suppressed it. Remaining pragmatic, he ordered through the link, Kse, ensure you extract Helant the moment an opportunity arises. The people of Irantil are not worth his sacrifice. The words lingered in Kye's mind like lead, darkening his already grim expression further. He had already maneuvered the griffin farther from the walls, positioning for a clean reverse teleportation once safely distant from Irantil. However, Helant's soft voice carried a trace of self-deprecating laughter. I also do not wish to throw my life away meaninglessly. A spark of relief flashed through Kye's eyes. Had Helant finally come to his senses? Of course. A man of his caliber wouldn't die pointlessly for a mere city's worth of commoners. Kye's gaze swept the walls. Expressions shifted rapidly, from guilt and desperate hope, to disappointment, resignation, and the cold certainty of impending death. Some even thought privately, he's already done more than enough, holding back the undead tide alone, now mortally wounded for our sake. A man like him has a future far brighter than this frozen grave. Why should he die here? Despair crept back in, thicker than before. Observing the shift, Helant's faint smile widened ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Therefore, when I summon the holy domain god lord, I ask that you all chant his title with true sincerity in your hearts. Whoosh. Heads snapped up as one. The dull haze in dozens of eyes flared suddenly with renewed light, then clouded with confusion. Why summon the deity to save them if it meant Helant's death? They stared at the handsome, wounded young men with desperate expectation, silently pleading for clarity. The holy domain god lord teaches that life is precious and hard-won, it must be cherished. Helant straightened as best he could, each word ringing clear and deliberate despite his weakness. Irantil holds over 100,000 souls. There is only one of me, Helant. Sacrificing one to preserve so many, that is. That is worth it. The defenders and adventurers felt the words strike deep. Hot tears welled in hardened eyes, throats tightened with emotion. They were profoundly moved by the spirit of noble sacrifice. But before gratitude could find voice, Kse exploded forward, face livid with fury. I do not agree. Helant, you are a genius capable of ninth-tier magic, an alchemist who produces God's blood itself. Your value eclipses every soul in Irantil combined. His chest heaved as he glared at the crowd, soldiers, adventurers, all of them, daring any to contradict him. Helant had utterly won Kse over. The man's unshakable resolve to sacrifice for others was precisely why he could not be permitted to perish here, not even for an entire city. Kye's aura, beyond mere hero class, pressed down like an invisible weight, forcing every head to bow once more. Helant gently disentangled himself from Mino's support and staggered to Kye's side. Placing a steadying hand on the man's shoulder, he spoke softly. The holy domain god lord teaches that all human lives hold equal worth. There is not worth it. But, KSE began to protest, only to meet those deep blue eyes, firm, resolute, unshakable. He knew argument was futile. Helant turned back to the assembled crowd, voice gentle yet carrying to every ear. As I said, I do not wish to die either. That is why I need your help. Help with what? At last, people dared meet his gaze. Even the smallest aid felt like it might lighten the crushing guilt bearing down on their souls. Helant looked out into the night toward the Lich King, its form wreathed in eerie blue flames that seemed to devour warmth itself, and drew a steadying breath. The holy domain God Lord is a mighty deity, cough. What sustains any god is faith. The bridge linking divine essence to the mortal realm. If, during the summoning, you silently chant his divine name in your hearts with true sincerity, the faith power generated may ease my burden enough for me to survive. He turned back to them, expression utterly sincere. Is that, all right? Yes. The response erupted as one, a thunderous roar that vented every ounce of frustration, fear, and pent-up anguish from the long, harrowing night. The sound rolled across the battlefield, loud enough to reach even the distant Lich King. A grotesque, oversized grin split its skeletal face. Kakik, the 10 minutes are up. The banquet begins. Abruptly, every trace of lingering warmth fled the air. Cold surged back with vicious intensity. Countless snowflakes, sharp as microscopic blades, drifted down relentlessly, slicing at exposed skin and armor alike. Whoosh! The azure flames around the Lich King roared higher, and its once partially illusory form began to solidify, growing more oppressively real with each passing second. It took one deliberate step forward, coming to claim its feast. If you are still wondering, Helant's character is loosely based on Guchanga. He. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 42, Platinum Radiance. Shout out to JoshDog629 and Rex22, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. With every deliberate step the Lich King took, the frozen ground quaked beneath its colossal weight, sending tremors rippling through the city walls like warnings of inevitable doom. Helant drew a steadying breath, his gaze shifting to Mino. Her eyes, red-rimmed and swollen from endless tears, met his with fierce, unspoken attachment. He offered her a soft, reassuring smile. Don't worry. I will definitely survive this. Mino said nothing, but her nod was firm, resolute. The raw devotion in her expression spoke volumes. She had been profoundly moved by Helant's displayed spirit of sacrifice, his willingness to stand as humanity's shield. All your futile struggles are in vain, the Lich King intoned, its voice a ghastly chorus, the wailing torment of thousands of trapped evil spirits layered into one ear-splitting cacophony. Simply become my first feast upon breaking free from that accursed seal. Within the roiling ghostly blue flames wreathing its skeletal form, countless flickering silhouettes writhed, restless souls imprisoned eternally, their silent screams adding to the horror. The intensifying cold and enveloping darkness only amplified the Lich King's overwhelming terror. On the city walls, every adventurer and defender instinctively turned their eyes toward Helant, the last fragile hope amid the encroaching abyss. Beneath their desperate gazes, a sudden eruption of platinum gold radiance bloomed from Helant's body. The warm, sacred light spread outward, enveloping everyone on the ramparts in a gentle, comforting embrace that pushed back the biting frost. Helant lifted his face toward the slowly advancing monstrosity, expression filled with pure, unwavering devotion. In a clear, resonant voice, he began the prayer, O Supreme One who transcends the mortal realm. Crack! The first words had barely left his lips when a sharp, crystalline snap echoed from the pitch-black sky, like fragile glass shattering under immense pressure. Instantly, a brilliant beam of platinum gold light pierced downward from a tiny fissure in the heavens, illuminating the battlefield with dazzling purity. The moment that holy radiance appeared, the razor-sharp snowflakes suspended in the air melted away, transforming into soft, cooling rain that pattered against upturned faces. The refreshing moisture on skin and armor lifted weary spirits skyward. It's working. Excitement surged through the crowd. Voices rose in fervent chorus, Great Holy Domain God Lord, we pray for your protection. The Lich King froze mid-stride at the sight of the descending platinum light. Its expression twisted, first rigid shock, then raw, primal terror. Impossible. This aura, a god. Aren't gods mere fables, non-existent in this world? It is all because of you. Malice and wary dread burned in its bloodshot sockets as the massive form accelerated forward, charging toward Irantal's walls. It seemed torn between ripping Helant apart in fury and fleeing some unspeakable horror on the verge of arrival. The Lich King's grotesque advance only fueled the defenders' resolve. Their chants grew louder, more unified, Great Holy Domain God Lord, we pray for your protection. Helant paid the charging abomination no mind. Fearlessly, he continued the second line, Lord of Kindness and Light. Ah. From the widening crack above, an ethereal melody drifted down, ethereal choral singing reminiscent of cathedral nuns, yet lighter, holier, infinitely more beautiful and soothing. Though the words remained indistinct, the hymn washed over the battlefield like balm, dissolving fear and anxiety in waves of serenity. When eyes turned back to the Lich King, the earlier terror had vanished, replaced by burning hatred for this embodiment of evil and undeath. Even far away, through the crystal ball, the holy song touched Zinedine and the Thousand Leagues astrologer. Their earlier agitation melted into profound peace and tranquility. It felt as though everything would resolve the instant Helant completed his invocation. Zinedine forced his analytical mind to reassert control. An unthinkable possibility crystallized: could the holy domain God Lord truly be a genuine deity? At that moment, the Lich King, seemingly recognizing the hymn's source, lost all composure. Ferocity overtook fear as it drained the surrounding air of what little warmth remained, condensing overwhelming cold flames in its massive hands. With a thunderous roar, it hurled the bone-chilling blaze straight at Helant atop the wall. The ghostly blue inferno devoured heat wherever it passed, flash-freezing stone, air, and flesh alike. The intent was clear: obliterate the summoner before the descent could complete. The sheer terror of the attack made YGGDRASIL's heart lurch. Instinctively, he glanced at Momonga, the only one present with any hope of intercepting it. Sure enough, the dark warrior moved. Momonga leaped skyward, positioning himself directly before Helant. Eyes locked on the oncoming cold flames, he swung both greatswords in furious arcs. Blades ignited with violent radiance as he unleashed 6 slashing waves from each weapon. Martial art, sixfold slash of light. 12 razor-sharp streams of sword aura hurtled forward, slicing toward the frigid inferno. Before they could fully connect, Momonga's calm voice rang out once more. Unity, flame-severing. The 12 streams instantly coalesced, 6 per side merging into twin solid waves, then fused in midair into one colossal blade of pure energy that smashed into the cold flames with cataclysmic force. Boom. The sword chi cleaved straight through the azure blaze, momentum unbroken as it continued roaring toward the Lich King. The undead lord extended a skeletal hand and crushed the incoming wave effortlessly, dark energy dissipating in wisps. Insects, so bothersome, it snarled through a twisted grimace, the word insects dripping with deliberate contempt and malice. By then, Momonga had already withdrawn to the safety of the wall. Helant's figure stood exposed once more. A faint, sincere smile curved his lips as he pressed onward, the only true god who rules the holy domain. Crack, crack. Under the weight of his prayer, and the rising chorus of faith from below, the celestial fissure spread like fracturing spiderweb across the night sky. It seemed the sky itself might tear open at any instant, unleashing blinding light. Puffed. Suddenly, Helant's face drained of color. A violent cough racked him, and he spat a thick gout of blood onto the stone. KSE, standing closest, and Zinedine through the crystal ball both saw the ghostly blue flames on Helant's chest flare savagely, greedily consuming his remaining life force. YGGDRASIL's head snapped up. He caught the Lich King striding closer, one massive hand clenched in the air as though gripping an invisible thread, pulling, draining. Helant. If you continue, you really will die. KSE shouted in warning. He understood little of the summoning's true cost, but he recognized the Lich King's tactic: accelerate the corruption to burn Helant's vitality to ash before the descent finished. Helant, however, threw back his head and laughed, loud, defiant, almost joyous. I respectfully invite you to descend upon this world. The final invocation tore from his throat. His body lurched violently, knees buckling as though strings had been cut. KSE lunged forward to catch him, steadying the collapsing form. Up close, KSE saw the platinum holy aura enveloping Helant flicker and fade rapidly. The young man's spirit appeared utterly drained, pale, hollow-eyed, teetering on the brink of death. In the sky above, the cracks widened further. The leaking holy light intensified, the ethereal song swelling to a triumphant crescendo. Under the unified prayers of hundreds, the oppressive shroud of night could endure no longer. Snap. The darkened sky shattered into countless jagged fragments, revealing a vast, radiant opening that flooded the battlefield with blinding, purifying brilliance. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 43, A Miracle Descends. A beam of light shone down through a massive opening in the sky, instantly turning the night as bright as day. The sudden glare made everyone's eyes sting, and many even shed reflexive tears. Oh. Wah. But in the next second, the once faint and blurry hymns became exceptionally clear, ethereal and solemn, resonating in everyone's minds and hearts. As the hymns reached their ears, the stinging discomfort in their eyes quietly vanished, and everyone instinctively looked up toward the opening in the sky. Within that opening, it was as bright as day, and a magnificent palace stood nestled among pure white clouds. Countless holy and beautiful angels fluttered their white wings, each holding an instrument, humming and playing a sacred hymn. And among the angels, a tall and ethereal figure was exceptionally striking. His face could not be seen clearly, one could only tell that he had the same white hair as Helant. But everyone knew clearly that he was the Holy Domain God Lord. The Holy Domain God Lord lowered his head slightly, looking down upon Irantil. Even though his face was unclear, everyone could distinctly feel the gaze he cast upon them. First on Helant, then on the others in Irantal, and finally. He looked at the Lich King. The moment the Lich King was locked by his gaze, it felt as though it had been sealed by an indescribable and powerful force. Even the ghostly blue flames burning on its body instantly froze. The sun-blocking black curtain formed by its magic also dissipated, revealing the long-hidden stars and moon. At this moment, the sky was a brilliant blend of daylight and the bright moon, adorned with stars. He could not help but swallow hard. Supporting Helant as he stood upright, he stared at the holy domain god Lord, his face filled with disbelief. Do gods truly exist in this world? Even the 6 great gods would not be this terrifying, right? With just a single glance, he had suppressed a demon god-level Lich King, pinning it in place, unable to move. Faced with the majesty of such a deity, the Lich King abandoned its previous hideous and terrifying demeanor and begged for mercy like a cornered thug. My lord, I haven't eaten anyone yet. A demon god displaying such a cowardly, life-clinging appearance created a sharp contrast that made the breathing of all the defending soldiers and adventurers quicken, a sense of vindication welling up in their eyes. Where is your arrogance now? Where is your hideous terror when you said you would eat us all? Why are you begging for mercy now? Everyone instinctively broke into excited smiles. Humph, too late. As the ethereal and holy hymns filled the air, the magnificent figure of the holy domain god Lord moved, extending a finger through the shattered opening in the sky. Oh. Wah. With just this single gesture, an indescribable and irresistible majesty radiated outward. Through the crystal ball of thousand leagues astrologer, Zinedine adjusted his viewpoint, mustering his courage to closely observe that protruding finger. It was glass-white all over, the skin so delicate it did not seem like a human hand, and it was shrouded in an indescribable holy light. Even through the crystal ball, Zinedine could feel the warmth and holiness it contained. Yet when that warmth and holiness reached the Lich King, it seemed to transform into bone-chilling killing intent. No, I don't want to die. No. The Lich King's shrill wails echoed throughout Irantal, emboldening the women and children who had been taking refuge to run outside. The holy domain god Lord's finger met no resistance at all as it tapped down with extreme slowness upon the Lich King. There was no earth-shaking explosion, nor any world-destroying spectacle. At the instant it touched the finger of the holy domain god Lord, the Lich King seemed to be erased by supreme divine power. The 50-meter-tall Lich King at the center of the battlefield vanished in an inexplicable manner, only the countless undead still present proved that it had ever existed in this world. A demon god, just gone like that. Amid his shock, Kse felt a lingering tremor in his heart. What level of power was this, to so easily erase even a demon god-level monster? Perhaps even the 6 great gods did not possess such ability. Seeing the monster that had threatened the hundreds of thousands of people in Irantal disappear so effortlessly, the wild joy in everyone's eyes nearly overflowed. Praise the holy domain god Lord. Everyone looked up at that magnificent figure in the sky and instinctively began to praise him from the depths of their hearts. Strands of invisible platinum threads quietly gathered in the air, finally drifting into the celestial palace in the sky. At that moment, the holy domain god Lord's finger, which still hovered above the battlefield, burst forth with a gentle light, sending ripples through the air. Across the battlefield, countless undead and the skeletons they left behind were transformed into specks of light by these ripples, vanishing with the wind. After that, the conspicuous traces left behind by Helant and Momonga when they unleashed magic and martial arts earlier were gradually smoothed away. Sword scars, meteor craters, and everything else returned to their original state. Zinedine saw all of this clearly through the crystal ball. A miracle, this is a miracle. In the ancient records he knew, even the strongest of the 6 great gods or the true Dragon King could not achieve such a feat. Perhaps this truly was a god, one never before discovered. The god of benevolence. Once this thought took root, it sprouted and could no longer be dispelled. Hey, Sob. God. Sob. Lord. Mino suddenly grabbed the edge of the city wall and shouted, her voice choked with sobs, are you not going to care about your human emissary? With her cry, everyone finally realized who the greatest hero of this battle truly was. And this hero was currently in grave danger. The holy domain god Lord withdrew his finger and turned his gaze toward Helant. His voice was magnificent and ethereal, both majestic and benevolent. Helant, you have done well. The moment he spoke, the ghostly blue flames burning on Helant's chest were instantly extinguished, and the flesh around the wound surged, restoring it to its original state. It was as if Helant's spirit and vitality had fully returned. He broke free from Kse's support and flew into the sky, meeting the holy domain god Lord's gaze. Praise be to you, great holy domain god Lord. Helant looked as though he were facing a reflection of himself. One large, one small, both with white hair. One with a handsome, clearly defined face, the other with features that could not be discerned. The holy domain god Lord spoke slowly, for choosing to sacrifice yourself for hundreds of thousands of people, as my human emissary, you are now officially qualified. From this moment onward, you may proclaim my name and protect the mortal realm." Helant was instantly overjoyed, a smile appearing on his handsome face. "I shall naturally proclaim the god's name and protect the mortal realm." After Helant finished speaking, the holy domain god lord turned his gaze once more toward Irantil. "As the first to praise my name after my awakening, you shall be free from illness and calamity, and live lives of wealth and joy." Kse tilted his head, momentarily puzzled by the meaning of these solemn words. But in the next second, countless rays of holy light poured down like rain, merging into Irantil. "My wound is healed. Oh my. My disability is gone too. Look, my white hair is gone as well, I'm 20 years younger." Countless people were astonished to discover that as the motes of light entered their bodies, old ailments, fresh injuries, and even the marks of natural aging were all restored. Even Zinedine and Thousand Leagues astrologer, who were observing through the crystal ball, were nourished by the light rain from afar. One regained black hair, while the other was rejuvenated. At this moment, it could truly be called a miracle. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 44, Did you slip her a love potion? Clementine, having just reached the shadowed graveyard on the city's outskirts, lifted her head. For several long seconds she stared blankly upward at the majestic, radiant figure of the holy domain god lord dominating the night sky, its form wreathed in blinding platinum gold light, the grand heavenly hall behind it echoing with celestial choirs. Then her crimson eyes shifted, locking onto Helant below. "Thank goodness, you're all right." Her red lips parted slightly in silent relief. She glanced down at her own arms and hands. Her already flawless, firm skin now glowed even fairer, almost translucent, bathed and subtly nourished by the gentle rain of holy light that had fallen moments earlier. A surge of boundless vitality coursed through her veins, warm and invigorating. It felt like an unexpected bonus gift, as though her body had been polished one final step closer to perfection. A quiet, unfamiliar joy flickered in Clementine's heart. If not for her relentless pursuit of ever greater power, she would never have allied with that fool YGGDRASIL in the first place. But at the mere thought of him, her brows knitted sharply. Killing intent darkened her pretty features as she fixed her gaze on the collapsed tomb ahead. Time to settle the score, YGGDRASIL. A drilling, wave-like agony battered YGGDRASIL's mind without mercy. Both arms had been savagely crushed and grotesquely stuffed into his own mouth, forcing his jaw unnaturally wide. His legs were shattered beyond use, he could only writhe pathetically with hips and torso. MMPH. MMPH. Tears streamed endlessly down his cheeks as he stared up at the night sky, now bright as false daylight, and at the towering, majestic figure in the distance. He understood now. It had all been a performance. That damned lich had declared it before growing gigantic, "I will die first at the hand of that great one, it is supreme glory." The fanaticism etched across its skeletal face had been unmistakable. Worshipful, ecstatic. Huff, huff. YGGDRASIL sucked desperate air through flaring nostrils, chest heaving violently. The tomb's position had given him a perfect, horrifying view, the holy domain god lord's finger descending to touch the Lich King, and that monster had been smiling. A smile blending reverence, fanaticism, and the twisted joy of a martyr's worthy death. The sight made YGGDRASIL's skin crawl even through the haze of pain. But agony left no room for deeper horror. He could only cling to one frantic hope, that someone, anyone, would find him soon. "I have to tell the truth. You've all been deceived." Writhing inch by inch, he dragged himself toward a crumbled section of the graveyard wall and craned his neck skyward. In the next instant, the majestic figure, the grand celestial hall, the choir of angels, all of it simply vanished. The false daylight snuffed out. Cold, ghostly moonlight spilled down once more, pale and indifferent. Beneath that silver glow appeared a lithe, predatory silhouette, golden hair shining like molten metal. Clementine. A flash of desperate joy lit YGGDRASIL's bloodshot eyes. Unreliable as she was, she remained his last ally in this mess. If she would only pull his mangled arms free, he could explain everything. He would even hand over the bloodline reversion spell she coveted so badly. "YGGDRASIL, you look truly miserable." Clementine stepped closer, taking in the broken limbs and the grotesque self-gag with open mockery curling her lips. He had stolen her crown of wisdom to unleash a so-called demon god, and this was his reward. Pathetic. MMPH. Help me. Clementine, help. He gazed up at her with pleading, tear-filled eyes. That pathetic look only deepened her sneer. She glanced sideways at the unconscious Infiria, still slumped nearby, the crown of wisdom no longer on his head, then slowly raised one of her signature stiletto spikes above YGGDRASIL's left eye. A cruel smile spread across her face. "You stole my crown of wisdom. It seems you never planned to cooperate honestly from the start." "I stole it." YGGDRASIL shook his head frantically, muffled protests bubbling from his stuffed throat. "It was that elven girl, no, boy. Not me. This is all their conspiracy." Since you weren't sincere. Clementine mused softly, almost sweetly, then the bloodline reversion spell you promised must be fake as well. Without warning, she drove the spike deep into his flank. MMPH. His body arched rigid as a board, every muscle locking in shock and fresh agony. Bloodshot eyes glared up at her in helpless, seething fury. What do you mean fake? I have the real one. You insane woman, let me speak. Before his silent rage could find any outlet, Clementine's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The spike in her hand began to glow faintly with channeled martial skill energy, ready to end him. She's going to kill me. YGGDRASIL stared up at her, praying desperately that this madwoman would at least grant him a few last words. I might be the only one who knows the truth. Clementine, what are you doing here? A gentle, familiar voice cut through the tension, halting her mid-motion. She turned. There, framed by moonlight, stood Helant, white hair fluttering softly, handsome face lit with warm surprise and faint concern. The instant she saw him, Clementine instinctively released the spike. It clattered forgotten to the ground as she launched herself forward, slamming her lithe, wild body into his chest. Her arms clamped around his waist like steel bands. Helant caught her automatically, one hand settling on the slender curve of her waist. The cool, silky feel of her skin beneath thin fabric tempted him to linger, just for a heartbeat. I saw that you were hurt earlier. She pressed her cheek lightly against the now healed wound on his chest, voice unusually soft, almost vulnerable. Just then, Momonga's amused voice drifted over from nearby. Helant-san, flirting out here in the open like this, someone might get jealous, you know. The words had barely landed when Mino came sprinting up, sputtering indignantly. Who's this blonde? Get away from Helant right now. Clementine snapped back to reality. Awkwardly, she lifted her head from Helant's chest, only to freeze. Besides Mino, Momon, and Nabe, who had arrived moments earlier, there stood another blonde who looked exactly like her. The same sharp features, the same golden hair. OSHII. KSE, she blurted, confusion cutting through her usual composure. Why is he with you? You two know each other? Helant asked mildly, his hand still resting lightly on her waist as though completely unaware of the brewing storm. Clementine stole one last greedy breath of his scent, clean, faintly warm, then quickly stepped back, composure snapping back into place. He's my brother. Blondie, so you're the one trying to steal my Helant. Mino cut her off sharply, baring her small, cute fangs as she wedged herself possessively between them, wrapping her arms around Helant's waist to stake her claim. For the first time in her proud, domineering life, Clementine felt a strange, helpless ache, like something vitally important had just been snatched away right in front of her. She lowered her gaze, shoulders slumping in rare, quiet dejection. Mino noticed immediately. Leaning close to Helant's ear, she whispered with mischievous suspicion, Helant, what kind of love potion did you give her? 15 advanced chapters. Chapter 45, so, scapegoat. Goodbye. Right. What kind of mind-bending potion did I feed her? Helant tilted his head, lips parting to respond to Mino's whispered question, when Momonga's group finally closed the distance. KSE strode directly to Clementine. For a long, uncomfortable moment he said nothing, his expression caught somewhere between disbelief and reluctance. By all rights, he should have demanded the crown of wisdom from her immediately, pressed her for answers about its theft and misuse. But from afar he had witnessed the scene, Clementine throwing herself into Helant's arms, pressing her cheek against his chest in a display of intimacy that bordered on indecent for someone of her reputation. Now, seeing her up close, head lowered, shoulders slightly hunched, he could scarcely reconcile the image. How had his wild, arrogant, utterly unhinged little sister transformed into this docile, almost fragile creature? It defied every memory he held of her. Zinedine, observing everything through the crystal ball's unblinking eye, felt a rare surge of genuine delight. Could Helant actually prefer the Clementine type? For the first time, he studied her with serious appraisal. Clementine stood quietly now, head bowed, moonlight gilding her boldly exposed skin to an almost luminous white. Her wild, alluring figure, usually a weapon of intimidation, appeared unexpectedly beautiful in repose, softened by shadow and silver light. His voice brightened with unmistakable satisfaction as he spoke through the link. KSE, find an opportunity to speak with Clementine privately. Tell her to get close to Helant, very close. If she can secure a place at his side, I will personally ensure the theocracy lifts every bounty and kill order on her head. The undeniable power of the holy domain God Lord only intensified Zinedine's urgency to recruit Helant. In the privacy of his thoughts, a bolder notion took root: should Helant join the theocracy, it might not be impossible for this holy domain God Lord to be enshrined as humanity's seventh god, elevating the nation beyond its current six. Let Clementine seduce Helant with her looks. Kwai's mouth twitched in distaste. His prejudice against his sister ran bone deep. Still, he offered no objection aloud. Just then, Momonga's voice cut through the tension, low and grim. YGGDRASIL is still here, isn't he? Helant nodded once. Everything else can wait. Right now, we have the culprit who released the Lich King to deal with. The performance was finally approaching its curtain call. Helant walked slowly to the edge of the shattered tomb, where Nympharia lay unconscious and YGGDRASIL writhed in helpless agony. The moment YGGDRASIL caught sight of the approaching group, muffled, frantic sounds leaked from his grotesquely gagged mouth. Momonga gripped one greatsword tighter, stepping to YGGDRASIL's side. His voice emerged cold and final from beneath the helm. You're the ringleader of this entire disaster, aren't you? Hidden within the visor, red lights flickered briefly in his eye sockets. A quiet thread of satisfaction coiled in his chest. Once YGGDRASIL is gone, Helant-san and I can finally rest. Still, better to probe his memories first. No loose ends. YGGDRASIL, seeing Momon raise the blade, interjected hastily. Sir Momon, shouldn't we question him for information first? YGGDRASIL nodded with desperate violence. Yes. At least let me speak. That so-called Lich King was nothing more than a paid actor in some rotten god's farce. They had all been deceived. Under YGGDRASIL's pleading, hopeful gaze, Helant stepped forward. The look he leveled at the broken man was glacial. What's there to ask? He's nothing but a traitor to humanity. Ask what? And risk hearing something inconvenient. Mare was still a child, after all, he hadn't yet grasped the full subtlety of such operations. Back then, when Helant had ordered, shut YGGDRASIL up, he had meant elimination, not literal gagging. Helant and Momonga exchanged a brief, knowing glance. Clearly, these NPCs still needed refinement in more than just combat. YGGDRASIL, hearing Helant's dismissal, gave a silent nod of agreement. True enough. The theocracy already knew Zuranorn's strongholds. Once mobilized, they would crush the remnants by sheer force. Interrogation was superfluous. Still. His gaze drifted to YGGDRASIL's shattered legs, then to the arms cruelly stuffed into the man's mouth. Instinctively, he glanced toward Clementine, half hidden behind the others, expression carefully neutral. He knew his sister's handiwork when he saw it. Only she had reached the graveyard ahead of them. Who else could have inflicted such precise, sadistic brutality? The Lich King. Absurd. YGGDRASIL had been its greatest enabler. Momon. Do it, Helant said quietly, eyes never leaving YGGDRASIL. As everyone watched the greatsword rise, Helant's lips moved in a soundless whisper. The next instant, YGGDRASIL's pupils spasmed violently. A frigid current raced up his spine, straight to the crown of his skull. A voice, impossibly clear, echoed inside his mind. That's right. I planned the entire thing. The Lich King is my subordinate. The Holy Domain God Lord is none other than me. So, scapegoat, goodbye. Ugh. YGGDRASIL's eyes bulged. He jerked his head toward Helant again and again, frantic, wordless signals screaming the truth. He's the mastermind. He's been playing you all. What answered was only the calm, unreadable gazes of Mino and Nabe. YGGDRASIL had already turned away, interest fading, his attention shifting instead to the crown of wisdom still perched on Nympharia's head. Clementine's eyes remained fixed on Helant, her expression a complicated swirl of emotions she couldn't quite name. YGGDRASIL stared blankly for a heartbeat, then looked desperately up at Momon, winking and grimacing with manic urgency. He's really going to kill me like this? Please, just let me say one sentence. He's the mastermind. You've all been deceived. Don't stay in the dark. Momonga let out a secret, inward snort. I'm one of the masterminds myself. The sword rose, then descended in a single, clean arc. With a final surge of unwillingness and despair, YGGDRASIL's head tumbled free, rolling across the cold stone. Momonga sheathed the blade smoothly. Thanks to a discreet special item, he had extracted a clean fragment of memory in the final instant, the bloodline reversion spell. He glanced toward Helant, now kneeling beside Nympharia, and thought, Helant-san has been troubled by exactly this issue. This magic might prove useful to him. YGGDRASIL stood before the unconscious Nympharia, hesitating. Removing the crown of wisdom would normally shatter the wearer's mind, leaving only a drooling shell. If it were only him, he would have torn it free without a second thought. But now. Helant was watching. He could not afford to tarnish his image over something so trivial. As he wavered, Helant stepped forward and spoke calmly. Take it off. It won't harm Nympharia in the slightest. Thinking Helant unaware of the crown's dangers, YGGDRASIL opened his mouth to explain, only for Helant to continue smoothly. The Holy Domain God Lord's reign of light bathed Nympharia earlier. It neutralized the crown's backlash entirely. Remove it with confidence. Hearing it framed as a miracle of the Holy Domain God Lord, YGGDRASIL no longer hesitated. He reached down and gently lifted the crown of wisdom from Nympharia's brow. The moment it left his head, Nfiria curled into himself like a sleeping child, a foolish, contented smile spreading across his face. Henry, hee. Henry. KSE could not help rolling his eyes skyward. Indeed. Nothing happened. Damn. Poor Kajiat. I almost feel bad for him. Almost. I've caught up to the latest chapter of I Am the Fated Villain, and boy, oh boy. 15 advanced chapters. Chapter 46, a trolling world item. With Kajiat's death, the entire Lich King incident was finally settled. The group returned to Irantil under cover of night. They slipped past the celebrating crowd still cheering in the streets and, with help from the Adventurers Guild staff, each retired to an assigned private room. Once Momonga had layered sufficient defensive wards inside his quarters and stationed Nabe on watch outside the door, Helant and the other two stepped through into the heart of the sanctuary. The moment Momonga crossed the threshold, the dim space flared with gentle light. From the soaring palace suspended high in the artificial heavens drifted holy, ethereal singing, soft and resonant. He had already heard that exact melody once tonight. Helant-san, at the time I really thought that clone of yours felt like a true god. The majestic figure of the holy domain god lord remained etched deeply in Momonga's mind. He had never imagined that Helant's doppelganger could radiate such overwhelming presence. The pressure it exuded had felt heavier than the aura of any world boss they had raided back in Yggdrasil. The holy evil balance trait among special races allows me to split off a clone embodying ultimate good or ultimate evil for a limited duration. That clone possesses my full power. Helant walked steadily toward the faith pool at the sanctuary center. Holy evil balance. Momonga had never encountered such a racial trait before. Curiosity stirred as he asked, Helant-san, is this a hidden class you discovered? Helant let out a quiet chuckle. After I gained access to the source code, I grafted traits from several special races together to create what you see now. Holy evil balance is the result. He paused briefly. I patched together 3 variants like this in total. Originally, Helant had considered modifying only his job classes. That approach would have been far safer. A failure would merely produce conflicting class effects, and the character would almost certainly survive. But altering a race was entirely different. Rewriting its source code felt like dismantling one's own body and reassembling it with foreign organs. One critical mistake meant permanent death. Holy evil balance had been the first special race he dared to modify. Just as he had coded the faith pool to absorb and store belief, he had granted this race the core trait, balance. He hoped it would neutralize the violent conflicting forces raging inside him. The risk had been enormous, yet he had won the gamble. Within Helant now, the Apex Jobs World Champion, World Calamity, and Eternal Life Sustenance intertwined with the special races Holy Light Demon God, Holy Evil Balance, and Faith Devourer. Together they formed a closed, perfectly stable loop. Under the equilibrium enforced by Holy Evil Balance, those immense powers remained docile as lambs, each confined firmly to its designated place. Momonga sensed the faint but unmistakable pressure radiating from his friend and marveled silently at the sheer audacity. Pero Roncino had once warned him in no uncertain terms, random code edits could corrupt a save file and crash the entire data set. For a character, that was indistinguishable from true death. The memory sent a faint chill through Momonga even now. If Helant had failed back then, would he have simply vanished right in front of him? He looked at Helant with rare earnestness. Next time you plan something this dangerous, talk to me first. Helant stood on the palace's high steps, gazing down across the entire heart of the sanctuary. Confidence filled his voice as he declared, modifying code was my last and riskiest gamble. From this moment onward, the entire world is officially part of my calculations. His long white hair streamed behind him in the gentle currents of mana. His flawless face glowed with quiet radiance. Beside him, Mino stared up in a daze and let out a soft, foolish laugh. This was the real Helant. The true supreme being. And the men she loved most. Quietly, she activated a small recording crystal and captured the moment. Albedo got the better of me last time. This photo will even the score. Seeing Helant like this, Momonga teased him in the easy manner of old friends. No wonder you managed to charm Bukabukagama. But are you really planning to use all that accumulated faith power to forge a fake world item? Helant had first floated the idea when he showed Momonga the faith pool's contents. He intended to combine faith power with his special job, World Alchemist, to craft a fully controllable world item. As they reached the edge of the faith pool, Helant explained once more. The Holy Domain God Lord's official debut tonight is bound to draw attention. Among the onlookers, there will certainly be dragons. He had already told Momonga earlier, the 8 Greed Kings had fallen due to internal strife among players combined with a devastating counterattack by dragons. A single true Dragon Lord was comparable in strength to a top-tier player, and as the race that ultimately wiped out the 8 Greed Kings, they undoubtedly possessed world items of their own. Helant lifted his gaze to the faith pool. Thousands of white gold threads, dense as silk yet flowing like liquid light, trickled steadily within the basin. 4,000 points of faith power. Every NPC in Nazarick, plus the 100,000 sanctuary demons housed within the heart of the sanctuary, had gathered belief for nearly half a month. Added to that was the spontaneous faith generated by tens of thousands of Erantal citizens during the battle. This was the total harvest. He opened his level status panel. Helant, LV, 100, progress, 0.1%. All attribute enhancement, 0.1%. 100 points of faith power could raise a level 100 character's attributes and level progress by 0.1%. 4,000 points would yield, at best, a 4% increase in stats and progress. Compared to such a negligible gain, it was far wiser to invest the resource in a larger, more decisive plan. With that thought, Helant turned and smiled at Momonga. With our current strength, burning faith power on ourselves is meaningless. Why not craft a world item specifically meant to screw people over? A trolling world item. A red light flashed briefly within Momonga's eye sockets. I found a spell called Bloodline Reversion in Kajiat's memories. It might be useful to you. From the very beginning, Momonga had sensed its potential value. He knew the game's lore regarding dragons well, a species whose older bloodlines were inherently stronger. Helant perked up immediately. Tell me everything. As Momonga explained the spell in careful detail, a wicked grin slowly spread across Helant's face. The magic could not have come at a better time. He had been searching for the perfect way to tailor a world item specifically against dragons. Now, inspiration had struck. Watching that grin, Mino raised her recording crystal once more and captured another beautiful shot. Whoever Helant was plotting against was none of her concern. All she knew was that, at this moment, he looked absolutely breathtaking. Sray for the late update. Was having a bro versus bro in League of Legends. 15 advanced chapters. Chapter 47, The World is a Stage. Shout out to Knuckled Behemoth and Bengrusum, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. Helant-san, now that you have descended in the form of the Holy Domain God Lord, are you really not going to take the opportunity to develop faith in the kingdom? Momonga knew that the place Helant had chosen to develop faith was the Holy Kingdom. But this time, the Holy Domain God Lord had manifested in the form of a deity before hundreds of thousands of people. As long as it was handled properly, this place could directly become one of the sources of Helant's faith power. He did not quite understand why Helant had completely ignored the kingdom in his faith plan. Satoru-san, have you forgotten? Next, the kingdom will be the stage for the Sorcerer King and Jadalbaeth. The Holy Domain God Lord cannot steal the spotlight. With Helant's reminder, Momonga remembered at once. The Holy Domain God Lord had already appeared. The next to reveal himself to the world would be him, the Sorcerer King. It was just that, who was Jadalbaeth? That name had not been written in the previous script. Helant read the confusion on Momonga's skeletal face, waved his hands repeatedly, and explained awkwardly, it's Demiurge. His identity as a demon makes him perfect for playing a player who holds a grudge against everyone. One Nazarick, producing 3 factions. Helant-san, you really are something. Thinking about how Helant was deliberately muddying the waters just to scheme against the people of this world and the dragon race, Momonga could not help but laugh out loud. You're so reliable, Helant-san. As expected, you should have been the one to take the position of guild master back then. Helant rubbed his fingers together and swallowed the words he had yet to say. In truth, including Herix, there were 4 factions in total. But when it came to the dragon race, he had not yet come into contact with the Platinum Dragon Lord, so he did not dare speak too boldly. Rather than having Herix serve as Nazarick's top combat power as an NPC, it was better to have Herix infiltrate the enemy ranks as a true Dragon Lord. Only by knowing both oneself and the enemy could one completely play the dragon race into ruin. After all, no one truly knew what trump cards the dragon race possessed. So, are you planning to head to the Holy Kingdom next? Momonga asked again. Albedo has probably finished most of the arrangements. I'm just waiting for them to come and ask for my support. Helant lazily pulled Mino into his arms, inhaled her fragrance, and said languidly, let's go back to Nazarick and wait while we rest. He buried his head in the crook of Mino's neck. After performing for outsiders for so long, he was already beginning to feel mentally fatigued. If not for the fact that Mino's embrace was not soft and broad enough, Helant might already have been tempted to fall sound asleep on the spot. Seeing that his friend seemed somewhat tired, Momonga suppressed the urge to continue the discussion. There was only one matter he still needed to discuss with Helant in detail. That was the matter of searching for other guild members. He had hesitated between Demiurge and Albedo for a long time before finally deciding to assign the task to Albedo. He had also just heard Helant say that Demiurge would appear on the world stage as Jadalbaeth. Adding more to Demiurge's workload would make him, a supreme being, seem rather heartless. But if he handed it to Albedo, there was no way to bypass Helent's approval. Recalling the way Albedo looked at Helant with such fanatical devotion, Momonga shook his head inwardly. Forget it. There's no hurry. I'll discuss it with Helant-san after he officially conquers the Holy Kingdom. Early the next morning, Kse knocked on Helent's door. Standing there, he held the Crown of Wisdom in his hand and said to Helant with a smile, "Sir Helant, the Crown of Wisdom is, after all, a treasure of the theocracy, so I must take it back as soon as possible. I can't stay here for now to gather information on the vampires." After giving instructions to Clementine and speaking with her the night before, arranging for her to get close to Helant, Zinedine had also requested that Kse return to the theocracy immediately with the Crown of Wisdom. The reason was that inviting Helant to join the theocracy right now was somewhat unrealistic. Internal resistance was strong, and the other high priests would not agree rashly either. It would be better to wait until they were fully prepared before attempting to invite him again. As for Kye's departure, Helant could only say that the timing was perfect. After the Holy Domain God Lord's appearance, there was no longer any need for him to show anything more to the theocracy. This caused Helent's impression of Kse to change. From a reporter with live broadcast value, he had turned into a clingy nuisance. Just as Helant was about to put on a smile and cheerfully see him off, he saw Kse continue speaking. And, right. Clementine is actually my younger sister. I'd like to ask you to take good care of her. She's your sister. Helant feigned ignorance and carefully sized Kse up and down, as if only realizing it now. I knew it. You two really do look alike. Kse awkwardly scratched his yellow hair and turned to look toward the room where Clementine was resting. My sister, although her personality isn't very good, she's still. When it came to Clementine, Kse could not think of her virtues for a moment. Helant finished the sentence for him. Miss Clementine is very cute. She even said she would form an adventure party with me to protect me. Looking at Helent's gentle smile, Kse was momentarily at a loss for words. Clementine really was full of herself, promising to protect a powerhouse capable of casting 9th-tier magic. But still, well done. Kse was thrilled. If Clementine could successfully stay by Helent's side and secure a place in his heart, then wouldn't the theocracy's invitation for Helant to join have a much higher chance of success? Thinking of this, Kse suddenly grabbed Helent's hand warmly and led him toward Clementine's room. Sir Helant, I've always been worried about my sister. Only after seeing with my own eyes that she's willing to stay by your side can I leave with peace of mind. Kse put on a show of caring for his sister and entrusting her to someone he trusted. Helant immediately noticed the warmth and expectation hidden deep in his eyes and sneered inwardly. Trying to have Clementine use a honey trap. But Helant pushed open the half-ajar door. The room was empty. A breeze drifted in through the open window, ruffling the curtains as if waving goodbye. Beneath the window, a letter was pinned to the table by a short cone, rustling softly in the wind. Clearly, she had run away. Kye's expression froze instantly. Wait, wasn't it agreed last night? You were supposed to stay and seduce him. No, I mean, build a good relationship with Helant. How could you go back on your word again? Kse ground his teeth in fury. The theocracy's grand plan had once again been ruined by this bratty girl. Helant walked straight to the table and took the letter from beneath the short cone. It read. Kse told me to seduce you, but I can't do it. Although I do like you a little, if liking someone is weighed down by other motives, it's no longer pure. That's all. I'm going to the Holy Kingdom. I'm leaving the short cones for you as a memento. Return them to me the next time we meet. Clementine. Helant toyed with the short cones in his hand, reading the letter with a hint of amusement. He truly had not expected someone with Clementine's temperament to write such a letter. He turned to look at Kse, who had also seen the contents of the letter. Kse broke out in a cold sweat the moment he read the first line Clementine had left. His expression stiffened, and his eyes were filled with embarrassment. No. Is seduction really something you can just write in a letter? He turned his head stiffly, awkwardly pinching the corner of his clothes, his toes curling restlessly inside his shoes. That. I can explain. But Helant merely smiled indifferently. I quite like Clementine. She's frank and straightforward. Helant understood what the theocracy was trying to do. It was nothing more than an attempt to add more weight to their invitation for him to join. There was no need to mind it, since the theocracy was also part of his plan. Seeing that Helant had no intention of blaming him, Kse quickly found an excuse, leapt straight out of the window, and summoned a griffin to carry him into the sky. Sir Helant, see you soon. His voice faded into the distance, sounding like someone fleeing in panic. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 48, Inspection. The fresh, cool breeze from outside the window made Helant squint his eyes in comfort. Now that the annoying nuisance had finally left, he could return to Nazarick at last. He missed the warm bed in the royal suite and wanted to soak in Nazarick's hot springs. He missed the two little ones, Mare and Aura, and also Albedo's warm, soft, delicate figure. After enjoying the breeze for a while longer, Helant impatiently summoned a doppelganger to take over his shift with Momonga and the others. Leaving Nabe in charge of adventurer affairs, he temporarily sent the clingy Mino back to the heart of the sanctuary to arrange the materials for crafting items. Then he and Momonga returned to their respective rooms. The room was dimly lit, perfect for resting. With a thought, Helant changed into pajamas and flopped straight onto the soft bed. The large silk-woven bed was smooth and yielding, as though he were lying among the clouds. A rich, fragrant scent drifted up from the quilt and Helant drew it deep into his nostrils. Ah, this scent. I feel like I've smelled it somewhere before. Lord Helant, it's my body fragrance, a warm breath brushed against his ear, making it tingle slightly. Helant lazily rolled over to look. Albedo, dressed in a white gold cheongsam, knelt on the bed and leaned forward, the posture accentuating her firm, full, rounded curves. The wings at her waist fluttered constantly, stirring a gentle breeze that lifted strands of her hair and pressed them against her faintly flushed cheeks. Her beautiful eyes blinked playfully, ripples of anticipation shimmering within them. TSK, as expected of a succubus. Helant suddenly felt a heat rising in his chest. He simply sat up, leaned against the headboard, and pulled the closely following Albedo into his arms. Why are you wearing downfall of castle and country? Are you planning something improper against me? The white gold downfall of castle and country fit Albedo perfectly. Helant could not help but examine this world item closely. As an item that could only be used by women, it truly displayed feminine charm to the extreme. Hell, today, Mare and Aura won't be coming. Albedo's slender, jade-white hands wrapped around Helant's neck, her breath as sweet as orchids. Last time, she had not been fully prepared and let Mare and Aura ruin things. This time, she had made complete preparations to ensure no one would disturb them all day. As for why she was wearing downfall of castle and country. As the first world item Nazarick seized in this world, I thought, first times are worth commemorating, aren't they? As she spoke, the small wings behind Albedo's waist flapped uncontrollably against Helant's side. Looking at the fully ripened red apple before him, Helant was in no hurry to taste it directly. Instead, he continued to study downfall of castle and country. The patterns on it were beautiful. Helant's hand pressed against the soft fabric, lingering there for a long time. Albedo let out a soft cry, and the feathered wings behind her flapped even more joyfully. Actually, the inner lining is the best part. Albedo grabbed Helant's hand and guided it from her fragrant shoulder into the side opening of the cheongsam. The moment it slipped inside, the back of his hand clearly felt that the inner lining of downfall of castle and country was exquisitely designed, soft against the skin, with a smooth, lingering warmth. The warmth and silkiness against his palm were even more exquisite than against the back of his hand. This made Albedo twist her body incessantly, her golden eyes filling with a misty haze. The inner lining is indeed very well designed, smooth, delicate, warm, and soft. Hearing Helant's praise, Albedo's small wings never stopped, constantly fluttering against Helant's side. Let me see how these little wings of yours come out from your lower back. Curious, Helant slid his hand down from above to the base of Albedo's wings. Fowa. To let Helant better study downfall of castle and country, Albedo actually lay prone on top of him. At her lower back, her rounded curves trembled incessantly, causing her small black wings to shake up and down along with them. A more intense, rich fragrance suddenly spread through the air. Helant graciously continued to stroke the base of the black wings. He truly hadn't expected downfall of castle and country to have a body size adaptation function. This was truly wonderful. Once he had studied the wings enough, Helant still needed to investigate whether this cheongsam-style downfall of castle and country would affect Albedo's combat effectiveness in actual battle. Albedo was a warrior type. Unlike magic-based classes that stood still to deal damage, she had to be able to move flexibly. Helant's fingers skillfully pressed upward from Albedo's calf. First, through the smooth, white skin, he felt that Albedo combined strength with beauty. The hem of the cheongsam was long, but it was slit up to the waist. Thus, Helant easily confirmed that Albedo's thighs were full and curvaceous. However, her smooth, white, long legs didn't seem to impact her combat effectiveness much. After a brief moment of thought, Helant decided to refine a type of black, silk-like stocking that combined flexibility and defense, to gift to Albedo and protect these exposed beautiful legs. In Helant's conception, that magic item should also have an effect directed at himself, increasing attack speed. But, it wasn't needed for now. He still needed to continue his research and inspection upward. The base of the thighs was wrapped tightly. At a glance, this would affect practical combat. As a world alchemist, Helant had his own set of judgment methods for magic items, equipment, and the like. He naturally pressed onto her rounded curves and said softly, "Albedo, wiggle a bit. I need to properly judge the impact of downfall of castle and country on your movements." Feeling Helent's large hand pressing on her vital spot, Albedo obediently complied. After all, if it really affected her combat ability, she wouldn't be worthy of serving the Supreme Being. Helent's hands had forged countless pieces of equipment. With Albedo's cooperation, he instantly reached a judgment. Soft, elastic, and perky, these were undoubtedly characteristics of extreme flexibility. Helant couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a world item, it doesn't hinder the user's flexibility at all. Albedo's wings flapped downward, her smooth feathers sweeping across Helent's hands. He met the spring-like tenderness in Albedo's eyes at his chest. "Hell, now that the research is over, can we start the practical combat?" A smile curled on Helent's handsome, holy face as he caught the rich fragrance in the air. Practical combat is an art, and even more so, an enjoyment. In Tabula's design, Albedo's setting was a tank, meant to protect Helant. She was a teammate and must not attack him. However, this was a sparring session and had to be taken seriously. After experiencing bloodshed, cries of pain, and intense practical combat, it finally ended with Helent's overwhelming victory. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 49, Stress Demiurge and Scripting the Past. Shout out to Raymond Skuja, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. The next morning, Helant gently pushed away Albedo's warm, soft body. A small, disappointed cry escaped her lips. Lord Helant, Albedo propped her chin on one hand. A satisfied blush colored her cheeks. Sleep a little longer. Get some rest. We will continue tonight. Helant reached out and pinched her fair cheek lightly. The forged history Demiurge prepared is ready. I need to go take a look. Albedo's overwhelming charm tested his resolve. Helant had to forcibly suppress rising desire with cold logic and quickly leave the bed. Even though he genuinely wanted to turn the morning into a second round. However, the Holy Domain God Lord urgently required a believable origin story that the world would accept without question. Ignoring her exposed skin, Albedo sat up immediately to help Helant dress. Her jade-like hands glided over every line of muscle, causing her own body to tremble faintly. Her voice softened with reverence. I have already made arrangements on the Holy Kingdom's side. We are only waiting for the history Demiurge created, and for you, the Holy Domain God Lord. Mentioning the title brought last night's battle vividly to mind, Helent's exquisite form where divinity and raw desire intertwined so perfectly. How Lord Helant is the best. Once Helant was fully dressed, he leaned down and kissed her forehead. I am heading out. Under Albedo's tender, wife-like gaze, as though seeing her husband off to work, Helent's figure flashed and vanished from the room. A second later, Albedo's gentle expression melted into a doting, almost predatory smile. She sprawled across the bed, inhaling deeply the lingering scent Helant had left behind. Slurp, Lord Helant the first time was so wonderful. Inside a quiet reception room in Nazarick. Demiurge sat on the sofa, still wearing his immaculate orange suit. His thin back remained perfectly straight, and even the demon tail behind him coiled neatly, betraying none of the inner turmoil. On the low coffee table before him rested an ancient-looking book. It appeared freshly excavated from some forgotten tomb, pages yellowed and tattered, edges frayed, sections incomplete. The blurred, archaic handwriting revealed only scattered legible fragments. Holy Domain God Lord, Sorcerer King, Jaldabaoth. Demiurge leaned forward slightly. He clasped his hands together to support his chin in a pose of deep contemplation. This was the first mission directly entrusted to him by the great Supreme Being, Lord Helant, forging a complete historical record for the Holy Domain God Lord and the Sorcerer King. The Holy Kingdom, the Theocracy, and the Empire, this history will be accidentally fall into the hands of those who should know it. Now, all that remains is for Lord Helant to inspect it. Demiurge slowly straightened his back again. His hands rested on the crisp fabric of his suit trousers. The veins on them stood out faintly. This marked his first time reporting work directly to a Supreme Being. Nervousness, fear, and unease rose involuntarily within his otherwise rational mind. He had completed the task entirely on his own. Lord Helant had delegated full authority from the beginning, stating only, I trust your abilities. You only need to show me the final result. Those words placed an invisible mountain of pressure on Demiurge's shoulders. As an NPC, he cared far too deeply about the opinions of the Supreme Beings. What if the Supreme Being is dissatisfied with my results? The veins on his hands and forehead bulged noticeably. His tail began to sway through the air of its own accord, betraying the agitation beneath his composed exterior. As per Lord Helant's explicit request, he was to report only after every arrangement had been finalized. In other words, if Lord Helant found fault with the outcome, there would be. Will Lord Helant stop trusting me for his future plans? Being criticized was a minor concern. Far worse would be the possibility of jeopardizing Lord Helant's grander plans because of some overlooked flaw. With a heart full of apprehension, Demiurge settled into a long, tense wait. Perhaps a great deal of time passed. Perhaps only a brief moment. Helant's figure appeared silently before him. Demiurge shot to his feet and bowed deeply. Lord Helant, the forged historical documents are here. He bent forward slightly, but his movements were extremely stiff, like a taut orange rope pulled to its limit. Seeing this, Helant smiled helplessly and sat down on the opposite sofa. Do not be nervous. Sit. Why does Demiurge look exactly like a corporate employee reporting to the boss's office? Demiurge rigidly straightened his back and sat upright once more. Yet his tone remained remarkably calm as he handed over the document. Lord Helant, these are the forged historical documents. His eyes, hidden behind reflective lenses, followed Helant's every movement with nervous intensity. Helant accepted the ancient tome. A faint scent of damp earth and aged parchment drifted toward him. He ran his fingers lightly over the pages, feeling their moist, soft, fragile texture. The effect was remarkably similar to genuine unearthed ancient texts from his memories. He let out a soft chuckle. Not bad. Receiving even this initial approval, Demiurge's tail gave a small, involuntary wag before stiffening again. Because Helant's finger now pointed toward the contents of the pages. Demiurge knew that perfecting the exterior appearance of the ancient book was merely the first step. The actual written history within carried far greater weight. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. His hands clasped together reflexively. Flip, flip. Helant turned a few pages casually. The deliberately aged, cramped handwriting proved difficult to read comfortably, so he simply stopped and looked up at Demiurge. I trust your work. Those simple words placed even greater invisible pressure on Demiurge. Now came the moment to reveal the true results. To ensure nothing could go wrong, he had exhausted every ounce of his intellect to guarantee the forged text would naturally reach exactly the intended recipients. Let us start with the Empire. Helant set the ancient book aside and leaned back lazily on the sofa. The candidate for the Empire is Flutter. Yes. Demiurge stood immediately and cast a surveillance spell. An illusory water mirror condensed in the air before Helant. An image soon resolved within it. An elderly man appeared, white hair and long beard, dressed in flowing white robes. Demiurge introduced him formally. Flutter, the chief court mage of the Baharuth Empire. A man who has lived for over 200 years and can wield Tier 6 magic. He is known across the continent as humanity's strongest magic caster. At this point, Demiurge clenched his fists. His body tensed once more. Flutter was undoubtedly the most powerful magic caster active on the surface of this world. If even he accepted the forged history as truth, then Lord Helant and Lord Momonga's plans would proceed without flaw. But the problem remained, even the ants of this world possessed a surprising degree of wisdom. Especially after Demiurge had already noticed the girl named Renner. That individual displayed intellect rivaling his own. Because of this, Demiurge felt even greater concern. What would happen if Flutter detected even the slightest inconsistency? 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 50, The Diary of a Forgotten Era, Yesterday. Baharuth Empire. Ministry of Magic. Inside a dimly lit study. The image captured within the recording crystal remained frozen on the climactic moment, the Holy Domain God Lord extinguishing the Lich King with a single, effortless finger. Flutter Paradine adjusted his monocle magic lens with trembling fingers. He examined every detail meticulously, eyes darting from the majestic, radiant figure of the Holy Domain God Lord to the grotesque, crumbling Lich King. Finally his gaze settled on a pale, unassuming figure standing in the corner of the frame. Helant, the summoner of the god, and also the one who wielded 9th-tier magic. He studied Helant's features again and again, scrutinizing bone structure, skin tone, posture. After confirming the man was unmistakably human, Flutter leaned heavily back into his cushioned chair. His hand rose unconsciously to stroke his long white beard as he drew a deep, shuddering breath. Is it truly possible for a human to cast magic beyond the 6th tier? After more than 2 centuries devoted to the arcane arts, as the strongest magic caster acknowledged by the surface world, Flutter understood the brutal limits of human potential better than anyone. To him, anything above 6th-tier magic resembled an ant attempting to scale an endless mountain. No matter how tirelessly it climbed, the summit remained forever out of sight. When the first reports arrived from the kingdom's spies, his immediate reaction had been flat disbelief. How could any human possibly wield 9th-tier magic? Yet after witnessing the magnificent, overwhelming presence of the Holy Domain God Lord, even through the imperfect medium of a crystal recording, he found himself believing at least halfway. The divine majesty radiating from that figure shook his very soul. Even the Platinum Dragon Lord he had glimpsed in his youth possessed not 1% of the sheer, oppressive might captured in this image. Such an existence might indeed shatter human limitations and grant access to forbidden tiers. Knock, knock. A soft rap sounded at the study door. A cloaked disciple entered cautiously, cradling an ancient tome in both hands. Teacher, this book may contain information about the holy domain God Lord you mentioned earlier, but... The young man placed the volume respectfully on Flutter's desk. He glanced toward the frozen image in the crystal, then continued as though confirming something to himself. The text inside is extremely difficult to decipher. Flutter waved a dismissive hand, signaling his disciple to withdraw. The illustration within the book that depicted a figure resembling the holy domain God Lord felt unfamiliar. He was certain he had never encountered this text before. Still, he harbored no real doubt. During the frenzied years after reaching the hero realm, he had collected magic books with obsessive zeal. Often he acquired volumes without even glancing inside, simply piling them in his library for disciples to catalog later. He remembered the disciple's comment, the text was very difficult to decipher. Flutter could not help but sneer inwardly. After more than 200 years, what script had he not mastered? With that confidence, he carefully opened the ancient book. The volume had been preserved with remarkable care. The moment the cover lifted, a thick, musty scent of sealed earth and decayed parchment rushed into his nostrils. Yellowed, tattered pages greeted him, edges brittle and withered. Flutter, who had studied countless ancient texts, judged at a glance that this book carried at least 600 years of age. The holy domain God Lord has a 600-year history. His brow furrowed deeply. A powerful wave of doubt surged within him. After all, only 600 years had passed since the 6 great gods descended and aided humanity in founding its nations. If this being had truly appeared that long ago, there was no conceivable reason Flutter would remain ignorant of it. With questions burning in his mind, he leaned closer to examine the time-eroded handwriting. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After painstaking effort to decipher the script, Flutter lifted his head, expression faintly awkward. What kind of writing is this? Why can I not understand it? His fingers brushed gently over the interconnected strokes. The square-shaped characters bore no resemblance to the alphabetic scripts common across the world. Instead they resembled an obscure hieroglyphic system that had never surfaced in public records. If this had happened a few days ago, you would have truly stumped me, but... Flutter traced a small magic circle over his eyes. Instantly the unfamiliar glyphs became clear and comprehensible. I recently discovered an obscure spell called textual comprehension. The spell not only accelerated reading speed but translated any foreign language into his native tongue as smoothly as everyday speech. It felt practically tailor-made for his endless quest. A slow smile spread across Flutter's aged face as he resumed reading. The book took the form of a personal diary. Each entry bore the signature, "Decent people write diaries." The name struck him as exceedingly odd. What truly honest person would choose such a self-aggrandizing pseudonym? The contents unfolded as follows. YGGDRASIL calendar year 2130, May 21st. The world's strongest has been born. The holy domain God Lord defeated the world champion in a single blow and claimed the pinnacle. I never imagined such an idealist could stand at the peak of all players. YGGDRASIL calendar year 2130, July 27th, Jaldabaoth relied on schemes and calculations to unite all demons and ascend as demon emperor. However, from my observations, that human-favoring holy domain God Lord will inevitably clash with this demon emperor. I wonder if he can hold his ground. YGGDRASIL calendar year 2130, November 7th, Ains Olgaun has mastered nearly all magic and stands at the pinnacle of all magic casters, known as the Sorcerer King. This year is truly lively. One world welcoming 3 great powerhouses in a tripartite confrontation. They have already begun expanding their influence. I believe it will not be long before they are fighting tooth and nail. He read line by line. The deeper he delved, the more sweat beaded on his forehead. Excitement steadily replaced doubt in his cloudy eyes. Huff. 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 By the final entries his chest heaved violently. His gaze had turned bloodshot, excitement reaching a fever pitch. Now, to Flutter, the holy domain God Lord had receded in importance. The Sorcerer King, who has mastered all magic and stands at the pinnacle of magic casters. He could not suppress wild imaginings. In this world, magic could scarcely be measured by tier or quantity alone. If the contents of this ancient diary prove true, then how profound must the Sorcerer King's wisdom be? How vast his mastery? With these questions blazing in his mind, Flutter continued turning pages. The diary's author seemed to record only major events, taking quiet pleasure in chronicling cataclysmic shifts. YGGDRASIL calendar year 2131, April 22nd. Friction began to arise among the 3 factions. YGGDRASIL calendar year 2131, August 12th. The idealistic god of the holy domain proclaimed human supremacy. His subordinates are almost entirely humans, elves, dwarves, and the like. he appears excessively biased toward humans. Yggdrasil calendar year 2131, December 7th, Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth acquired the world item XXXX. Ha, strange. This thing truly cannot be described in words. However, the deterrent power of XXXX is indeed formidable. The demon race, the weakest of the three factions, has thus managed to gain a firm foothold despite being caught between the Sorcerer King and the Holy Domain God Lord. Yggdrasil calendar year 2138, January 3rd. For the past few years, the world has been locked in a tripartite confrontation among humans, the demon race, and the Sorcerer King's undead and other races. To be honest, although the Holy Domain God Lord is powerful, he cares too much about humans. If he could harden his heart, the world would have been unified long ago. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 51, Demiurge's fanfic is a hit. Yggdrasil calendar, March 5, 2138. The Sorcerer King actually borrowed a world item, XXXX, from Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth. They appear to have plotted something together. The Holy Domain God Lord learned of it immediately and attacked both factions. Is the Great War finally coming? I suspect the Sorcerer King has already figured out what XXXX truly is. Yggdrasil calendar, May 2, 2138. The war has begun. The Sorcerer King has gone mad. He actually unleashed a super tier spell beyond the 10th tier, tribute to the Black Goddess of Dark Fertility, upon the Holy Domain God Lord's territory. That spell killed or wounded more than half of the humans in the Holy Domain God Lord's lands. He will surely die, slain by the enraged Holy Domain God Lord. Yggdrasil calendar, May 3, 2138. The Holy Domain God Lord alone slaughtered more than half of the Sorcerer Kings and Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth's subjects, an eye for an eye. Next, he went hunting for the Sorcerer King and Jaldabaoth, who were hiding somewhere. Yggdrasil calendar, May 9, 2138. After days in hiding, the Sorcerer King and Jaldabaoth appeared. The world item XXXX actually possesses a sealing effect. Their ultimate goal was to seal the Holy Domain God Lord. No wonder they were willing to sacrifice most of their own people. How ruthless. The first and second generation human emissaries under the Holy Domain God Lord perished. XXXX activated. The Holy Domain God Lord is being sealed. Is the pinnacle of the world about to fall just like this? Jaldabaoth and the Sorcerer King will rule the world together. Wait, Jaldabaoth is ambushing the Sorcerer King. They're turning on each other. No. The crucial point is that the world item XXXX seems to have been pulled by some other worldly force, and a dragon's phantom has appeared. It wants to seize the world item. Because of that dragon, the Holy Domain God Lord appears to have loosened the seal slightly. With terrifying power, he turned the sealing force back and enveloped both the Sorcerer King and Jaldabaoth. A gigantic wormhole appeared in the world. Such terrifying suction. The Holy Domain God Lord, the Sorcerer King, Jaldabaoth, and some others were all sucked in. On the final page, a thick stroke of ink trailed off the paper abruptly, as though the diary had been violently wrenched away mid-sentence. Gulp. Flutter swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. Holy Domain God Lord. Sorcerer King. Jaldabaoth. World item, and the seal. His thoughts raced in frantic circles. Watching Flutter's stunned reflection in the crystal, Demiurge's hands unconsciously clenched the fabric of his trousers until the material creaked faintly. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed Lord Helant leisurely sipping an iced drink, posture utterly relaxed, as though completely confident that Flutter would swallow every fabricated word. Demiurge knew the Supreme Being did not personally understand Flutter's personality in detail, or rather, it was beneath him to understand a lower creature's personality. He simply placed absolute trust in his servant's competence. Under normal circumstances Demiurge held unshakable confidence in deceiving any inferior being except a Supreme Being. Yet now, burdened by Lord Helant's immense faith in him, that confidence dwindled to almost nothing. What if he does not believe? I would surely betray Lord Helant's trust. At the thought, fresh sweat beaded on Demiurge's forehead. It slid slowly down his cheek and dripped onto the polished floor with a tiny, almost inaudible patter. Seeing this, Helant smiled. It was the first time he had witnessed Demiurge so visibly nervous. Hot. Lord Helant picked up another chilled bottle and placed it beside Demiurge. Coca-Cola tastes better than Pepsi. Cool mist rose from the frosted glass. Demiurge's expression shifted instantly from anxiety to overwhelming gratitude at the favor. Thank you, my lord. He accepted the cola with reverence and took a careful sip, imitating Lord Helant exactly. Sweet chill mixed with crisp fizz flowed across his tongue, down his throat, and settled into his core. The refreshing sensation eased the taut knot of tension within him. Sharp as ever, Demiurge immediately understood, Lord Helant was calming his nerves in this gentle, considerate way. Being treated so thoughtfully by a Supreme Being caused Demiurge's eyes to moisten behind his lenses. Fortunately, the reflective glass concealed the momentary weakness. He continued to maintain the surveillance spell, watching Flutter's next reaction closely. If the Holy Domain God Lord is real, then the Sorcerer King must be real too. Flutter suddenly exclaimed aloud. His cloudy eyes blazed with unrestrained excitement. At this moment he no longer cared about the Holy Domain God Lord or Helant. Reason urged caution, the matter required verification, and the ancient tome demanded skeptical scrutiny. But his fanatical obsession with magic screamed otherwise. It was all true. There truly existed a god of magic who had mastered every spell in existence. How I wish that God would appear before me this very second. Imagining the deity manifesting to personally impart forbidden sorcery, Flutter shakily picked up a quill and began scribbling furiously on a fresh sheet of parchment. According to this book, the Sorcerer King was sucked into the wormhole alongside the Holy Domain God Lord, so he is very likely somewhere in this world, watching over the God Lord's affairs. Therefore, he wrote 2 names in bold strokes, Helant, Momon. If I invite only Helant, my intentions will be too obvious, let us add Momon. He placed a small mark beside Momon. As a dedicated magic caster, Flutter inwardly looked down on warriors. What could a mere armored fighter possibly reveal about the profound mysteries of magic? Flutter snorted softly, then replaced the sound with an eager smile. If I make contact with someone from the Holy Domain God Lord's side, perhaps I will draw the attention of Ain's old gown, the Sorcerer King. Pfft. Seeing Flutter's priorities shift so blatantly, Lord Helant nearly sprayed cola across the table. Momon's become superfluous. His shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Helant turned to Demiurge. Be sure to save this recording. I want to show it to Momonga later. He could already picture the green glow flashing like a strobe light across Momonga's skeletal face. Yes, Lord Helant. Demiurge was no longer visibly nervous or excited. Beneath his calm exterior, however, fury simmered. Despicable inferior race, daring to belittle Lord Momonga. As he stored the images securely with a spell, he quietly began plotting how to deliver a suitable lesson to that man without jeopardizing the Supreme Being's grander plans. Once the recording was secured, Lord Helant signaled to continue. Slain Theocracy. Inside the Clearwater Scripture headquarters. By the soft glow of a magical lamp on the table, Zinedine carefully pored over a tattered ancient book. Wearing one of the 6 great gods' sacred relics, the translation monocle, he copied the faded text onto fresh parchment with steady precision. If nothing goes wrong, this book recounts events from before the 6 great gods and the 8 great kings descended upon this world. 15 advanced chapters. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, everything is proceeding exactly as Lord Helant planned. Zinedine let out a soft sigh. In fact, after learning of the Holy Domain God Lord and the Sorcerer King, he had already begun his investigation. Through the efforts of the Clearwater Scripture, he finally located this book within the collection of a reckless noble. To be honest, he felt somewhat annoyed. Those greedy nobles had even kept knowledge recording such important history to themselves. Fortunately, that noble possessed abundant assets, which allowed him, after ordering the household to be raided, to vent some of his anger. He tapped the ancient book lightly, his thoughts returning once more to the Holy Domain God Lord. So the Holy Domain God Lord descended together with the 6 great gods, but, because of the seal of a world item, he only formally descended into the mortal realm recently. In the first draft of the 6 great gods quotations, there were references to calling true divine artifacts world items, and even mentions of the term player. Combined with these hieroglyphs, which were identical to those used by the 6 great gods and the 8 great kings. Zinedine fully believed that the one who recorded this history was a player. He used a quill to write a line on the parchment, the Holy Domain God Lord favors humanity. This player had stated that under the command of the Holy Domain God Lord, almost all of his subordinates were humans, elves, and dwarves. In the narrative, the Holy Domain God Lord appeared to be an idealist, and more than that, a protector of humanity. This was simply excellent. The joy shining in Zinedine's eyes was beyond words. What a blessing it was to have a god who favored humanity. Thinking back to the era of the 6 great gods, when the 6 deities protected the theocracy, humanity was able to grow rapidly and become the powerful race that now occupies most of the world's territory. Dragon tribes, the undead, demon gods. Before the great 6 great gods, they were all nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. Even today, within the slain theocracy, many people still reminisce about the glory of the era of the 6 great gods. Then, how can we have this god preside over the theocracy and safeguard humanity? Zinedine arrived at the answer almost instantly. Helant. During the battle between Irantil and the Lich King, it was this self-proclaimed human emissary of the Holy Domain God Lord who had summoned the god and saved more than 100,000 people in one fell swoop. Right. Zinedine looked at the information he had transcribed onto the parchment and marked the final line. The ancient book says that the first and second generation human emissaries already died in battle in the world of the Pulayer. So that's why Helant claims to be the third generation human emissary. Zinedine recalled Helant's words when he had first appeared before the Sorcerer King, and the tightly furrowed lines between his brows could not help but relax. The magnificent figure of the Holy Domain God Lord surfaced once more in his mind. Back in Irantal, he had once said to Helant, "For choosing to sacrifice yourself for more than 100,000 people, as my human emissary, you are officially qualified. From this moment onward, you may proclaim my name and protect the mortal realm." Seen this way, everything finally made sense. Why Helant, as the human emissary of the Holy Domain God Lord, had never seemed to proclaim his God's name or spread his faith. All of this was because Helant was still under the observation of the Holy Domain God Lord. That was a benevolent and righteous God. Before confirming that Helant was truly worthy of bearing the responsibility of a human emissary, he would not delegate authority to him. "Praise be to you, great Holy Domain God Lord." Zinedine could not help but voice his praise. He could feel that the Holy Domain God Lord genuinely loved the world. He had officially acknowledged Helant when Helant chose to sacrifice himself for the lives of more than 100,000 people of Irantal. Phew. Zinedine let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions. The Holy Domain God Lord is benevolent and majestic, and Helant is absolutely trustworthy. He imagined the Holy Domain God Lord's peerless and magnificent figure safeguarding humanity's progress after Helant joined the theocracy. With Helant's powerful potion-making abilities, supplying God's blood to every member of the scriptures, humanity would surely usher in an entirely new golden age. At that moment, a problem suddenly occurred to Zinedine. How do we get Helant to join the theocracy? He had already sounded out the other old fogies, and their view of the Holy Domain God Lord was that he could be used, but never accepted. The slain theocracy would never allow gods other than the 6 great gods to appear. Thinking of this, Zinedine kept tapping his finger on the desk, the look in his eyes shifting from hesitation to ruthlessness. They're all old, and their thinking has grown stagnant and rotten. You've already forgotten the original intent behind the 6 great gods protecting humanity. God loves humanity. Human supremacy. As long as this principle is upheld, the 6 great gods could even be any gods at all. A dangerous idea took shape in his mind, and he quietly sentenced the other high priests to death in his heart. However, I still need to plan this carefully. Let Zeshi Satsumii make contact with Helant first. I believe she will like him very much. With Helant's strength and appearance, he could definitely capture Zeshi Satsumii's heart. As long as she, the ultimate trump card, gave her heart to Helant, he believed everything within the theocracy would become simple. After eliminating the internal troubles of the theocracy, he would have Zeshi Satsumii play the emotional card and invite Helant to reside in the theocracy permanently. And that crazy woman Clementine. With such a perfect opportunity before her, she didn't even think of staying by Helant's side. Instead, she went mad and ran off to the Holy Kingdom. Mentioning the Holy Kingdom, Zinedine recalled recent intelligence reports indicating large-scale demi-human invasions along its borders, with many cities already fallen. Sigh, they're all such a handful. Ha. He believed it too. Demiurge's heart was now completely at ease, and joy burst forth like a breached floodgate, surging through his soul. Zinedine was the person Demiurge considered the most difficult to deal with. He knew of the existence of players and world items and had been involved in intelligence work for many years. Logically speaking, when someone like that saw a forged ancient book, he should have cautiously verified it before choosing to believe. But instead, he accepted it without question and believed it outright. Demiurge stood there, his tail wagging uncontrollably from side to side, and he involuntarily turned his head to look at Helant. Lord Helant, from the very beginning, designated Zinedine as the audience and used 2 plays to reshape Zinedine's perception of the Holy Domain God Lord. Therefore, Zinedine, as an intelligence operative, would so easily come to believe in Lord Helant's identity. Ah, behold. It is truly a sight to bring tears to one's eyes. Lord Helant's foresight is truly terrifying. Even now, Zinedine plots to sacrifice his own colleagues and offer up the theocracy's trump card, that half-elf girl, as a tribute. He is dismantling his own nation from within to pave a red carpet for Lord Helant's arrival. My heart, it trembles. To serve a master of such unfathomable cruelty and grace. Subarashii. Sasuga, Helant-sama. Helant had no time to pay attention to Demiurge's inner excitement. His focus was on something else. Zinedine decided to have Zeshi Satsumii make contact with me. He could not help rubbing his forehead as he sorted through his thoughts. Judging from Zinedine's actions just now, he truly did want the Holy Domain God Lord and Helant himself to join the theocracy, exactly as Helant had anticipated. It was just that, by binding Zeshi Satsumii, the theocracy's trump card, to himself in order to secure military support, purge the others, and then welcome Helant to lead the theocracy. Brilliant. Helant could not help but admire it. This Synodine had thought everything through with remarkable thoroughness. It seemed that all he needed to do now was give a slight push from behind, and everything would naturally fall into place. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 53, Holy Queen Kalka's Prayer. Holy Kingdom. Royal Capital Hoburns. Inside the royal library, which should have been quiet, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. Caspond, you will destroy the Holy Kingdom like this. Holy Queen Kalka's chest heaved violently as she pointed at her royal brother, Caspond. The large movement caused the shackles on her limbs to rattle loudly. Caspond, being pointed at by the Holy Queen, narrowed his eyes and admired his sister's furious expression. After a moment, he sneered. Kalka, the Holy Kingdom has never been a kingdom for commoners. It is a kingdom for nobles. You never understood that from the very beginning. That is why the nobles refused to submit to you. Caspond was extremely smug at this moment. The entire Holy Kingdom was finally about to fall into his hands. This sister of his was simply too naive. If not for the military support of Remedios and Helant, how could she have bypassed him to inherit the throne? He tapped the magic shackles on the Holy Queen's body with satisfaction, his voice filled with the complacency of a victor. Be a good prisoner, my dear sister. I will let you see with your own eyes that the Holy Kingdom will be governed far better without you. Then you should have the southern nobles send troops to support the front lines instead of using the army to amass wealth. Hearing Caspond's words, Kalka roared, completely disregarding her image as a queen. Listen to me, Caspond. The entire southern region of the Holy Kingdom is engulfed in the flames of the demi-human war. If you truly want to govern this country well, you should immediately take action against those nobles and seize military power. Why was her brother so incredibly stupid? Why were the southern nobles willing to support him? Wasn't it precisely because he was easy to control? The sudden arrival of the demi-human army at the border had almost completely disrupted the Holy Queen's pace in consolidating power. The southern nobles seized the opportunity to ignore the frontline battles and remained where they were, forcing the Holy Queen to dispatch her most elite forces to the front in order to save the kingdom's people. Everyone knew this was an open scheme aimed at the Holy Queen. Kalka was too idealistic. She always placed too much importance on commoners. Thus, as the southern nobles sent report after report of frontline tragedies to the capital, even though she clearly understood their objective, she still resolutely sent all her elite forces to reinforce the devastated front lines and rescue innocent civilians. To govern this country well, one must rely on the nobles. It's only natural to let them squeeze some profit out of those commoners. Caspond was dismissive. When his gaze fell upon the shackles restraining Kalka, mockery surfaced in his eyes. The magic shackles binding you are the price of your disregard for the nobles. How could a mere woman understand the meaning of nobility is power? If the border fell, so be it. As long as the interests of the nobles were protected, he would always be the king of the Holy Kingdom. But if he acted like Kalka, desperately sharing benefits with commoners, then in the eyes of the nobles, he would not be a king at all. In the end, she was simply too naive. Caspond turned his head to look at the darkened library, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. My dear sister, stay here and watch carefully as I make the Holy Kingdom strong and prosperous, step by step. Finally, he cast one last glance at the sturdy shackles on the Holy Queen's limbs and left the library in satisfaction. These shackles had been specially obtained by the southern nobles, an item capable of sealing even a powerhouse like the Holy Queen, who could wield fourth-tier faith-based magic. It ensured that the Holy Queen would never again possess power or strength. Watching Caspond's retreating back, Kalka bit her lip and desperately tried to mobilize the mana within her body, wanting to strike her useless brother with a spell to wake him up. The heavy shackles on her limbs left her without even the slightest extra strength. All she could do was take a few heavy steps and sink to the floor, leaning against a bookshelf. Remedios and Helant are both gone, and my magic is sealed. Is the Holy Kingdom truly finished? She thought of the people of the Holy Kingdom. In the past, when she walked the streets, commoners would always smile and greet her. Children would offer her flowers with their dirty little hands, and under her policies, people had gradually grown happier. Leaning against the bookshelf, her gaze swept over the books lining the library. As a child, she had once aspired to build an ideal nation where no one cries. For that goal, she had devoted herself to practicing magic and studying statecraft, almost never setting foot in this royal library. Most of what was stored here were ancient relics and books collected by the previous king, unrelated to governance or magic. The entire library was filled with a thick scent of ink. She randomly pulled a book from behind her, hoping to use it to force herself to calm down. This was her habit. Reading something logical helped her organize her chaotic thoughts. Kalka opened the ancient book. A faint earthy smell drifted into her nose, followed by an illustration of a majestic figure that immediately caught her eye. Beneath it was her father's handwriting. Holy Domain God Lord. Kalka furrowed her brows. The name, Holy Domain God Lord, felt strangely familiar. Since it was her father's handwriting, Had he mentioned it before? With that doubt in mind, she continued turning the pages. The contents of the ancient book were written in hieroglyphs, making them exceptionally difficult to understand. However, her father had once added simple translations and annotations to the text. Holy Domain God Lord, Human Supremacy, a God of Benevolence and Justice. Sorcerer King, Jaldabaoth, Evil and Sin. Seal. World Item. Dragon Shadow. The Holy Queen stared at the handwriting left behind by her father's translations and conjectures for a long time. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she remembered where she had seen the name, Holy Domain God Lord, before. Yesterday, before being ambushed by the southern nobles, a document had been delivered to her by the kingdom's intelligence network. It contained information about the Holy Domain God Lord descending into the mortal world and exterminating the Lich King. Because the frontline war was critical, she had been busy doing everything possible to gather food and military supplies at the time, so she had only given it a brief glance. Thinking again of the frontline war and her people suffering in dire straits, Kalka felt a sharp pain in her heart and murmured softly. Holy Domain God Lord, if only a god truly descended into the world. A look of exhaustion appeared on her delicate face. The faint dark circles beneath her eyes acted like weights pulling her eyelids down, and she gradually fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced through her eyelids, causing Kalka to awaken abruptly. A majestic figure stood before her. Although she could not clearly see his face, Kalka could distinctly feel that he was gazing at her with gentle eyes. Kami-sama. As if responding to her voice, the god slowly raised a hand, and a warm light flowed into her body. Go find Helant. He will help you. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 54, Bukabukagama, Helant-kun, did you miss me? The moment he finished speaking, Kalka instantly woke from her dream. The dark circles beneath her eyes vanished as if by magic, and her skin glowed with a layer of holy radiance. She rose gracefully to her feet, and at some unknown point, the magical shackles binding her limbs had disappeared. Without the suppression of the shackles, the mana within her body once again fell under the Holy Queen's control. She raised her hand, condensing a holy, platinum gold orb of light from within her body. The shackles are gone. Power and strength shall return to my hands. Boom. A pillar of light shot into the sky like a divine spear, piercing the sky and proclaiming the Holy Queen's return. Watching the pillar of light, Helant nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Take back everything that belongs to you by force. After speaking, he pondered for a moment before addressing Demiurge again. By the way, don't let Caspond and those southern nobles truly fall into the Holy Queen's hands. Otherwise, there won't be any fun left later. Albedo has already made the arrangements, Demiurge replied respectfully, struggling to restrain his trembling body. His emotions at this moment were excitement taken to the extreme. At this very moment, he finally caught a glimpse of a corner of the Great Supreme Being's plan. If everything proceeded as expected, the Holy Domain God Lord and the Sorcerer King would soon officially become the center of this world. The Holy Domain God Lord's Holy Kingdom and the Slain Theocracy. The Sorcerer King's Baharuth Empire and the Kingdom. And Jaldabaoth. Thinking of Jaldabaoth, the corner of Demiurge's mouth could not help but curl upward, his cunning face filled with unspeakable excitement. To think the great Lord Helant would actually entrust such a task to my hands. As the thought of becoming a crucial link in the plan surfaced, his fingers rubbed together incessantly, as though some incredible reward were about to appear upon his empty knuckles. Knock, knock. The door to the meeting room was pushed open, and Mare and Aura's large eyes shot toward Helant like starlight. Father. The moment Helant waved at them, the two level 100 powerhouses dove into his embrace at near teleportation speed. Father, I missed you so much. Aura's fluffy little head rubbed repeatedly against Helant's chest, her tone filled with longing and attachment. Mare also hugged Helant tightly, speaking timidly like a little tagalong. Father, welcome back. Helant rubbed their fluffy little heads and said warmly, I missed you too. Helant truly liked these two little ones, one lively and energetic, the other timid and adorable. With both children in his arms, Helant took out 2 glasses of iced cola and handed them to them. Drink up. Thank you, Father. Mare and Aura happily accepted the colas and began drinking with delight. As she drank, Aura puffed out her cheeks and complained, Albedo is really something. Father clearly came back yesterday, but she insisted she had important matters to report and told us not to disturb Father for the time being. Aura was actually a little angry with Albedo. What kind of work could possibly take an entire day and night to report? She probably just wanted to seize the chance to stay by Father's side and listen to stories. TSK, such a selfish person. Seeing the little one's pouting expression, Helant could not help but pinch her cheek and smile. Albedo was researching Downfall of Castle and Country with me yesterday. You know how important world items are, so we conducted the research very cautiously and seriously for an entire day and night. I see. Aura pursed her lips. If it was official business, then she really could not blame Albedo anymore. She could only rub against Helant again and act spoiled. Then, father, can Mare and I listen to stories tonight? Stories. A look of intense anticipation flashed through Mare's eyes. He wanted to act spoiled like his sister, but when he caught a glimpse of Demiurge standing in the room, his mood suddenly grew uneasy. Demiurge had said yesterday that he had misunderstood father's meaning. The meaning of shut him up was for YGGDRASIL to die, not merely to have his mouth stuffed. YGGDRASIL had seen both the Lich King and himself and was the designated scapegoat chosen by father. If he were to speak the truth, it would cause father's entire plan to collapse. Mare suddenly felt that the cola in his mouth was no longer sweet. It even tasted a little sour, so sour that tears began to well up. He looked up at Helant, tears falling drop by drop. Father, I want to admit my mistake. Seeing this, Aura tactfully jumped out of Helant's arms and stood beside the solemn-faced Demiurge. Both of them were extremely nervous. How would Lord Helant punish Mare? Confinement in Neuronist Painkill's room. That was Aura's thought. Lord Helant would be disappointed in Mare and then take back the ring of Ain's gown. That was Demiurge's thought. Looking at Mare's tear-streaked face, Helant found it amusing and pulled him into his arms, using his right hand to wipe away the tears. Regarding this matter, if I think about it carefully, I also bear responsibility. The moment these words were spoken, Demiurge's body stiffened, and his mind began working at high speed. Lord Helant is taking the responsibility upon himself. Why? He knew that Lord Helant's affection for Mare would not decrease much. At most, after seeing through his abilities, he would take back the ring of Ain's gown as punishment and as motivation for his growth. But a supreme being was still a supreme being. Every word he spoke was unexpected and unfathomable. Mare, who had originally thought he would be severely spanked by father, was now completely dazed. He spoke timidly, "Father, it's my responsibility. I didn't understand your meaning. Actually, you've already done a great job. From stealing the crown of wisdom and taking Fyria away, to arranging the Lich King's appearance, everything was perfect. Even making YGGDRASIL shut up was handled very well. It's just that. Just that." Demiurge, Mare, and Aura all looked toward Helant, waiting to hear what he would say next. "It's just that I failed to consider that, given your age and experience, Mare, you couldn't possibly understand the deeper meaning of shut him up. That was my lack of clarity in expression." Helant tapped the tip of Mare's nose and smiled gently. "In fact, I don't blame you, Mare." Although Helant had initially been surprised by the way YGGDRASIL was made to shut up, he later realized that Mare was still just a child. Misunderstandings were normal, and his approach to teaching should still be based on encouragement. But, it's just because I'm too stupid." Mare sobbed, tugging at his ears in self-reproach, not daring to meet Helant's gentle gaze. "Let me give you the reward for this mission first, and then you can cry, all right?" Mare stopped crying and looked up blankly. "Reward?" Helant took out 2 wristwatches, and Bukabukagama's sweet voice suddenly rang out, "Anata Helant Kuin, did you miss me today?" 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 55, a reward no guardian can resist. Shout out to the Crazy Prophet, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. As Bukabukagama's voice rang out, Mare and Aura suddenly looked at the watch in Helant's hand. Their sparkling eyes were as if they were gazing at a rare treasure. "Mom," it's Mom's voice. In Mare's slightly reddened eyes, there was no longer any trace of loss or self-blame. His entire gaze contained only 2 words, wanted. Aura even had a flush of red climb onto her cheeks, the corners of her mouth curling up uncontrollably, clearly overjoyed to the extreme. Helant picked up the watch and waved it in front of the 2 little ones. He deliberately looked at Mare and smiled. "Do you want it?" "Want it? Of course I want it." Mare's gaze never left the 2 watches, while his remaining reason made him speak timidly. "My lord. Father, after all, I didn't complete the task you gave me well." He both wanted the watch and felt that he did not deserve it, not daring to accept it. Helant looked at Aura again. The little one's rosy cheeks faded at an extreme speed, returning to a look of loss. "Father. I haven't made any contribution. I can't have it." Aura took one last lingering glance at the watch, then lowered her head again. Mare had at least helped his father carry out a mission, while she had not helped with anything these past few days. What right did she have to want this watch? Seeing this, Helant did not speak, but simply pressed a button on the watch. Bukabukagama's sweet voice rang out again. "Mare, Aura, are you happy today?" In an instant, Mare and Aura felt as if they had been electrocuted, shuddering in unison. They stood side by side, their cute big eyes glowing, their gazes completely fixed on the watch. Seeing this, Helant stuffed the watches directly into their arms and said softly, "Mare, your performance in this mission deserves recognition, so this is what you deserve." Mare held the watch solemnly with his small hands, tears of emotion streaming from his big eyes. Helant looked at Aura again and pinched her delicate cheek. You helped Momonga subdue the wise king of the forest, which is also a great merit. Aura could not wait to put on the watch, blushing as she squeezed into Helent's embrace. As Demiurge watched Mare and Aura's joyful jigure, a faint smile suddenly curved across his cunning face. Lord Helant really is like a father, so warm. Just as he was feeling sentimental, Helant looked up and smiled at him. Demiurge, what do you want? Please grant me the ring of Ain's old gown. His peripheral vision swept over the ring on Mare's finger, and he forced himself to remain composed. Nothing, my lord. It is my honor to serve the Supreme Being. All of this was what he should do. How could he take this opportunity to ask for a ring? Demiurge thought of his identity as Jaldabaoth. He knew that he should only possess glory truly worthy of the ring after a perfect performance. You are also a child. It is only right for you to have a reward. Helant stood up, walked over to Demiurge, and patted his shoulder with a smile. Let me think. Last time I gave you Albert's photo, this time. Helent's consciousness entered his inventory to look around, and he found an unexpected figure in a corner. With a thought, a life-sized Albert doll suddenly appeared before him. This is. Facing a doll of his own creator, even someone with Demiurge's calm personality found it difficult to maintain his composure. His Adam's apple bobbed, his head leaning forward slightly. The jewel-like eyes behind his reflective lenses concealed the words, I want it perfectly. At this moment, his heart wavered. Strongly suppressing the urge to grab and hug the Albert doll, he turned to look at Helant. Lord Helant, this. Is this for me? Helant nodded. He had many of these things, which he and Momonga had casually made when they were building the mausoleum. Now, they could also be given out as benefits to the Guardians. Wholeheartedly serving the Supreme Being and not wanting a reward. Yes. But. Which Guardian could withstand such a reward? Demiurge cautiously squeezed the hand of the Albert doll, carefully feeling his creator's palm prints. He could not help but feel a surge of emotion, an indescribable sense of security, happiness, and joy flooding his heart. He stammered for a long while, wanting to say something to Helant. In response, Helant said gently, Go on, I'll give you a day off. The very next second after Helant finished speaking, Demiurge bowed quickly and turned around, clutching the Albert doll tightly. He left an orange afterimage in the air as he disappeared from the room. Watching Demiurge's departing figure, Helant sat back down on the sofa and said to Aura and Mare, I didn't expect Demiurge to have such an interesting side. Aura rubbed her cheek against the watch and said sympathetically, Demiurge is also a child. Yes, after all, it's his creator. Mare responded timidly. By the way, Lord Father, can you tell us a story tonight? Aura looked at Helant expectantly. If Lord Father told bedtime stories at night, accompanied by Lady Bukabukagama's voice. Wouldn't that be another form of companionship from Mom and Dad? Lord Father, can you? Mare also looked at Helant with expectant eyes. Of course, you can't. Albedo's voice drifted in from the doorway, causing the smiles on the two little ones' faces to collapse as they looked at her indignantly. Albedo was wearing a black body-shaping stepmother dress, her fair and pretty face carrying a mature charm. She moved with graceful steps, approaching Helant's side, and breathed softly like an orchid. Lord Helant still needs to study world items with me tonight. Her golden eyes swept over Aura and Mare's watches, her curvaceous figure wrapped in the stepmother dress pressing closely against Helant. She smiled. You already have Lord Helant's rewards. I still have nothing, so let me keep him company, all right. Seeing this, the two elf children glanced at each other, their hands unconsciously touching their watches. Indeed, Albedo did not seem to have received any reward. She had even spent the entire day yesterday studying world items with Lord Helant. She probably had not even rested. Sigh, all right. After Aura and Mare reluctantly agreed, they tactfully bowed and took their leave from Helant. Competing with children. Helant looked at the secretly smug Albedo in his arms. On a whim, he felt like punishing her and reached out to touch the wings on her lower back. In the next instant, Albedo trembled all over, her golden eyes filled with emotion. In a flash, a rich fragrance filled the room. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 56, The Platinum Dragon Lord meets Herix. Shout out to Marvin Baltas, the latest to claim the Supreme Being rank. Your support keeps the Wi-Fi on and the chapters coming. The forest at the border of the kingdom was lush, with towering trees and luxuriant foliage standing beneath the blue sky and white clouds. A white afterimage streaked past the treetops, and the resulting airflow sent leaves rustling down. The Platinum Dragon Lord, controlling the platinum armor, was heading toward Irantal. He had only one purpose for this trip, to meet the person named Helant. The 100-year aftershocks had arrived. The filth of the Dragon Emperor had descended once again. Whoosh! The Platinum Dragon Lord accelerated again, making the platinum armor rush toward Irantil at a speed bordering on teleportation. He needed to determine whether Helant was a player, and if so, who the Holy Domain God Lord behind him was. When he saw the image of the Holy Domain God Lord's descent yesterday, the Platinum Dragon Lord was exceptionally shaken. Even through the crystal, he could feel an absolute power emanating from him. That kind of power was even higher than that of the 8 Greed Kings. Human supremacy. Another extreme player. The dragon race, having experienced the catastrophe of the 8 Greed Kings, had suffered a great loss in strength. The Platinum Dragon Lord thought that after making contact with Helant and the Holy Domain God Lord behind him, he would assemble the other true Dragon Lords and use a world item to crush the hidden threat in its cradle with a thunderous strike. Thinking of this, the Platinum armor's speed increased further. He had to uncover Helant's background as quickly as possible. At this speed, it will take at most half a. Wait, what is that? Before the Platinum Dragon Lord could finish his sentence, he saw a giant dragon nearly 100 meters long suddenly spread its wings on a distant hilltop. Its wings, 50 meters wide and 200 meters long, beat violently with a booming sound as it flew toward him. This giant dragon was covered in greenish-black scales, looking sturdy without being bloated. On its ferocious dragon head, a pair of horns like devil horns were particularly eye-catching. The giant dragon bared its fangs, gave a sinister smile, and spoke in a voice like rolling thunder, "By my name, Herex, I command you to stop right there." The oppressive aura surging from its red pupils caused the Platinum Dragon Lord to freeze in place, utterly stunned. A true Dragon Lord. How is that possible? Dragons were a powerful race that grew stronger with age. Aside from true Dragon Lords, a dragon's strength was often linked to its size. A length of over 100 meters was almost one of the criteria for judging whether a dragon was a true Dragon Lord. However, if it were a true Dragon Lord, it would be impossible for the Platinum Dragon Lord not to know it. Where did this dragon calling itself Herex come from? He controlled the armor to cross its arms, waiting with doubt for Herex to arrive before him. The mountain-like Herex looked at the tiny speck before him, a hint of scrutiny flashing in his mind, before he feigned a megalomaniacal laugh. "I smell the scent of my own kind. How did you become so small?" He saw through my disguise. The Platinum Dragon Lord had once used this platinum armor to make a name for himself in this world as one of the 13 heroes. Even the leader back then, who was a player, could not see through his disguise. How did this fellow dragon see through it? Thinking of this, the Platinum Dragon Lord spoke with a friendly smile. "Kinsman, who are you?" He was now very curious about who this dragon, whom he had never seen before, actually was. "Didn't I say it? My name is Herex." Herex shook his massive head, seemingly extremely impatient. To grow to your size must have taken at least several centuries. What I mean is, who are your parents, and where did you live before? The Platinum Dragon Lord explained patiently. Where did I live? Who are my parents? After hearing the Platinum Dragon Lord's words, Herex suddenly clutched his head with his claws, looking as if he had a splitting headache. "I don't know. My head hurts." "Kinsman, are you all right?" The Platinum Dragon Lord reached out, condensing a spell, wanting to see what was wrong with him. Roar. But just as he was about to probe the dragon's body with magic, Herex suddenly roared and swung his thick dragon tail, sending the Platinum Dragon Lord flying. The terrifying force acted directly on the platinum armor, deforming its body and sending it crashing into a hilltop like a shooting star with a hunched back. Boom. A deep crater was smashed into the 100-meter-high peak. The mountain collapsed with a rumble, and dust rose everywhere, burying the Platinum Dragon Lord's body inside. The Platinum Dragon Lord deactivated the protective magic on the platinum armor while slowly flying out of the dust. To block that strike, the mana stored in the platinum armor probably won't last long enough for me to test Helant. He looked at Herex, who was now curled up on the ground, clutching his head and writhing in agony, and murmured, "In that case, let's first see what's going on with this dragon kid." A suspicion flashed through the Platinum Dragon Lord's mind. Among the true Dragon Lords, there was a 7-colored Dragon King who was perverted enough to have bred offspring with females of almost every race. Moreover, he also liked to conduct magical research on some of his descendants. If this Herex was a descendant of Brightness, it would make sense why he had no impression of him. After all, that fellow Brightness only cared about breeding, not raising. He naturally assumed the role of an uncle, approached Herex, and said softly, "Child, I know your origin." As soon as these words were spoken, Herex's expression stiffened slightly, then he quickly reacted by feigning confusion, lowering his dragon head to stare at the Platinum Dragon Lord. "You know me. You really know. Has Nazarick been exposed?" No, if he really knew his origin, he wouldn't have such a friendly attitude. Let's see what he says. The Platinum Dragon Lord nodded. In the way he looked at Herex, there was no anger or hatred from having just been struck by a tail, only a kind of appreciation from an elder toward a kid. Child, if I'm not mistaken, you should be the offspring of the seven-colored Dragon King. Speaking of which, you should call me uncle. How long had it been since the dragon race had been infused with fresh blood? Judging from the tail strike earlier, his raw strength was definitely comparable to a true dragon lord. That fellow Brightness had finally done something good. My only father is Lord Helant. The Platinum Dragon Lord's words made Herex's blood boil with rage. He put on a ferocious expression, violent energy surging in his eyes, as he feigned a state of losing control. I don't have that father. Black flames ignited on his sharp claws as he violently smashed them against the Platinum Dragon Lord's armor, pinning him into the ground like a nail. Boom. The violent power surged into the ground, cracking the surface and sending dust flying, causing the earth to tremble for a moment. When the dust cleared, the Platinum Dragon Lord had already controlled the armor to move into midair. He crossed his arms, with 4 weapons of different shapes floating around him. His tone still carried that elder-like quality that Herex detested. After 2 attacks, I have confirmed that you do not know wild magic yet. With strength comparable to a true dragon lord, if he learned wild magic and became a true dragon lord, how strong would he be? The Platinum Dragon Lord spoke with appreciation toward the kid. Only by learning wild magic can you be worthy of being called a true dragon lord. By then, that father you hate might no longer be your match. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 57, a gift from a pitying armor. From the Platinum Dragon Lord's perspective, Herex absolutely loathed the seven-colored Dragon Lord. Otherwise, why would he fly into a rage the moment his past was mentioned? Why would he go mad at the mere mention of his father? The seven-colored Dragon Lord must have done something unspeakable to this offspring of his. Recalling Brightness's perverted nature, the Platinum Dragon Lord's gaze toward Herex grew even more pitying. A dragon's growth cycle was extremely long. Reaching a length of 100 meters would take at least several centuries. During those centuries, it was impossible for no other dragon to know that Brightness had a son. Therefore, this child couldn't have been artificially ripened to adulthood, could he? Herex desperately suppressed his fury, holding back from erupting with his full strength and tearing the Platinum Dragon Lord to shreds in a single breath. He gritted his teeth and said, "That loathsome loach you speak of is not my father." Seeing Herex's continued look of resentment, the Platinum Dragon Lord became even more convinced that he was the offspring of the seven-colored Dragon Lord. Damn you, Brightness, what on earth did you do to this child to make him hate you so much? The Platinum Dragon Lord controlled the armor to fly into midair, his tone solemn. Since you hate Brightness, then go seek revenge against him yourself. With that, he condensed a strand of wild magic in his hand and tossed it to Herex. Having done this, he ignored Herex, who stood dazed on the spot, and flew straight toward the Ardwin Council state. The mana reserves within the armor are no longer sufficient. Testing Helant will have to wait until next time. However, if this dragon named Herex could break through the influence of the world item and learn wild magic, he would undoubtedly add another powerful true dragon lord to the dragon clan's combat strength. As for the matter between him and Brightness, I can simply act as a mediator when the time comes. Watching the receding figure of the Platinum Dragon Lord, Herex felt a complex mix of emotions, both anger and frustration. The anger stemmed from the fact that this bastard actually thought he was the offspring of a loach. To him, this was both an insult to himself and a sign of disrespect toward Helant. The frustration was because, according to his plan, he should have taken the opportunity to fight the other, forcing the Platinum Dragon Lord to exhaust his mana and retreat back to his nest in disgrace. But Herex held the wild magic orb in his hand, feeling somewhat bewildered for a moment. This didn't go according to the script I imagined. But then again, it seems the mission is accomplished, and there's even an unexpected surprise. At the same time, within the great tomb of Nazarick, in the throne room, Momonga held the staff of Ain's old gown, the crimson glow in his eye sockets lighting up. He rose from the throne and walked to the crystal mirror. He pointed vaguely at the frozen image of the platinum armor on the crystal mirror and said to Helant beside him, "Helant-san, I recall that in the Legends of the 13 Heroes, there was mention of someone in this attire." He had just learned from the crystal mirror that the person wearing the armor was actually a dragon. Based on known information, the operator of this platinum armor is the Platinum Dragon Lord. He is also the behind-the-scenes ruler of the Ardwin Council state and one of the known true dragon lords who possesses a world item. Helant's expression appeared extremely relaxed. Originally, Helant had only sent Herex to prevent the Platinum Dragon Lord from contacting him too early. As it turned out, Herex not only successfully achieved the goal but also unexpectedly gained an opportunity to master wild magic. Clang! Herex, having returned to his human form, pushed open the doors of the throne room. Carrying the wild magic orb, he walked respectfully before Helant and Momonga and knelt on one knee. "Father, Lord Momonga. Rise. You have done well." Helant gestured for him to stand, but found that Herex remained kneeling on the ground, looking like a sinner awaiting punishment. "What's wrong?" The 3-meter-tall, rugged-faced, and intimidating Herix actually spoke with a slight sob in his voice. "Father, that damned Platinum Dragon Lord actually dared to say that I am the child of another Loach. I am clearly Father's child." Herix's sudden childish display left both Helant and Momonga stunned. It seemed that for NPCs, the creator truly was of paramount importance. If he had not repeatedly warned him during the mission briefing not to reveal his true strength, and especially not to actually break the platinum armor, this child would likely have torn the platinum armor to pieces long ago. He smiled gently, reached out to pat Herix's head, and said, "It's all right. You will always be my child." Feeling his father's warm hand, Herix's heart felt much more at ease. He hurriedly handed the wild magic orb to Helant. "Father, this was left by the Platinum Dragon Lord. I can even feel a power within it that makes all dragonkind tremble." His words first piqued Momonga's curiosity. Momonga lowered his head to closely examine the orb in Helant's hand while asking, "Is there any similar sensation?" Herix thought carefully and offered an analogy. "It feels like a world-class job, but it seems exclusive to the Dragon Clan." Wild magic, exclusive. After sensing it for a while to no avail, Momonga straightened up and looked at Helant. "It seems the Dragon Clan of this different world possesses power beyond our imagination." Helant nodded in response. "Therefore, we must be doubly cautious and not underestimate any enemy." At this point, Helant looked at Herix and asked, "Have the dragon materials been collected?" Hearing this, Herix immediately took out more than 20 dragon corpses from his storage space. For a moment, the incredibly spacious throne room actually felt a bit crowded. Helant nodded with satisfaction and signaled Herix to put them away. Once the throne room became spacious again, he continued, "Although Nazarick has dragon flesh and blood materials, to ensure that the world items exclusive to the native dragon clan proceed without a hitch, we must use the flesh and blood of native dragons. As the saying goes, use the original broth to cook the original food." And having Herix handle the collection task was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. His dragon appearance would not raise suspicion from other dragons, allowing for smooth material collection. Furthermore, the demonic dragon's exclusive ability, Dragon Soul Devour, allowed him to devour dragon souls to permanently increase his strength. It was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of Herix's exclusive ability, Helant suddenly had another bold idea. If he combined an item with this trait to create a tool that made one stronger by hunting dragons, would it make the upcoming situation for the Dragon Clan a bit more interesting? Add to that Khajiit's bloodline atavism magic to separately manufacture a treasure that enhanced dragon bloodlines. He believed that as long as he threw these out, it would definitely make these dragons fight until their brains were knocked out. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 58, The Dragon Race is Too OP. Thinking of this, Helant brought Momonga and Herix into the heart of the sanctuary. Inside the temple, Mino had changed back into her previous punk leather jacket, her white hair tied in a single ponytail, and she held a leather whip that made sharp cracking sounds as she lashed the air. "Lord Helant, it's already the third day. Have you forgotten about me?" She looked toward the faith pool, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance as she spoke. Inside the orb floating in midair, countless platinum threads of faith were densely woven, swirling and flowing along the sphere like a pool of living water. The aura within the faith power reminded Mino of Helant every single moment. Talking about giving me a vacation, wasn't it just to create an opportunity for albedo? "Ah, you stingy supreme being, at least give me a chance too." Mino's tender white cheeks puffed out, her blue almond-shaped eyes filled with grievance. But in the next second, she suddenly felt weightless as two powerful hands sent her directly into a warm and reliable embrace. Sniffing the familiar scent, Mino bit down directly on Helant's shoulder. "Chomp." Feeling a slight sting on his shoulder, Helant unconcernedly patted Mino's little head and said gently, "What, are you jealous?" Mino buried her head in Helant's chest, her voice sounding a bit muffled. "What do you think?" Just as Helant was about to whisper words of compensation for the evening into Mino's ear, he heard the clack of high heels nearby. Albedo walked over with a dignified bearing, her high heels clicking. The Cheongsam-style downfall of castle and country accentuated her figure perfectly. Seeing Mino clinging to Helant's embrace, she spoke in a serious tone with the air of a main wife, "Mino, the supreme being is here for serious business. Don't act like a child." "Did she just call me childish?" Mino lifted her head from Helant's chest, wrinkled her small nose, and glared at Albedo. "Just because she got a head start on me, she's putting on the airs of the main wife. How infuriating." However, after rolling her eyes at Albedo, she still obediently got off Helant. "This bitch is strong and is now using the supreme being to pressure me, URG. I can't face her head on." Seeing Mino obey, a flash of smugness crossed Albedo's face, and she immediately bowed to Helant and Momonga. "Greetings, Lord Helant, Lord Momonga." Momonga was slightly stunned when he saw Albedo. He sent a private message to Helant, "Why did you have Albedo wear downfall of castle and country?" Helant gestured for Herix to release all the native dragon corpses hunted earlier, then replied via private message, to keep a trump card, of course. I can't actually give them a world item without side effects. Once more than 20 dragon corpses were laid out in the temple and a faint scent of blood wafted through the air, Mino shouted in understanding, Material Processing Department, overtime. The next moment, more than 20 sacred demons flew from outside the temple toward the dragon corpses. Each carried one and flew back out, heading straight for the material processing plant. When Momonga heard Material Processing Department, his body could not help but tremble from PTSD, recalling his working life before transmigrating. Helant-san, have you actually set up a production line? Yeah. With 100,000 sacred demons, they can't just do nothing. It turns out they have a decent talent for alchemy, so I simply opened 2 production lines to continuously produce materials and alchemical items. As Helant spoke, he walked over to Herix and took out the wild magic orb. We have to wait for them to finish processing the materials before we try to craft a dragon-exclusive world item. In the meantime, we can study wild magic. Momonga sensed the orb again, and after getting no results, he looked at his best friend in confusion. Helant-san, do you have a way to analyze it? Although he was a level 100 magic caster class, all magic skills were learned with a single click. Without a learning process, it was naturally impossible to analyze magic using theory and experience. Without responding to Momonga, Helant went to the edge of the faith pool and sensed carefully. 4,300 points of faith power, increasing by an average of 100 points per day. Helant carefully drew 300 points of faith power from the faith pool and injected them into the wild magic orb. The special class, Faith Devourer, he obtained by modifying code was not only the bane of all faith-based magic but, in its setting, was also capable of freely commanding faith power. And this setting had become his instinct since transmigrating. Helant controlled the faith power to slowly permeate the wild magic, analyzing its internal information. As time passed minute by minute, some information slowly emerged in Helant's mind. Class, Wild Magic Arcanist, Flexible Control, requires Dragon Race Bloodline. Level Cap 10. Class, Dragon Race Transcender, Breakthrough Race, granted World Guardian trait, strengthens Dragon Race Bloodline, Level Cap 10. Class, World Connector, links to the River of Souls, immune to World Class, Level Cap 9. 3-in-1, a Trinity. After obtaining this information, the 300 points of faith power were completely exhausted. Helant withdrew his consciousness, his brow furrowing involuntarily. This world really does favor the dragon race. Seeing Helant's grave expression, Momonga stepped forward and asked with concern, Helant-san, what did you analyze? Helant looked at Momonga with a serious expression. Let me give a brief summary. A true dragon lord who masters wild magic usually possesses 3 top-tier classes. 3 types. Momonga was suddenly startled, and the green light of forced calm flickered. In YGGDRASIL, classes with terrifying attributes and skill bonuses, such as world classes or special classes, were often called top-tier. His heart sank as he continued to listen intently. Wild magic arcanists can manipulate the power of souls to cast wild magic. Dragon race transcenders can significantly strengthen the dragon race bloodline, enhance magic effects, and grant the dragon race the World Guardian trait. World connectors can link to the world's river of souls, providing the souls for the dragon race to use wild magic. These 3 classes complement each other and bring terrifying bonuses to the dragon race. Even without equipment, a true dragon lord's attributes probably surpass those of top-tier players. Even though he was mentally prepared, Helant could not help but be startled. The dragon race's 3 classes were truly too comprehensive. For offense, they had exclusive wild magic rooted in the soul. For sustain, they could continuously extract soul power from the river of souls as a supplement. In terms of attributes, the already superior stats of the dragon race were strengthened to the extreme by the dragon race transcender class. Defensively, they had the World Guardian trait, which could even grant immunity to the effects of some less powerful world items. Helant took a deep breath and thought ruthlessly, the dragon race is just too overpowered. How can you even play if this isn't nerfed? 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 59, so what if they are world rules? Thinking of this, Helant tried to absorb the wild magic orb again, attempting to obtain those 3 classes from it. But just as the thought arose, an invisible sense of resistance was released from the orb, followed by an ethereal voice echoing through the heart of the sanctuary, non-dragon race, cannot obtain. Helant froze for a moment, then let out a scoff. Suzuki-san, it seems wild magic is out of our reach for now. It doesn't matter. Momonga was also somewhat startled when he heard the ethereal voice, but he quickly adjusted himself. If wild magic could be obtained so easily, then the previous players would have likely ruled the world long ago. Since it could not be obtained for now, Helant directly handed the wild magic orb to Herix and encouraged him. Try it and see if you can obtain it. A demonic dragon was still a dragon, after all. Helant wanted to see if Herix, whom he had personally modified, could obtain the native classes of the dragon race. Herix respectfully took the wild magic orb and closed his eyes to sense it. He could clearly feel that as his will entered the orb, a strange gaze began scrutinizing him. Not good. Under this gaze, he felt his body losing control, on the verge of transforming into a dragon. In order not to destroy the palace, Herix teleported directly into the sky. In the next second, a 1,000-meter-long giant dragon appeared in the sky, blotting out the sun and casting the palace into its shadow. Eerie black flames burned on his demon-like wings, and his dark blue dragon scales shimmered with a sharp, cold light under the sun. Herix's ferocious dragon head looked toward Helant inside the palace, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. It's even bigger than last time. I'm so scared. Mino feigned fear and burrowed into Helant's embrace. After confirming he would not notice, she cast a provocative glance at Albedo. As a level 100 succubus, Albedo had no interest in responding to the provocations of such a low-level competitor. She was more concerned about whether Herix's will would be affected if he obtained wild magic, potentially leading to madness or betrayal. At this thought, Albedo's muscles tensed. If Herix showed any signs of abnormal movement, she would immediately activate Downfall of Castle and Country to control him. Momonga was just as nervous as she was. Since wild magic uses souls as energy, there's no guarantee it won't affect the soul. Momonga secretly prepared a pay-to-win item, ready to cast an instant-cast super-tier magic at the first sign of trouble. At the same time, he looked at Helant and thought, if it really comes to it, I'll use Eclipse, the goal of all life is death. Helant sensed Albedo and Momonga's tension. He gave the carefree Mino a flick on the forehead and comforted them. Herix won't lose control. Even if he did lose control, they were inside his world item, Heart of the Sanctuary, which would be the perfect place to let him taste the iron fist of a father's love. Thinking of this, Helant led Momonga and the others out of the palace, fully exposing themselves to Herix's line of sight. Sensing his father's oppressive aura, Herix hurriedly said, "Father, I feel the dragon blood within me boiling, as if I am constantly evolving." Herix felt this sensation was pleasurable to the bone. Unlike the simple numerical increase from devouring dragon souls, he felt more like he was evolving to another level, as if his status among dragonkind had become higher. To put it in words, while he had been powerful before, he was like an ordinary noble among the dragon race. Now, he felt more like a king among dragons. A true dragon lord. Dragon race transcender, obtained. But it was merely an illusory feeling, as if something was missing, missing the authority belonging to a true dragon lord. Just as the thought arose, a strange world fluctuation appeared. Whoosh! A whirlpool descended, and Herix's soul began to tremble as massive soul fluctuations rippled within the heart of the sanctuary. Wild Magic Arcanist, obtained. Albedo, opened the NPC panel. As Albedo opened the panel, Herix's status clearly showed, LV 102. Level 102. Momonga was the first to cry out in shock, looking up at the giant dragon in the sky in astonishment. He had not expected that the first in Nazarick to transcend the level 100 limit would not be Helant, but his NPC. But before Momonga could finish his lament, he saw Herix frantically clawing at his head with his dragon claws, looking as if he were in extreme agony. Helant, do you know why the 8 Greed Kings were able to drive the dragon race into a corner? Helant suddenly spoke, making Momonga freeze in place. Because they had something targeted at wild magic. Momonga answered. It was a means to prevent the birth of true dragon lords. As Helant finished speaking, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky of the heart of the sanctuary. Through the rift, a void land bound by rule chains was revealed to everyone. The River of Souls, the place where true dragon lords draw soul power from. However, everyone saw that within the void land, countless illusory souls wandered, seemingly trying their best to fly out, but the strange rule chains could always precisely snatch back each wandering soul. These strange rule chains seemed to sense that something was wrong with Herix, sinking into his body with ghostly speed and then slowly pulling outward. Roaer. Herix now felt a pain that reached deep into his soul. The Wild Magic Arcanist and Dragon Race Transcender that had just fused into his body were being slowly stripped away. A silent will from the chains echoed clearly in everyone's minds. One of the world rules, 5 elements overcoming. Wild magic shall be severed. Facing such an inviolable intent, Helant smiled. Inside my heart of the sanctuary, my rules are the absolute rules. As Helant's thought arose, the heart of the sanctuary manifested power of the same caliber as the rule chains, severing the chains that were pulling at Herix's origin in a single stroke. Seeing this, the rule chains did not seem willing to let Herix go. 5 chains extended directly from the void. This time, they were not aiming to strip his origin, but carried the killing intent of world rules, seeking to obliterate him right here. Seeing this, Helant gave a cold laugh and teleported above Herix's head. So what if they are world rules? You've crossed the line. In an instant, the sky of the heart of the sanctuary turned from azure to pure white, and the entire space lost all color. The 5 rule chains were frozen in place at that moment. Helent's gaze was sharp. Using Faith Devourer, he manipulated faith power to transform into a long blade. A platinum blade light flashed explosively, slashing toward the chains. Crack! The second the chains were severed, Helent's figure appeared before the rift in the sky, his body swelling to 100 meters as divinity erupted from him. Close. 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 60, Use Downfall of Castle and Country on Herex. In an instant, the rule power within the heart of the sanctuary converged from all directions, acting upon the rift. The rule powers of both sides, belonging to the same level, wrestled and contended with each other as the rule chains within the rift strained to reach toward Herex. Iota nu eta sigma nu cent sigma iota eta g, iota alpha rho alpha cent sigma iota g iota eta. Even Herex, who possessed the demonic dragon template, could not help but feel fear in the face of such naked malice from the rules. His massive dragon body, 1,000 meters long, appeared incomparably small and fragile before the rule chains. This was suppression from a higher tier of existence, something impossible to resist. Fortunately, he still had his father to rely on. Herex's 1,000-meter dragon body hid behind Helant, who had manifested as the Holy Domain God Lord. At this moment, Helant stood 100 meters tall, his body interwoven with faith power and holy light power. His face, whose features were indistinguishable, seemed filled with divinity. He condensed a beam of holy light, pushing the rule chains back, and praised, as expected of the rule power transformed from the 5 elements overcoming, known as one of the 20. However, this is the heart of the sanctuary, my home ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the rule power acting on the void rift suddenly increased. If the previous rule power was like waves crashing one after another, it was now like the crushing pressure of the deep sea, forcibly using brute strength to compress the void rift back. Even under these circumstances, the rule chains still tried to reach out from the void to hook onto Herex. However, at this point, they were no longer a threat. Sizzle. As the space completely sealed shut, the rule chain snapped and broke. It was only then that Herex, hiding behind Helant, breathed a full sigh of relief. The sensation brought by the rule power was simply too terrifying. Even knowing Helant could easily handle it, he could not help but feel fear. This was a biological being's instinctive reaction when facing an attack from a higher tier of existence. With the feeling of having survived a disaster, Herex slowly reverted to human form, approached Helant, and lowered his head. Father, He wanted to give Helant a detailed report about failing to obtain the World Connector class. Let's go down first before talking. Helant's 100-meter form dissipated, and his figure flickered, appearing on the ground. As soon as he reached the ground, Momonga walked up to him, his voice filled with emotion and admiration. Helant-san, your performance just now was truly powerful. Momonga believed that even if he were to activate the goal of all life is death, he would not have the same level of presence as Helant. At the same time, he became even more cautious. A world item carried a portion of the world's rules, and this rule power was something even an undead like him could sense as death. He touched the orb at his waist. It seemed he would need to ask Helant-san for advice on how to use world items when he had the time. If he were ever to face such a situation alone and did not know how to respond, he would definitely fall. Meanwhile, Albedo and Mino rushed straight to Helant, looking him over from left to right. Only after confirming that he was indeed uninjured did they both breathe a sigh of relief. Albedo could not help but lick her red lips as she hugged Helant's arm, saying, Lord Helant is simply too magnificent. Thinking back to Helant's Holy Domain God Lord form, where majesty and divinity coexisted, her wings involuntarily brushed against Helant's waist. Lord Helant, that was so scary just now. My heart is wounded, I won't dare to sleep alone tonight. Mino climbed directly onto Helant's chest, wrapping her arms around his neck despite the imposing pressure from Albedo at his side. Entwined by 2 soft and fragrant bodies, Helant, who had just withdrawn from the divinity of good and evil balance, was still able to remain as calm as still water. He supported Mino with one hand and stroked Albedo's smooth hair with the other, then smiled. Albedo, get ready. In a moment, use Downfall of Castle and Country on Herex. Why? Doubt instantly rose in Albedo's heart, and the warmth on her beautiful face turned to frost in an instant. Could it be that Herex has rebelled? Momonga was equally puzzled. He walked over to Helant and whispered, does wild magic have an effect on Herex? He gripped his pay-to-win item again, ready to cast super-tier magic at any moment. Herex, who had just landed, also felt his legs go weak and knelt on the ground. He did not explain that he had not betrayed them. As Helant was his creator, Helant could do whatever he wished to him. He had no complaints. Seeing the serious expressions of the 3, Helant first gave the heartless Mino, who was still sniffing around his body, a flick on the forehead, then explained, it's nothing. I just want to test the resistance of a wild magic wielder against a world item. This concerned whether he could leave backdoors in the world items he intended to give to the dragon race. Upon hearing Helant's explanation, Momonga understood. Using Herex as a reference to roughly judge the resistance of this world's peak combatants against world items was indeed very necessary. A trace of warmth returned to Albedo's face as she turned toward Herex. "Are you ready?" She silently channeled the power of downfall of castle and country, and a faint, irresistible rule power emanated from her Cheongsam. This rule power, even from Momonga, Helant, and Mino, who were not the targets, was clearly perceptible, including the eerie mental energy meant to modify one's will. Herex, who was locked onto by downfall of castle and country, sat upright on the ground and activated the powers of his newly acquired Wild Magic Arcanist and Dragon Race Transcender classes. He knew that what his father wanted to see was how much resistance these two classes provided against a world item. Once the soul fluctuations belonging to wild magic completely surfaced outside his body, Herex looked at Albedo and said seriously, "I'm ready. Come." In an instant, a platinum dragon shadow flew out from the embroidery on downfall of castle and country, bearing its fangs and claws as it plunged into Herex's body with a strong intent to modify his will. Buzz. The eerie will rippled out from Herex's body, and everyone watched him nervously. Sensing Helant's gaze, Herex slowly raised his head, his eyes clear as he said, "Father, wild magic has strengthened my soul, and combined with the World Guardian trait in Dragon Race Transcender, the control effect of downfall of castle and country is negligible." After saying that, he looked at Albedo. As the controller, Herex had erased the persisting will in his heart without even much effort. Sensing Herex break free from the mental control, Albedo reported, "Lord Helant, it is indeed as he said. The control effect of downfall of castle and country is almost non-existent." Seeing this, Momonga looked at Helant. Could this plan for forged world items still proceed smoothly? 15 Advanced Chapters. Chapter 61, Tricking, World Guardian. Mino, who had been lying on Helant's chest, said dejectedly, "Since world items are ineffective against true dragon lords, does that mean the forgery plan has failed?" Mino puffed out her soft cheeks, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "Damn dragon race, why are they so hard to nerf?" Helant pinched Mino, who looked like a little hamster, and said gently, "It's not quite a failure. They just have high resistance, it's not that they completely ignore them. I still have a way." Helant placed Mino on the ground and walked toward Herex. Momonga followed curiously. He wanted to see how Helant intended to overcome the resistance of wild magic against world items. As Helant walked, a majestic vitality suddenly radiated from his body. He forcibly gathered this vitality into his hand, forming a verdant orb of light. "One of my special classes, Eternal Life Sustenance, provides me with inexhaustible vitality. At the same time, I can use this vitality to provide positive enhancements to any unit." Helant's original intention for choosing this class from the World Tree source code was its setting of having inexhaustible vitality. Although it could only serve as a slightly stronger support class in the game, in the new world, once the setting became reality, it provided him with an extremely terrifying bonus. The majestic vitality within the verdant orb caused Momonga an instinctive revulsion. He took 2 steps back, momentarily confused about what Helant was planning to do. "Albedo, use Downfall of Castle and Country on the orb in my hand." Helant held the orb up with one hand and presented it to Albedo. "Use Downfall of Castle and Country on a mindless orb of light." Momonga was stunned. The orb was not even a living being. What was the point of using mind control? However, despite his confusion, he decided to keep watching. Albedo executed Helant's command without question, releasing a dragon shadow from Downfall of Castle and Country that merged into the verdant orb. For a moment, a strange fluctuation of will came from the verdant orb. Upon finding that the target had no self-awareness, it was about to dissipate. At that moment, Helant drew 500 faith power from the faith pool and poured it all into the verdant orb, forcibly condensing and fixing the dragon shadow's will from Downfall of Castle and Country within it. Momonga clicked his tongue in wonder at this scene. Faith power really is a versatile energy. Not only can it strengthen oneself, but it can also do some unexpected things. Continue to resist with the power of wild magic, Helant instructed Herex before slowly pressing the verdant orb into his body. As the majestic vitality was poured into his body, Herex first felt a sense of warmth, as if his entire body were submerged in a hot spring. Then, a strange will-modifying power emerged from the vitality. During the enhancement process of the vitality, it actually bypassed the World Guardian trait and even deceived the soul that had been strengthened by wild magic. It drove straight in, imprinting Albedo's figure into his mind with overbearing rule-based power. Be loyal to her. At this moment, Herex did not feel there was anything wrong with placing Albedo on the same level as Helant. He was still himself, except he now had one more person to whom he owed absolute loyalty. Helant looked back at Albedo. Did it succeed? "Father, I have indeed been controlled," Herex answered calmly on Albedo's behalf. That worked. Momonga found it hard to believe. By simply wrapping it in a layer of vitality, he had actually succeeded in controlling him. Herix, stand up. Albedo also clearly sensed a mental connection between herself and Herix through downfall of castle and country. Yes, Albedo. Herix stood straight up, his 3-meter height like a small tower. Seeing this, Helant nodded in satisfaction. The moment Albedo gave the order, he clearly perceived that the will in Herix had indeed been successfully modified. All right, release the control. Albedo obediently released her influence over Herix's will. Momonga could not help but ask, Helant-san, how was this achieved? Momonga felt like his brain capacity was reaching its limit. Wasn't Herix supposed to resist the influence of world items? How was he suddenly controlled? Looking at the confused Momonga, a smile appeared on Helant's face as he explained, the energy from eternal life sustenance consists almost entirely of positive buffs, used only for recovery and enhancement. I was just thinking that if I used faith power to hide the will modifying power, which is a debuff, inside it, I might be able to trick the defense judgment of World Guardian. Judging by the results, this tactic was feasible. Momonga realized the truth, and his admiration for Helant grew even deeper. Helant-san is truly reliable. There's always a way when it comes to him. Momonga looked at Helant. Now that the verification was complete, the formal forging of the world item would begin. Sure enough, Mino had at some point arranged for the sacred demons to transport the processed materials into the temple. Looking at the meticulously and perfectly processed materials, Helant praised Mino, remember to give them some substantial rewards. Mino had always been the one managing the sacred demons. Judging from the technique and quality of the material processing, she had trained them quite well. Mino's watery eyes blinked, and her thin, tender red lips curled up, revealing her white canine teeth. They have rewards, but do I get one too? Helant's reflection was in her eyes. That was the reward she wanted. In response, Helant affectionately pinched her soft face. The reward will certainly not be lacking. Once I finish this world item, anything goes. Having received a satisfactory answer, Mino obediently retreated to Albedo's side, tilting her head triumphantly. At this moment, she felt a certain level of confidence when facing Albedo's World Cup. Albedo felt a secret sense of helplessness at the low-level player's smugness. I hope you can still laugh tonight. You poor mage class, don't come crying to me for help then. As if thinking of something wonderful, Albedo's beautiful eyes shimmered as she focused entirely on Helant, who was now intently processing the materials. There was a saying that a man was at his most handsome when he was focused. Albedo felt that this was absolutely true. Helant meticulously controlled all the materials to float up, his magic surging as he continuously shaped and purified them in his hands. In the process, his white hair fluttered, his face was handsome, and his elegant and swift movements captured the heart of a succubus. 15 Advanced Chapters.